Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support the show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Salutations, everybody. It is Matty here today, and welcome to episode 210 of Defining Duke, a Xbox podcast. We are back, and today I'm joined by Bumblebee himself, Lord Cognito. How are you doing today, good sir? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons, and you will do exactly what I say. I'm in Transformers mode. You're going to learn a lot today.
I'm ready.
I'm in Transformers mode. Oh, I'm good, man. It's good to be back. Miss you. Actually,
you too,
I started missing you probably like this last week, especially. Like, all right. It felt weird not talking gaming. Yeah, I'm like, all right, this is a little bit. I had my break. I had my away period, and then I'm like, all right. And then you saw, I don't know if you noticed the last couple of days, I'm just sending you a flurry of stuff.
Yeah. We started to get back into our link flow, our back and forth, our podcasting, if you will.
Yes, sir.
It's good to be back in the saddle, man. How was your time off? Did you do anything nice?
Yeah, well, the first week was more just the disconnect. Like, I needed a mental disconnect. I was burnt out mentally, physically. I just needed to get away from everything. So I did that. And then that was like the recharge. And then the second week was more kind of like, okay, let me get back into a flow. Let me start planning out the year and stuff like that. And obviously, me and you talked offline and stuff like that because obviously 2024 was pretty brutal. So I was like, all right, we can't let that keep us down. Yeah, let's plan a new form of attack for 2025. Let's put up some new alternatives. If that go left, maybe we go right here. You know what I mean? That kind. So I'm in that kind of energy, and then I got the creative juices going. And then surprisingly, this month started being busy again, but like a good busy, like some little opportunities and stuff might be happening. So we'll see. You know, I'm trying to be positive. I'm hearing good things from my OGs in the space that things might be helping, being positive on that side. But even if that doesn't work with career stuff, I'm trying other lanes. So I'm doing my thing. But I will say though, this was the first time, so I've never done this. I kind of took a gaming break for a bit.
Sure.
And when I meant
to did a similar thing, yeah,
not like cold turkey, but remember when we last left Duke, I was like, all right, man, which of the next big experiences I should do? And my body was like, you don't want to do no 100 to an hour, joint right now. You want to have fun. You want to do other things, and I'll explain that. But I will say, I actually did something I haven't done in a long time. Caught up on shows. I haven't done that. And like Squid Game, I was in that bag. I watched the new season. And then this is when this whole started, which I thought, bro, it's bad. I got like, I don't know how, like, I'm assuming the way you love Turtles is how I love Transformers.
Yeah.
And I got into this G1 nostalgic bag. And bro, I'll get into it when you get into games, but it is, I am in a dark zone. I had to call King. I'm like, bro, I'm in a place where I see what you got with statues. Yeah. And I'm in trouble because I can't stop it. I'm addicted. So yeah, I've been in this G1 Transformers bag for sure.
Good. Yeah, man. It was good to get some time away. You and I went a similar path. I played a lot of games. We'll talk about many of them in the what we're playing section, but like for me, what I've learned now, year 2 in the new house is, we hosted our Christmas Eve party again. And so sprint to Christmas Eve wasn't as bad this year compared to last year, because last year we were like still getting the house in order 4 months into hosting like Laylee's humongous family. This year we had kind of a game plan. We knew everything we had to, but it's still a sprint. And Christmas Eve itself was nice, but we were like way more stressed than last year.
Really?
It wasn't until after Christmas, because then I had to go to my parents, and that was nice. But it wasn't until after Christmas that it was that recharge. Like the disconnect had already happened pretty immediately.
Gotcha.
And that was kind of good because it just got my head away from gaming, away from content, like immediately. Like I was just needing a lot of places pretty instantly. But after that, it was like winding down. And I played some games on the CRT. Like that was really nice.
Wow.
Kind of cooling it old school style.
Old school.
I caught up on some shows as well. I watched Arcane season 1. That was really good. I watched Sonic 3. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Watched The Social Network. That was a great movie. So I kind of, and I read a bunch of books. I finished Ask Iwata. That's an amazing book. But Reggie Fils-Aimé's book, bro.
Really? I haven't got a chance to watch a new one. Yeah.
I like it a lot. I don't know what the consensus is on it, but I just love, it's really grown my appreciation, not only for Nintendo, historically speaking, but I was kind of reflecting as I was reading the book that, like, I was thinking of my team's game, and I'm like, we just kind of thought of this game. We're like, there's an audience there. Like, we can do this. But reading these books and the kind of mental hoops they had to jump through to get consoles into people's homes and sort of how do they make it appealing, like when creating the audience that we now get to enjoy because of their work. And kind of getting a deep dive on Reggie's story on pretty much Nintendo's position where the PS2 was taking over, Xbox is coming in as the new kind of challenger, and they have the GameCube, and they're like, we need to shake up how we're doing things. And that was like Reggie's whole role. It's why the whole book is called like Disrupting the Game. Like this guy just shook everything up from E3 2004 and on. So it was just a great read. I was just completely hooked by it, especially in the second half when you really get into the thick of his Nintendo career. But you also see how this guy had influence on everything. You're like Pizza Hut, like it's crazy. This guy shaped so much of what we saw growing up. So it was a good time to kind of connect with that stuff, get the house
Reggie's
in order, literally and figuratively. In the health is wealth mindset. Like I said, everyone, my word for the year was wellness. And so I made some, I felt like the universe was challenging me during my break a little bit. We got, I can't say what, but we got offered like previews for something and the embargo would lift while technically I'm still on break. Like I'm dipping out of my break to do this, but I'm coming back with videos next week.
Okay.
But the embargo would have lifted while I'm on break. And usually I'd be like, all right, let's compromise. Let's figure this out. Let's do this. But actually, I was like, you know what? This is a good time to try something I wanted to try, which is I'm going to drop my preview after everyone else's in a few days. Just see how that goes. Maybe it doesn't work out, but I was going to disrupt my wellness for that immediate satisfaction, that immediate gratification. And there's going to be times I got to do that, right?
Of course.
But was that a moment I had to? And I decided no. Little choices like that I'm trying to put into my health as well. Into my life. Yeah, a little bit more of that. I got a new skincare routine. To me, just a little.
No, you got the glow. I just about to tell you, you got the glow, really? Bro. Yeah, you got something's going on. I was like, yeah, he's glowing today. He's shining.
I had Lily's friend at Sephora really help me out with kind of identifying, because bro, my skin gets so rough and dry. I had so much dead skin on my face to the point where even Lily was like, "You got a lot going on there." I was like, "Yeah, I know." No, but she's looking out for me. I appreciate it. Yeah,
I like that. I respect it.
Yeah, no, she's looking out for me. I was just like, I know. Like it's together. I was like, I need an exfoliator. Like and then I got into it. I got into Reddit and stuff. I was like, I need the whole 9 yards. Like I've been neglecting this. So it was a time to catch up on the things I was neglecting. Health insurance. I had to sign up for that, get that in order. Starting to set up the appointments that I wanted to do. Remember when we closed out the year, I was like, I wanted to get like the full top to bottom checkup, everything from eyes to heart to everything.
Eyes is big for me this year.
So not to ramble too much, but that's what a lot of this break was. I'll talk a lot about games, but it was a lot of just getting my act together a bit more.
Same, bro. Same thing. I'm glad you mentioned mental health as well. Yeah, that was important too, because I had to tell a couple people, look, not really trying to do. People like, yo, Cog, we know you're off, so can you jump on the podcast? Bro, I'm not. I don't want to touch the mic for a while. You know what I'm saying? That was the first thing, and then, but I'm proud of myself because remember, prior to the break, I felt like I was struggling just to get in the gym. I couldn't find any time. You know what I'm saying? I was getting in there maybe once a week. I am proud of myself. I ramped during this period of getting back on my game. You know what I'm saying? And hitting it consistent, getting my cardio back in, getting to the gym more consistent. So I kept that up during the break. I was like, as long as I do that, I'll be fine.
Good. Yeah, dude, it's good we both kind of had that same mindset, right? Because I was going in completely ready. I mean, I said it on the show, like I was like, I'm gonna go full brain rot and just like play a ton of games. But when I realized, I was like, no, there's a lot of shit I really need to take care of and just get in order. And I feel really good starting off the year because it's like I always say the difference between previous New Year's for me, where I was like, I'm gonna do better, and like this year is like acceptance. It's like a lot of just like, okay, like I can't continue to do both. Like I hated that Locke and I had to do, but we had to shut down Retro Rewind. I was like, I can't do it, bro. And he agreed. He was like, he didn't want to really do it as much anymore. I was like, yeah, let's just, we gave it a good, honest try. But now like, I'm already seeing what my weeks are like without having to watch a movie and sit down for multiple podcasts. And so I'm reclaiming some time
Bro,
and it's been nice.
Pocket is so crazy because I had that conversation with Evantis, and I was just like, look, because Thursdays was last word, and we've been doing the last word for so long. And he was checking in on me, and he was just like, hey, man, I spoke to Travis, and we were just like, look, we got to take a break right now, especially with the state of Destiny. We'll
talk about that.
We'll talk about that. You know what I'm saying? But even though we didn't make the official announcement internally as a collective, we all have so much going on, and we're like, hey, we might need that time back. And he was like, yeah, man, do what you got to do. Don't worry about it. So that's my bro, man. He always checks in on me, and shout out to Travis.
He's a good dude. Yeah, he's good. Yeah, I'm glad we're in that same pocket. And I know the audience is. We got some health as wealth write-ins that we'll get into. But first, let's catch up with the audience. Bartevius, you are the first write-in of 2025. Those who are listening, you can write in over on patreon.com/laststandmedia. He writes, good day, Dukes. I must return to issue Matty a stand down. I support you no matter what, Matty, but please know this. And I have to admit, Cog, is we're going to go down 3 write-ins in a row. I had some pauser moments on my own personal channel here. Now, to be fair, this was young Matty, but this one was current Matty.
Okay, gotcha.
Do we really need breaking down ball sack mechanics in games? I noticed in your video with the Act Man, you said something along the lines of Sniper Elite is a guilty pleasure of mine. I mean, how many games are there where you can play with a dude's balls and blow them up? Did I say it like that? I feel like I didn't realize this when I copied and pasted it, but I don't think I said it like that. And I can't say I disagree, but where's the professionalism? Here's to a good year of the show. I'm a sentry getting paid minimum wage to freeze my ass off outside of a castle until my scrotum gets blown off by a dude in a KOTOR shirt. Type of day.
Hey, yo. Now you said the throat coat was 2024. Now we ball playing. What were we doing? What was going on?
I got to give the audience credit. No throat coat write-ins. I was really looking for them to end. Like, dude, it was the holiday season. Someone was posting about it using the throat coat in the Defining Duke chat. I saw it in the Retro Revive server. Like, I saw it floating around. I was like, this has to pop up. Unfortunately, no write-ins of anyone bending the knee saying, hey, I did get sick over the holidays. Like, I thought it would totally happen, and I had to get the throat coat. So I'm just very upset about that, but it's going to happen. We're still in the winter season, so it's going to happen.
You're putting that in, speaking that into existence.
Yeah. Yes. I want everyone to feel okay with the throat coat. Now, this one, Cog, I'm curious if it made the rounds, because I just see too many people writing in about it and bringing it up in passing that I'm curious if you saw it. CJ writes, hey, Bo and Luke Duke, first time writing in. I thought I'd use this time to let Cog know that his co-host humped a cardboard cutout of the Flash in a video. Thanks, and have a, no, I'm not kidding, go and watch his worst Fallout Takes video kind of day. Now, before we get into that, Jamie does write in. I'm curious if you got anything going on for you, Cog, here. He says, hello, Code Red Dukes. I hope you all enjoyed a well-deserved time off. I recently saw Matty react to old videos of himself and couldn't help but wonder, has Cog had an unhinged phase in gaming, just like Matty did when he was younger? If so, I am inclined to believe we'll inevitably get the return of edgelord Matty and Cog when the next Starfield DLC gets released. It's time to bring some Attitude Era vibes to the LSM ring and show everyone what the Cog is cooking. This is a real quote, by the way. We used to start successful tutorials with go Sims in this bitch and bang your wife, a little Witcher 2 pornographic sex scene kind of day.
What's going on? What did I miss? What did I miss, man?
So all right. So I had a suggestion from a friend. Because we were like looking at old videos of mine, because it goes back to like when I was in high school, freshman year of high school, right? Yeah. So he was like, you should just try a video reacting to stuff. And at first I fought it because I was like, dude, I don't like reaction content because it's so painfully easy. And as someone who's tried it in the past, like it's so, I hate to use the term, but it kind of is like a little lazy because it's just You
just watch it and react.
You just watching, sitting there staring at a screen. I don't know. There's something not active enough about it for me. But he was like, dude, I'm telling you, the audience would love it. He was right. Everyone really seemed to enjoy it because I did a lot of crazy shit when I was younger because I didn't care. I wouldn't say I still care now, but I mean, I have a level of like, I'm not going to, for example, I used to do a series called Shit People Say About Fallout 4. It was like just like a write-in series. Like I'd take comments from the videos, I'd read them off, and it would be about Fallout 4. So one episode was called the Map Size Edition. And in this video, I'm sitting there talking about someone telling me like I was right about the map size for Fallout 4 or like how it should be handled. And I look at the camera and I'm like, you're right, I was right. And then literally it hard cuts to me just like hitting this fucking flash cutout for like 2 seconds. And then it cuts back and I'm like, I literally got on a chair. I was like, what the fuck am I doing? What was I doing? Now, the other quote here with go Sims in this bitch.
Yes.
I'll refrain from putting us through that second half again.
Mm-hmm.
Is I did a tutorial on Hearthfire, the DLC for Skyrim.
Yes, sir.
And it was called How to Adopt a Kid in Skyrim. And that's how I opened the video. I was like, I don't know why you can't go Sims, like bang your wife, have a kid. Like, why do you have to adopt? And yeah, I was just like very vulgar. So I had a lot of that just being aired out over the break, which was fun. But Jambi wants to know if Cog, did you have an unhinged phase? You don't have to quote anything, but did you have an unhinged phase where you're like, damn, I wish I could go back, capture that, look at that absurd thing I did?
Oh man, we got a bunch of those. You're ridiculous. I mean, I told you about the fighting the tournament days. I would say like the N64 wrestling game phase was really crazy. Like we would literally like one person would buy the WCW belt, and then like the winner of the matches of the tournaments would go home with that. But like it would cause problems. Like I had to, we would go crazy on each other. Like we would legit get mad at each other, whoever lost that weekend. Like, and I remember Sovereign winning the belt and being upset. And I remember with Sovereign, like his brothers, Kaibatsu was a savage. I remember us being young and me physically having to break up a fight and he coming from the top rope for real. So I was on his younger brother. Like it was on and popping. Like the families got involved. You know what I'm saying? So I was just, like we were creative. We were talking that shit. Like we were wild boys. And then that was during the Monday night era. Wrestling that's at its peak. And every week. And we were so crazy that I think it was No Mercy, one of them that offered the create a wrestler, right, offer option. We were so out of pocket with this create a wrestler thing. We would watch Raw and WCW every Monday. And if the wrestler didn't do that move, you couldn't put him in the move set as part of that creative character. So like, for example, like, if Kurt Angle, like, yo, bro, he didn't do a drop set. He didn't do a drop key. You got to take that out. You just try to pick that so you could cheese us because it's a fast move that we can't stop in the game. So we was that hardcore. Like, we were ridiculous. Like, it was, I remember there's levels of absurdity, arguments, and foolishness. And me specifically, oh yeah, I was ridiculous. I was absolutely ridiculous. Like I would really terrorize people, talk crazy. Like I was bad. I was bad. But I ain't gonna lie. Like y'all getting the nicer Cog. Like y'all getting the more control. See, that's why I don't do certain things anymore because I know how I get. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes I got to remove myself from certain situations competitively because it can get crazy, man. Those are fun times. It builds character.
Yeah, right. You learn a lot about yourself. I mean, there was some people in the comments who were like on those videos going, man, I miss that, Matty. I'm like, no, you don't. I was like, no, you don't. Like, why is he so chill now? I'm like, you don't miss that. You can see in those videos, like when I was younger, dude, I was like a very angry person. Like I was very angry. And I just like don't identify with that person anymore. Like it was so good to watch. I was like, dude, I was like cursing at nothing. I was like getting really heated over nothing. Like it was just whole different era. So you're right. Builds character, right? The ability to reflect.
To reflect.
Well, let's pick up where our break left off, shall we? Yes. Dong Schnutz likes big butts writes in. At least I'm not the only one out of pocket this episode. I'm writing with the hopes that the Dukes finally answered the most burning, lingering question left unanswered before the holiday break. Did Matty enjoy Keanu the Hedgehog in Sonic 3? How about Cognito? Also, Matty, don't let your foot off the gas on getting Cog through Shadow Gens. It's got that just one energy for Cog. I got a sneaking suspicion he's trying to sneak out of playing it. You dropped your Lord Cognito crown on the only way to pick it up is by finishing this modern Sonic game kind of day. Don't make the Sega fans say, I found you, faker. All right, Cog. Well, first and foremost, did you see Sonic 3 over the holiday break?
All right, I got a legit excuse. They did me dirty, bro. They did me dirty.
Okay.
So me and King got this new thing going on where we're like, yo, we don't hang as much as we used to. Families, life, we get it. So now we got this thing where it's like, once a month at least we got to do movies. Either I go by you, you know what I'm saying, by Vernon, or you come over me, Jersey, whatever, right? So last time I went over there, what did we saw? We saw the Gladiator joint.
Okay.
So I'm like, all right, cool. This is okay. You know, they let Denzel do too much.
I didn't see that yet, so
it was okay. It was one of them joints. Like, it wasn't terrible, but we were like, "Yo, did we really need this stuff?"
Yeah,
like,
that's what I heard because the original was so good. So
yeah, it was like, "Do we need this?" You know, same kind of thing. But it wasn't bad. It was entertaining. Just at the end, you could tell like they just let Denzel get crazy. We were just like, all right. He must have clearly had a hand in the budget here. So that was that. So then we were like, all right. So that was that week. So I said, next month you got to come by me to Jez. I said, Sonic, bet. So Sonic come around. I'm like, yeah, boy, I'm about to get the tickets, son. So my man goes, yeah, me and the kids already saw it.
Oh no.
So now I'm like, I really ain't got nobody to go with to see.
You can't go alone. I get that.
Yeah, that's whack to go to the theater alone. Going to the theater alone is one of the most depressing experiences because I remember doing it.
I love going to the theater by myself, but I think this is a creepy cog at the park moment. You going by yourself to Sonic 3, I will defend. I will defend. Yeah.
I
was gonna say, yeah, you showing up one for Sonic 3, please. Like, come on.
Bro, it's just, yeah. I remember one of the most embarrassing things I ever went is when I went to see a movie by myself. And the lady, she was like, it's just you. It's just you, baby.
Oh no.
I was like, damn,
she just had to ask, bro.
Bad. She made me. She was like, man, I would have went to see it with you if I had some time. I was like,
oh,
I was all right. She shot a shot for sure.
I was going to say, dude.
But you know, it wasn't my type, but at all. But it just made me feel mad and lonely. I was just like, yo, I don't like that feeling. I said, I'm not doing it because I didn't think nothing of it until she said it when I went to go purchase the ticket. But anyway, so long story short. So I'm like, all right, so now we both got to see, what is it, Nosferatu this week?
Oh, Nosferatu, yeah.
Yeah, because he's the horror guy, whatever. But I'm mad because I'm like, damn, I want to see Sonic. And, you know, to get him, and I don't like going into movies when your man already saw the movie.
Yeah.
You know, because he is willing to see it twice, but I got to talk to him about it. But yeah, I'm mad. So anyway, long story short, didn't get a chance to see it. I have to figure out how I'm going to see it. And then I'm figuring you saw it, so let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's
how was Nosferatu? I've heard really good things.
No, we're about to see it. That's the movie we're supposed to see this Saturday.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, because I wanted to see Sonic, but someone saw Sonic ahead of me.
Damn it, King. Well, I saw it. Dude, I'm about to sound like a movie snob. I'm so sorry in advance. It really was a moment of awakening. I didn't recognize it. So I watched like almost 40 movies last year. You know,
because you're doing
we were doing it weekly. Actually, it's gotta be more than that. I don't know. I somewhere around that number. My movie taste dramatically evolved, and my understanding of, I think, media dramatically evolved. So leaving Sonic 2 with the teaser at the end with Shadow, I distinctly remember being there because it was during the week of PAX East. All my friends got together, we saw it together, and like I was like freaking out in my chair when Shadow showed up. I was so excited. I really enjoyed Sonic 2, but when I sat down and watched Sonic 3, I was like, this is definitely the best Sonic movie, but it's still not great, is how I walked away from it. I know the question's about Keanu. We'll talk about that in a sec, but it was like an interesting moment of going, I guess my tastes have evolved a little bit. And that's not to say if you did enjoy this, you're wrong for it. Your tastes are not as evolved as mine. It's just to say that I guess I learned what I like in a movie because I hadn't seen many movies before that. So watching Sonic 3, I was like, you know, I felt the movie pulled its punches a lot, and it felt like a way worse Sonic Adventure 2. I think Sonic Adventure 2 is like the best Sonic story. It does have heart. And I feel like I could hand that to anybody and be like, look, this is actually a good story. And they play and be like, yeah, I get you. Like, because by the end, I mean, Sonic was supposed to end with Adventure 2. So that's why it has so much punch and so much conviction in some of the choices they make with the story and what happens to Shadow. It's like a really big deal. But with Shadow the Hedgehog here in Sonic 3, I just felt there was a lack of soul at times for the movie where it was trying to do too much in a short span of time. And so it had moments like, I'll just say there's a moon scene that is like the closest they get to like, oh, this is really what I imagined this movie having a lot more of. Gotcha. And I remember like Laylee walked out, she kind of enjoyed it, but she was like, oh, it's a kid's movie. And I'm like, yeah, but I know it's not like a fair comparison, but I do look at like my favorite movie probably from last year was Inside Out 2. Like I just love the messaging behind the movie, but it also had so much heart and soul and like intimate conversations. And it felt like it was a movie that, you know, you could show a kid and they would enjoy, but also like me as a young adult, I was like, this is incredible. And so I feel like that could have been the moment for Sonic 3 because that Shadow and Sonic relationship is so precious. Is so particular, right? Because it's about pretty much these two who walked a same path and went different directions. And the movie does call that pretty harshly on the nose, which it does oftentimes. But I think there was a way to make it for kids with some of its funny jokes. Like Jim Carrey's insane in this movie, as you'd expect, and it's really good. But at the same time, I think having those more heartfelt moments. So I walked away like kind of, I don't do number scores, but I'll do it for movies because it's not really like my living. But I like 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10 energy.
Wow,
like,
6,
it was kind of like, it was okay, right? Like I was like, it was okay. I didn't hate my time with it, but I think it could have been a lot better. I think even some of the action scenes just felt compromised. Like, I don't know. It's
really,
wow. Yeah. Like I didn't even have super high expectations for going in, as people know. I was kind of like down on like the Keanu casting and stuff.
Yes,
but
clearly. I know that.
yes, I will say though, in the bright spot, Keanu was pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa, no, you ain't just gonna say Keanu was pretty good. It just like the slide after the select. Like, first of all, salute to you for being the bigger man and give him props where props is due. But you are not gonna slide past that statement after months and weeks of trashing this man.
Well, so, I was justified because did you play the Shadow Generations DLC who had our Lord and Savior Keanu Reeves as the Shadow voice? I beg anyone who is there telling me, Matty, you're wrong. Shadow and Keanu is a match made in heaven. Play that DLC. I was terrified going to that fucking movie, dude. I think that's why I ended up liking it, because that DLC was awful. Awful. And I'm not trying to be extreme. Like, I seriously, even my diehard Sonic loving friends who are like way bigger fans than me were like, yeah, it wasn't great. So I encourage people to just listen to that voice performance. And there was like, it feels like it's ripped out of like the early 2000s era in the worst ways. Like, it's like listening to Tobey Maguire perform as Spider-Man in the Raimi Spider-Man video games, like that dry on-screen actor performance trying to do voiceover. But I'm like, Keanu, you've done games before, bro. You've done Cyberpunk and you're amazing in that. Like, what happened here? So going in the movie, I was like, this shit's gonna be terrible. Like when it comes to Keanu's performance. But it ended up, I was like, all right, like it was all right. It was good.
All right. That's good though. That's big from you. Yeah,
I still would have rathered Robert Pattinson, and maybe someone with a little more heart for the character would have elevated it. But yeah, it's just like at the end of the day, it is what it is. So yeah, I wasn't like big on Sonic 3. It was like, I wouldn't tell people don't go see it. It just, to me, I think it could have been a lot better.
I got to report to Arcade now. He going to talk to me.
No, he already knows. I put the. I did break my content creating rule for one.
I sent a couple of DMs here and there to a couple of people and stuff too.
But I did like a little like face video sitting on my couch. I was just like talking to the patrons on Retro Revive, and I was like, just 2-minute video, just posted the server. Like, here's what I'm thinking after the movie. I think it could have been, like I said, I think it could have been a lot better. So,
all right. Bro,
but I'm looking forward to your thoughts when you see it. If you do see it,
no, I'm definitely gonna see it.
Let us know. Yeah, let us know. Last write in here, and we'll get into the news since we've been gone. Astro Parent King, hello, brothers. A new year means new health as wealth goals. Do y'all have any health as wealth goals that could be achievable in the next 3 months? Instead of setting full year goals, how about we get smaller goals that could be more achievable? Personally, within the next 3 months, I would like to get my running average from 4.5 miles an hour to 5. On July 5th, Steve will want his dues kind of day.
I like this. Yeah, this is good. Shout out to Astro Parent. We got some stuff cooking. And we've been talking a lot of Mets going on right now. So yeah, we got to see what's up with that. Yeah, for me, the short-term goals is all diet stuff, to be honest. I'm really doing a better job of trying to remove processed food from my life.
What is going on with us?
We in lockstep.
I'll talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, like a lot of my issue. Again, this is the stomach journey, right? And the stomach, ever since the diverticulitis. And shout out to another person who gave me some great advice. Was the Rose Experience. I did his podcast before we went on break, and shout out to him and Steve Denton. Nice podcast. And Eric, I think Eric came from Forbes, jumps on their podcast as well. And he had diverticulitis, and he was like, "Oh, you still having problems here and there?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I get a little rumble here and there." And then sometimes even before I do a constellation or I do, Duke with you, a lot of times I'm like, "Yo, give me a little bit. I'm gonna make a shake, whatever." A lot of that, the stomach be like, "Yo," kind of thing. So the first thing is the obvious, which is water, right? Get up, try to get in the Matty bag, drink a whole bottle of Like I got the ridiculous Poland Spring, not the 16 to 20. It's like some old ridiculous. I bought this new size. So even when Attic came over, he visited me. He was like, "Damn, I never seen Poland Spring." I said, "Yeah, this is the joint I got to be on." But the other thing is, I was like, "Okay, so why am I still having problems?" I've eliminated red meat, right? For the most part, I'm like mostly chicken, fish, right? Trust me, I'll be craving a burger, bro. I'll be thirsty. Like, nope, you got to be smart. You know what they could do to you sometimes. Let's get like 2-3 weeks of clean eating before you try to sneak anything in, right? But what I was noticing is it's processed food. So much stuff is processed, and that be affecting me. And then, the brothers, we have an affinity for fried things, and that's another problem. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, okay, it's chicken, but you're doing fried chicken late at night. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's just like, again, so now I'm trying to really remove that. And the other thing is snacks. That my Achilles is snacks, bro. Oh my God, so bad with the snacks. So now another thing when you with diverticulitis is when you do have a flare up, you got to go bland and almost like nothing, like chicken broth soups or like puddings. And don't laugh, Jello.
Okay.
Your boy is Jello and pudding out. I mean, applesauced out right now. Like that, it's been working though. I said, you know what? I'm gonna buy a bunch of this stuff in the house, a little cinnamon, the sugar-free joint, and the Jello, and then from there, everything that's successful. And then the air fryer has been huge. Getting that grilled chicken. Shout out to my man Rand out there. He be hitting me with the recipes and the suggestions, the shrimp, the chicken shrimp, the rice. You know what I'm saying? And I've been getting better with the bag, and now the flare-ups are reducing. So short-term goals is definitely the diet. I'm working on it, man. So it's a work in progress, but we getting there.
Dude, yeah, like literally was going to be my same answer. I'm guilty as hell of, especially over this holiday break, the amount of takeout, bad, dude. Like, just no, Matty. Like, awful health as well. Awful. I had whatever the hell I wanted, which is nice. And sometimes I do allow myself that little go crazy stretch to kind of just get it off your chest. But there was no excuse. It was just pure like laziness, time optimization. And so this last week, I've been spending some time really warming up to the idea of like meal prepping again. It was something I was doing when we first moved in. It was going so well because for me, I know when my work starts, especially lunch, that's my toughest meal, like at least having that ready. But now it's like lunch and dinner are just so key to having those ready to go. And so I've really been studying up on, I always overcommit and try to do like the big recipes, and like, because I like cooking. I'm not amazing at it, but I like it. I love the act of it. But I'm trying to, again, with the level of acceptance I'm taking into this year, like, hey, dude, just start off with like chicken and veggies. Just make a bunch of chicken and vegetables, mix them together, put them in a couple of Pyrex dishes. There you go. You're good for the week. Like, I'm trying to optimize a little bit on that level. But yeah, dude, the processed foods is like a thing I became more cognizant of when I listened to a book called Ultra Processed Foods. And it just kind of got into like the making of it. And the one example that always stuck with me was like 3 different examples of ice cream, and some of like the store brand ice cream, like sitting in the sun, just didn't melt. And I'm just like, that's kind of like, and that's not just that example. There's plenty of others out there I could go through, but the sourcing of some ingredients, and it's, I've kind of come to that level of acceptance where it's like, I'm not always going to get it perfectly, but if I can do way better. I can do way better. And I notice, like, to me, my warning sign is when I get my swaying. Oh, it's back in full force right now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But it's diet related, bro. It's diet and stress. And I was like, I know I'm not stressed. I'm just cooling it most of this time, right? A little staycation, I'm good. I'm getting decent rest, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just like, it's 100% my diet because, bro, I eat like complete crap. Complete crap. So yeah, it's been a lot of studying of salads I can put together, just sheet pan recipes I can do, and just substituting any ingredients that I'm feeling iffy about with more healthy ones. And so that's kind of where my head is at right now, is just trying to, these first couple of months, getting the health as wealth in order. I'm trying to take it step by step. I really want to get back to lifting weights again. I want to invest in sort of like at-home gym equipment. I know that would be pretty good for me because I wasn't a fan of when I was going to Planet Fitness, because I was the only one nearby me. So I want to kind of invest in some at-home stuff. But I think step one is just getting the diet right, because I feel like that's 70% of your battle is like just, you lift and like I can keep that consistency, but I think you see the most effects when you're eating right. So I want to make sure I'm getting that going. It's not I can't do them all at the same time, but I think I'm guilty of like, do it all at once, like this massive tidal wave. And so I'm just trying to think about it step by step. Like, okay, you're getting the mindset right. Now you're starting to just get some recipes together. Then you'll start to cook. You'll make that a habit. Like I'm just trying to build the habits from like bit by bit, basically.
Yeah.
Just
that's the
little
way to
bit by
do it,
little
man.
bit.
Yep, one step at a time.
Right on. So thank you, Asher Paraking, for your writing. Thank you, everyone, for your write-ins. We have many more throughout the show. But Cog, it's time to talk video games. Let's start off with a fun one here. Dispelling the Black Myth Wukong myth? Well, this is the moment you all have been waiting for. We're going to read this article here from Insider Gaming, where it says, Game Science's CEO and founder has confirmed that the Xbox port for Black Myth Wukong didn't arrive due to optimization issues on the Series S. Spotted on Reddit Gaming Leaks and Rumors, Yokar Fengji, CEO and founder of Game Science, recently took to the Chinese social media app Weibo to express his views on the Steam Awards 2024, stating that he felt a little emotional after winning 3 awards. He also elaborated on the Series S optimization issues, which led to Black Myth Wukong not releasing for Xbox. Feng Ji stated that the only thing missing for Black Myth Wukong in 2024 is the Xbox port. The reason is that, quote, 10 gigabytes of shared memory, end quote, which is really impossible to get on the Series S without several years of optimization experience. Black Myth Wukong's delay on Xbox due to memory issues in the Series S is not surprising, as reports about this emerging earlier this year, but also a Microsoft representative refuted the claims, stating that the game was delayed, quote, due to Xbox platform limitations, end quote. However, the CEO has officially confirmed that the Series S optimization issues are why the game didn't make it on the platform. This has been a point of contention with our audience, Cog, so we have a writing here from Brian Bennison. Hello, Dukes. What are your thoughts on the CEO of Game Science confirming the reason Black Myth has not been released on Xbox is due to Series S and not an exclusivity deal with PlayStation? Is the Series S now a serious issue with Xbox moving forward, or is this something that Microsoft can maneuver around in order to be more developer friendly? So this is really interesting. I'll first bend my knee, at least I personally will, in that I will always listen to the dev first. I don't know if they have really a reason to lie about this, so I will bend the knee and say, hey, I will not buy into the conspiracy theory. This is the truth, and so I was wrong. What I will say is strange to me is that if this is 100% the truth, which I'm believing, then why would Xbox mention deals with other platform holders? And it's like, if they lied about it, it's just a very particular lie to have versus, I don't know, like a Baldur's Gate 3, which had a similar example. Like, they've had no problem in the past being open with this being a problem. So now the extra layer to me is not believing this. It's just, if Xbox didn't tell the truth, why? When this has been a publicly known thing, did you not want the egg on the face again for the Series S? Did you think it was going to cause some sort of damage optically to the console again? Was it going to fuel a narrative? Like, if they didn't tell the truth, which again, if I'm believing the developers and it seems like Xbox didn't, then why did you say one thing and the developer saying another? Because again, now I look at it this way. Okay, we take a critical view with the developer saying, why would, after all this time talking about the Xbox port and things where they kind of deflected it for a while, why didn't they just come out and immediately say there was an optimization issue? Like, why was that tucked away until the new year? So again, I'm looking at it with a critical eye, but I will bend my knee at least and say, okay, I'll always believe the developer before a platform holder. That's how I'll go about it. But I'd still is a bit of a perplexing situation to me and how it was handled on now both sides. I'm like, okay, if this was it, it's a pretty easy explanation on why you would pull it from Xbox fans. Like, yeah, sorry, we can't get this out. But when Series S parity is no longer a thing and you could have just released on Series X, then I don't know if it was like a economic need there. I don't know. Again, I think it's fair to say I will bend the knee, but that I still have some questions.
Yeah. No, I hear where you're coming from. I think I'm in a situation, I had this conversation with multiple people, that two things, you know, someone tell you a story and you be like, yo, what happened? Right? Your Matty be like, yo, this is what happened. And Cog be like, yo, this is what happened. You can have a situation where you ask the same two people what happened in one situation and both things be actually true. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what we have here. Again, I'm with you. I'm always going to be pro developer, right? If the developer says, yo, this is what it is, right? All right, that's what it is. I do believe them when they say, yo, we've got issues with the optimization. right? We are struggling. They're a game science, they're a new developer. And then let's be clear, this game on PlayStation, right? And I shout out to Attic who showed me the test. I forgot which mode it is. It's I don't know if it's the performance or the mode, fidelity mode. One of those modes, the input latency is so bad that it's almost unplayable. They had to patch. It took a long time for them to patch it, right? So that, and again, this was on PlayStation. You know what I'm saying? They're not on the Series S and stuff like that. So here's the thing: we do know that, like we always said, developer talent, resources, time. That's all going to determine how you're able to perform on the S. But we also have heard that it can be done. We have numerous examples of Series S games running at 60 frames per second when the developer has time or the mode being added. But here's the thing, like you said. When this game was first announced, right, we always saw it, Matty. It was like, yo, every time you saw it, end of the trailer, Series X, PlayStation, right? Series console. So you're like, all right, you knew it was coming. Because I was worried at the first beginning. I was like, oh, what if PlayStation got that joint? You know what I'm saying? Because that looked like a PlayStation style game that would take a lot of the zeitgeist. So anyway, as it goes over, and I'll never forget this. It was me, King, and who else was at? We were at Summer Game. We was at the Keighley's, the Summer Games Fest award show. I mean, not award show, but the the showcase that he does every year. Yeah. So we're sitting there, and then Wukong comes up with new latest version of Wukong. Probably gonna get a release date. All right, cool. And that trailer was the first time I ever saw at the end of the trailer only one platform. Excuse me, two, PlayStation and then PC. So we were like, everybody, all this was like, well, where's the Xbox version? Why is that not there? Now, again, I've never seen it. Again, not saying that there's no examples of this never happened. I've never seen a game marketed at the end of the game, at the end of the trailer with all the platforms, and then when this latest one, -1, and no footnote, no asterisk as to when it's coming later. So again, we got to go through the sourcing. IGN, Paul Tassi, Jez Corden, Xbox themselves, right? Then Phil Spencer says, I know when the date of Phil or Wukong is coming to the platform, right? So the only thing that I question is when the developer says, this may take years from, I think this gentleman said, it may take years
of optimization experience. Right. Yeah.
And here's the last point. And this is to me the most critical one. What you said about Baldur's Gate. The critical one is this. Never did Feng Ji, his statement was, let's read his statement. He goes, it will take us, what is it? Okay. Game director Feng Ji says on Weibo that the Series S 10 gigabytes RAM allocation remains the major hurdle, which would take years of us to work and optimization experience to actualize, which I believe, right? He's a smaller studio. They're new in development games. Okay, fine. Never did he say, we have not taken a deal. That's the thing. And here's the last point. That's why I'm personally not bending the knee yet. Here's the last point. The reason why I know this is critical is because I have pulled up an old tweet from Sven Vicky. This is the Larian CEO, August 24th, 2023. Super happy to confirm that after meeting with Phil Spencer yesterday, we found a solution that allows us to bring Baldur's Gate 3 to Xbox players this year. Still something we've been working on for quite some time. Now, this is Cromwell, and this is the guy who's a director, I believe, who works also at Larian as well. He quote tweets Sven. Thrilled with this news. It's been a long time coming, but what's important is that Baldur's Gate 3 will be coming to Xbox players because it isn't exclusive. Remember, he was getting attacked when they didn't announce when the Xbox version was coming. Yo, you guys signed a deal, bro. That's what the fanboys were saying. They were like, you signed a deal. That's why he literally came out. So again, Comms' job is to shut down fake rumors from Game Science or any of those developers in that team. They can shut it down. Sony, easily, there is no deal. That's all and we have precedent that companies have done it when they are accused of something. And again, I'm not saying that this is bro, it could have been just a simple, hey, we'll help with development, get it out. It could be simple. It could be not in a traditional marketing sense. But I am actually more firm in my belief that until they come out, I will say this, until they come out and say it, I'll bend the knee. Yo, buddy, I'm right with you. There's no deal once they say it. But we have precedent that companies do that, developers do it. They have yet to say it. So that's all I can say.
I respect it. It. It seems well reasoned. Yeah. For me, it's just like, I can't have the energy to debate this any longer. I'm just like, I believe the developer. That's it.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right. Well, next up here, Cog, we have sales estimates for the Series X and S, thanks to VG charts, and they are bleak in my opinion. The Series X and S have sold around 767,118 units compared to the 4+ million of the PS5 and the 1.7 million of the Nintendo Switch recently. The console's combo's lifetime sales are estimated to be sitting around 31.2 million units after its 4th year on the market. Interestingly, compared to the Xbox One, Microsoft was selling 2.3 million consoles 4 years into its life cycle, selling approximately 58 million units by the end of 2020. So what you're looking at here is over double of the Xbox One units were being sold 4 years into its life cycle. And we all know how doom and gloom the Xbox One was. Mr. Mystery has the right in Dookie Wookies. I very much agree with your prior observations that Xbox appears to be exiting the home console business. While I think this is ultimately for the best, have you considered where exactly it began to go wrong for the brand? What, if anything, could have corrected the trajectory of Xbox, i.e. exclusives, pricing, marketing, business strategies, etc.? This question is often debated for Sega and Dreamcast, but I don't hear much conjecture for Xbox's slow but steady decline. Thanks for your fun and engaging podcast. Thank you, Mr. Mystery, for writing in. So, to just put it bluntly, man, I saw these numbers. I was like, that's fucking awful. We knew just year over year, we were seeing like 33%, 40%. Like, we knew it was on the decline. But for the Switch to be in the last year of its life cycle, to have sold as many units as it has, for the Switch 2 to be leaking as frequently as it has, and to be over doubled by it in the holiday period is an abomination, dude, especially when you had games. You had games. You had everything from Flight Simulator to Call of Duty, which I know is an exclusive, but it's a big thing you could have marketed around, rallied around with Game Pass, to Indiana Jones, which was at the very least a temporary exclusive. It's interesting because we rounded out the year talking about how Bloomberg had identified that Xbox feels that they're okay with their current moves because they're not seeing an immediate impact on sales. But I look at this and I'm like, how do they feel okay with their current strategy with how dramatically their console hardware has dropped off? I know 31.2 million is pretty good. PlayStation has doubled that, but 31.2 million is still a great user base. But with how Xbox is moving, as we've talked about extensively, with how they are moving, I don't know how they don't have alarm bells ringing, especially as we'll talk about now with Valve moving into gaming OS and how they can take over the PC space, at least on the gaming front and handhelds with ease. I don't know how Xbox doesn't have alarm bells ringing of like, we can't walk away from this base because it may be all they actually have. Like it's 30 million, but it's 30 plus million loyal ass people, to be buying an Xbox in the face of what happened in 2024. So I looked at it, I was like, these are some sad fucking numbers to be getting beat out by the Xbox One. Come on. I saw that. I was like, wow. So what do you make, Cog, of these numbers here, the hardware, and to Mr. Mystery's question about where exactly they went wrong? I feel like there's a long list we could start with, but I want to get your thoughts.
No, that's a good point. I mean, we've looked at the hardware numbers for some time now, right? And I think for me, I always said I always wanted to see what Game Pass does as far as when Call of Duty enters the service. I want to see what hardware does as far as when Call of Duty enters the service, right? And now we know. It did not move, hardware in any meaningful capacity. I think we had a Circana report that it said it didn't affect sales negatively, but it also drove, obviously, PlayStation sales up more in terms of where people are buying. As far as hardware, we know it didn't affect them in that way. So this is how I look at it. To me, it's one of those things that, again, if we're looking at it from the exclusive lens of console sales, this is the most horrible, worst case scenario you've ever seen kind of scenario, right? You're like, oh my God, what is going to happen? This is horrendous. Again, if you're looking at it only through the lens of hardware is the only means to an end. The thing for them is that's not the means to an end for them. When they have this is an Xbox, we're everywhere approach, every sale that they sell on PlayStation, Nintendo, or wherever, every screen, Xbox, PC, TV, and all these initiatives they got doing, that's where they look at it. So to me, it's always about the revenue. And the way I look at it, it's like an example of like, okay, you had we all got lemonade stands. You ain't selling no lemonades no more. Like that's it. No one's buying your joint like that. So at the end of the day, what they're going to do? Okay, you could still have one, you know what I'm saying? But you're going to have to figure out how to get this lemonade to people other ways. And that's what they're doing. So to Mr. Mystery's question, where it comes down to, okay, where did it go wrong? I have some theories, like as far as why the traditional lemonade business ain't working for them no more. My theory is I always felt that we spoke about it like one of the Duke Ultimate X-esque episodes we've done, is that during that period of acquisition with ABK, they were, before that, they were trending up. Hardware sales were on par. We were getting quotes on Game Pass subscriptions and growth. At that point, everything kept trending up. Hey, now we got 15 million. Now we got 20 million. We were always getting those numbers. In my opinion, that deal took too long, and they never anticipated the FTC, Sony, CMA all fighting them as hard as they did, which then now puts them on multiple trajectory paths. So when you have that, this is money now that you thought you were going to be ready to go. So you got that aspect. And then the other aspect of, we got to be real too. We talked about it on, Duke, in terms of the gaps of when they didn't have games during the series console era. Oh, remember, hot year? I mean, launch year, no Halo. Good year the next year. Terrible year, no, just only thing but Pentiment and what you call it, Grounded, and no Starfield, no Redfall. So it's always this. So you're not driving people towards the hardware, right? You got that going on, and you're in the midst of this crazy litigation, the biggest deal we've seen in the history of gaming. So that's my personal opinion. And then also, I think that we just got to be real in terms of, we always talked about like brand power and brand recognition and stuff like that. They're just not that. I use that analogy like we talked last time, like your music like that, bro. Like that, your brand is just taking so much. You're the Mets of this, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you're the Will Pawn Mets. Like, no matter what you do, you tend to do something stupid. You tend to jump on a rake. You tend to, it always, and they just became to the point where people just get apathy to the brand. But I will say I can tell you the point when it really happened, and you and I both know it, business update. Yeah. When that business update happened, people were like, whoa, you doing what? Mm-hmm. You putting games where? Why do I need to have you then? Mm-hmm. That, and I'm just going to keep it a buck. Me and you as content creators know, right? You monitor your channels, you monitor your algorithm, and there are a lot of people who have maybe pro Xbox channels or Xbox centric channels. Mm-hmm. Look at their analytics from that moment to when, and I'm speaking truth to power right now. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. After that, and look at their viewership if they continue to only do that kind of content. Yeah. People had apathy to bed. They were like, yo, do they even care? Are they going to make us? They created so much panic in their core base. And then remember, these core users, Circana just came out with a data point. They call like super gamers. These gamers are what inform casuals to make choices, right? So now gamers are, yo, Xbox is out, bro. Even though they said 4, everybody's like, yo, all the games are coming. And could we really get mad at them for saying that? Because even me and you said like, it's more than just 4, bro. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So even though their strategy may prove long-term and they'll make more revenue and they'll be successful than just selling stuff at a lemonade stand, right? Mm-hmm. The way it was handled and the fear in the brand made people exit like wildfire, and it spreaded this thing. Yo, bro, you don't need an Xbox no more. So now you see that they kind of leaning into that with this new marketing kind of thing. So those are my predictions as to what I think happened. You know what I'm saying? And the last, obviously, we'll talk about the elephant in the room too, as far as when we get into Game Pass sales and how that affects gaming and stuff like that. We'll get into that. But I think it's a combination of all those things. And the sad part, like we've always said, that they've got the games now when this has happened, right? Yeah. So it's just like, So that's my overall kind of thing on it.
Yeah, I think it's a story of too little, too late. Unfortunately, I think people were willing to accept Xbox getting blown out of the water by the end of the PS4, Xbox One generation because there was a real, true, renewed hope and excitement. Phil Spencer leadership, Game Pass was an idea really coming into form, and they had just at the end of the Xbox One generation not backed off, but said we're buying all these teams. And that was exciting because we saw the vision, like they're going to go get exclusives. But I think the problem is that the time period in our heads for when those games would actually be delivered versus when we actually got them was dramatically off. Like when Xbox bought Ninja Theory, I did not think it would take 6 years to see an exclusive from them drop on their platform. I didn't think it would take that long. I thought I thought at first it would have been a launch game by the way they announced it with Hellblade 2. But not even cherry picking that one. I just think there are so many examples we can pluck out. Halo Infinite getting a year delay, like just it was a games issue and just everything came too late. And I think
good point.
To the customers, to be fair to the customer, I think people had way more patience with Xbox than any brand ever deserves. You know, I love Xbox, but I think people just had enough. And I think just like with the Mets, if you want to keep that correlation alive, I think they could win them back. It takes a lot of great business moves that excite your base. Oh, you signed Juan Soto? Like you went in on the free agent of potentially the next 5 years. That's huge.
They got to win, and that means the game's got to be good. You got to put a good product on. Not to interrupt you, I'm sorry, but Euro Fight, that builds the interest back. Mm-hmm. I'm with you. The key for them, they just need a year of bro, you drop nothing but good stuff, and it's quality. And there's not no scandals going on.
See, yeah, I agree with that mindset. But at the same time, I think of things like Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones is one of the best games last year. I love that game. It reviewed really well. So I think even user scores are great. I think there's a consensus. This is an amazing game. And it's Xbox exclusive, but it's not celebrated on that level. Because we also know it's not exclusive for long. But it doesn't feel like a win for that platform like it quite truly should. And so I wonder, even if they strung together a bunch of Indiana Jones successes of this is a unanimously celebrated game, even if they strung those together, what's it really going to take? Because I think you rip Redfall out of 2023, it's they had a great string. I think you look at 2021, they had an amazing string there of just release after release after release.
For sure 2021.
And that was, I think, they were Publisher of the Year then.
Yeah, they Metacritic Publisher of the Year.
There was a lot of faith in them. I just think I think their planning just isn't good. You buy Bethesda because that was kind of the stopgap for 2022, right? Hey, look, Redfall and Starfield need more time. Now you have a whole vacant 2022 because you tried to buy a solution to your problem. So I think it's planning. I think it's strategizing. And again, it's just a story of too little too late. I think it's funny, 2023 for, I think, a lot of core Xbox users like you and I were yeah, this is the year we've been waiting for. They really just got everything. New IP, Hi-Fi Rush at the start of the year, Starfield at the end of the year. This is what we're talking about. These are exclusives. They're big. They'll drive the platform home. And as I always go back to, the point that I think really changed everything for Xbox was that earnings report after Starfield, where their profits went up 1%. That was bad for a game to do as well as Starfield did. Top 10 selling game of the year, major Game Pass driver, and it barely influenced their revenue. They needed to move quickly. Activision Blizzard steps in months later, right? They announced that intent to acquire them. It became a story of survivability, and because they continue, it's weird. We talk about the Eye of Sauron, but it's really, or Satya, really, it's true. The more they invested in that gaming business, the more they brought us attention to it, where that pressure to do something bigger and better was more on there. I think with Bethesda, they would have been fine, but right when you called in Activision, you asked for one of the biggest tech mergers ever, in the terms of price tag. He was okay, well, we're going to get that back, right? And he saw that earnings report. He's that's not going to do it. And so I don't know what their solution is, because, I know selling games everywhere is their first step, but I think you still need to have faith in the platform. So I could spin my wheels on it all day, but I think a lot of people will point to the Xbox One as where it started. But I'm no, they were really given a second lease on life thanks to Phil and his leadership and the enthusiasm surrounding it and the love for games and Game Pass and sort of the buy-in on, they're going to hit hard with exclusives. And I just think the timing was just never working out for them. If you take all of the games that have come out during the Xbox generation in an ideal scenario and you kind of spread them out quarter by quarter over the last 4 years rather than some of them jammed at the end of the year. So if you really give them a healthy spread or a beginning and end of the year at the very least, I think you have a very different Xbox nowadays. I really think it can even be that simple at times. I also think launching without a game.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's just so many moments. But I think it's just about being too late to everything. It's like that they missed the zeitgeist. Like I think Halo Infinite could have even reviewed better if it just launched with the Xbox. Like that moment of like, oh, this is like Combat Evolved all over again. Like that was the vision.
Right.
So yeah, it frustrates me a little bit because I think, as I'll talk about in a little bit because we have a writing about it. I think the Xbox brand could be doing so much better if not for so many missteps along the way.
I do want to add on one point because he mentioned, Sega and the Dreamcast and stuff like that. And this is where I think it's different. And we have to be careful because I understand us as console guys and we look at it through that lens and we're like, yo, look at how terrible these sales are. I get that. But my question is, I guess I would throw it to you. It would be, okay, the console continues to plummet, doesn't do anything, whatever. They put out, let's say they continue to put out great games, let's say things stay at minimum of an Indiana Jones level quality, for the most part, the majority of part, right? So I guess my question to you is, how do we determine success is if they're making more revenue with this approach and putting the games everywhere than they ever did if they just did a console?
Yeah.
Like, how do you process that?
I think that's where just fanship plays a factor, right? Because there's no denying that they're making the right move. It's like they're making a ton of money. When I say right move, I guess business-wise I'm talking. I think for the fans, that's still up in the air, as we talked about in one of our holiday episodes. But I think in the terms of just if you're looking at raw revenue, driving profits, selling products, they're making the right move. I just think as an Xbox fan, it's frustrating because I think the dynamic of their business could be so much more exciting and interesting. But we are kind of, again, this is the books I've recently read having an influence on me right now. But reading it at sort of how a company like a Nintendo or even a PlayStation and Xbox in some ways like had to really rethink how they would enter the market. But now we're kind of entering that phase of just like new hardware that's slightly more powerful. And here's a couple of IP, but it's not like motion controls. Like even though the Kinect didn't work, like that kind of level of like interaction with your console, trying to rethink or trying to make the Xbox One this kind of like entertainment center beyond the gaming console that's got a home in every living room. Like that was the vision, right? You could tell clear as day. All these consoles were looking at that. Like the Wii adapted Netflix, I think was one of the first to bring in Netflix. So they were all looking at the same thing. But again, I think that's where like my fanship plays a factor, as I just feel like we could be looking at a different, exciting Xbox rather than one who's just looking at profits. And like,
even if the games are good.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not denying it's not about the games being good or bad. I think Xbox has been making great games for a while. Like I don't let a game like Redfall cloud my vision for what I think has been a pretty decent generation in terms of quality releases. Like they've had games that have excited me, especially 2025. They have a lot of great games coming up that I'm very excited about. I think this might be for me the most exciting year for Xbox with the slate they have coming from first party. So it's not to me games. It's just, I think the way they're operating their business, the communication, the consistency, how they spread things out. Like a lot of their problems, I think, are very apparent to their audiences, and the fact that they've taken so long to address them, the PC app for Xbox, which we'll talk about in a little bit as well. I think things like that, just leaving them to fester for far too long.
Okay, I see where you're going.
That is the problem to me.
Gotcha.
But Cog, unfortunately, we're going from one negative headline to the next here. Now, this is an interesting one. I'm surprised it gained traction, but I think it's because of the specific figure used in such a manner that it came across like this individual knows. Now, Chris Dring is a former reporter for GamesIndustry.biz, and he shined an interesting light on Xbox Game Pass during a Q&A where he said, quote, anecdotally, games that are in Xbox Game Pass can expect to lose around 80% of its expected premium sales on Xbox. That's the figure that gets thrown around. It's less if it's a big mainstream release, but generally look at how Hellblade 2 charted, or where Indiana Jones came, or even Starfield. Game Pass clearly hurts sales of those titles on Xbox, end quote. Dring then went on to say, quote, if it's a game on multiple platforms, it can be beneficial. That surge in players on Xbox or on one Xbox can have a strong impact on sales on PlayStation, for instance, end quote. Now, I actually want to combine two stories we have here, Cog, because the next one I had on our list, but I think it will play a factor because I think budget and sales go hand in hand. is this one we got here with Call of Duty's development budgets being revealed in a report by outlet GameFile. The respective budgets we learned about here is Call of Duty Black Ops 3 in 2015 cost $450 million to make. 2019's Call of Duty Modern Warfare cost $640 million. And Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, the 2020 entry, cost $700 million to make. Now, to give some context, GameFile adds that Sony's The Last of Us Part 2 cost roughly $220 million. And I even did the math for the budget my team needs for our game. And I think the percentage I came out to for I won't specify which one, was 0.21% of a Call of Duty budget. So there's just so many ways to scale Call of Duty budget to any game. And I'm like, it's fucking unbelievable. So with this in mind, this stat of like 80% of sales lost, we know Call of Duty's day one on Game Pass. We see these development budgets, games continue as we saw from 2015 to 2020. We see almost a double in budget for Call of Duty. And certainly warrants it with how much they sell. But what do you make of what's being said here about sales lost on Game Pass versus ballooning development budgets? Because I'll just say for me as like an indie dev, I look at Game Pass as sort of a potential boon of like, oh, could we cover our development costs? It's why I always kind of take the argument of like, granted, I guess I operate in a whole different world, but that I think the biggest problem with the industry is ballooning game budgets and game scope and scale. And it's why these things are taking so damn long, is because they're all so big, and that many of them could come out sooner if they did not scope them to be so large, where maybe those rates would come down for some of these games and the pressure for them to perform would be much lower. But that's operating in a world of like not high risk, high reward, quite like what we're seeing nowadays. So I'm curious to see your thought process with these two stories combined.
Yeah, this is great stuff, man. I love this type of information. As far as the 80% sales thing, it is interesting. Now, obviously, shout out to Christopher Dring. He said, obviously, it's anecdotal, from what he's saying that, that he thinks it's less when it's a big mainstream release. And he also thinks it's, probably beneficial when it's actually, the game is actually multi-platform. But I'm not too surprised, only from the standpoint of, the whole thought process behind Game Pass was to get into the subscription service. So you pick it up on the platform. The ideology is that if you're on this platform, you have Game Pass, and we want these Game Pass subscribers, so that can generate the revenue that we're looking for, so to speak. Now, the problem is we don't know what the subscriber count number is. We don't get updates. We don't know anything. So that's the problem, because I would love to know the data. So that's my thing. As far as the people saying, the whole, it affects it. I guess my set is with their new strategy, right? Which is, okay, boom, we're going to put this, on PlayStation. So we did get data with Indiana Jones that it actually, I actually thought it was going to do horrible. We got some circulated data that I don't know if we would put it in this episode.
We do have it here. I'll read it.
Okay, so let's link that one.
Yeah. I was going to say, let's just string it together.
String this all together.
Matt Piscatella shared that Indiana Jones and the Great Circle was the number 2 best-selling game for the week of December 14th in the U.S., trailing only Call of Duty Black Ops 6. And this would in turn exclude premium/early access buyers. So this was like the launch product sales.
Which is very good. And that surprised me. And considering the fact that it didn't include that, and it didn't remember, still not on PlayStation yet. This is just the Xbox and Steam.
That was a good sign. Yeah.
That's a good sign. So again, we got to be careful. Everything is anecdotal. I'm going by the Sakana stuff, respectfully to Christopher Dregg. But the other thing is this too, with the whole, people worried about, you lost 80%. We have to understand this. We're in the day and age. Look at the game Xbox most played. 3 of the top 5 to 6: Fortnite, Roblox, Marvel Rivals, all free to play.
Yeah.
So you want to talk about losing percent of they lost 100% of their sales. They gave their game away for free, right? Yeah. And here's the thing, we could really count 4, because Call of Duty, let's be real, even though Call of Duty is Call of Duty, Warzone is part of that package. Warzone is number 2, right? So again, we're in this era. It's this weird era where it's like free to play, them getting you in the door is what they care about. Let's monetize them. And you staying with us. You are forever again. I call these games the Sinister Six, like Spider-Man villains.
Yeah.
You don't move from these games. We gonna keep you Oh, you like it? We check out the new season of Fantastic Four. We're gonna get into that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
check out the new skin.
bro.
You know how much skins I bought this? When we get to the Marvel, what we playing?
Yeah.
I am literally a pay pick for this game. I was like, oh my God, I've never done this in so long. Yeah. I was like, I almost had to call up, I had to create a fake son again. Like, I was like, bro, it is bad. I was like, oh, I'm not. I was like, yo, you see that suit? I can't just be having them running around like that.
Well, they know what they're doing with some of these fucking skins, bro. Just saying that, bro. There's some that are wild.
It's wild. Oh, yeah. The cheeks is out. The buns is out. Oh, yeah. Things are out. Yeah. Right? They know what they do. All these games know what they're doing. So again, this is the era we're in. Forget 80% of games. If you can get that same amount of user base just to get in and pick up the game into your subscription service or buy it, but you lock them in and they buying all these microtransactions and they playing your game and them. See, they care about them MAUs and them DAUs, the monthly active users and them daily active users, and keeping the drain you guy. That's the new hustle right now. And it's just the only person I think that needs to worry is like what he mentioned with like Hellblade, the single player guy, that developer guy, the guy that makes that hashtag just one. Yeah. With that ballooning budget. Yeah. You ain't got no multiplayer and you ain't free to play. And that's the sad part about Hellblade, right? It's like,
and you're not very long where
you short, right? So now we not even living in your world. And that's like, that's who's going to have to adjust it. And I do feel for developer creativity because the sad part about it is everyone, like we learning with Sony, with PlayStation, with the live service, they're like, yo, we're still making live service. We're still doing it. Mm-hmm. We're not they want that. That's the sadness of the industry. And anyone who says, yo, bro, I don't like where the industry is going, I don't necessarily push back because I get it. Because now you're going to get the Clone Wars. Everybody... You know what I'm saying?
That's a good way of labeling it. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Everybody want that. They like, oh, you see what Marvel rivals look? Bro, what can we...
DC rivals.
DC, you know someone in the lab right now cooking up DC rivals. You know it is. I know Warner Brothers on the phone with somebody.
Yeah, who's the developer? Like a desperate fucking spot. They need a DC partners or whatever the hell they're going to call it.
See what NetEase is doing out here in these streets.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty much what it is. We're in this weird time, man. It's crazy.
Absolutely. Well said. Well, let's keep moving along here, Cog. We have Xbox Cloud Gaming headed to LG Smart TVs in 2025. They say, quote, today we're excited to announce our collaboration with LG Electronics to bring the Xbox app to their new LG Smart TVs later this year. This means Game Pass Ultimate members will be able to play their games directly from the Xbox app on supported LG Smart TVs via Xbox Cloud Gaming, and this gives players even more choice in how they enjoy their favorite games, end quote. So the smart TV movement continues on. Cog, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, just again, part of that whole initiative when it comes to revenue. We'll have a console here, but the more we get you to play it and just get in somewhere, this is part of it. TV, smart TVs, and in markets where they can't get the console in and in cloud streaming is actually a viable medium. This is what I see them doing. So again, this is all part of that bigger pie picture that they try to go for.
All right. Well, next up, Cog, we have some news from the desk of Hideo Kojima, who says the following in a New Year's update, quote, thank you for all of your support in 2024. It was a year of many things, Death Stranding 2 development, the release of our second trailer, ADR for the actors, music production and recording, Japanese voice recording. In the summer, we even started to play and build up the game. We're also able to hold a TGS stage event for the first time in 5 years. Now, for OD, we developed the game and had actor and environment scanning. In the second half of the year, scanning and filming were suspended due to the SAG strike. Casting was also suspended for Visant due to the strike. We hope to resume next year, end quote. So a bit of a setback for OD, which I think is worth noting because this is one of the more quietly anticipated games for Xbox. I think, Death Stranding 2 is going to come first, but this is one that a lot of us are wondering about. Like, what is this Kojima cloud gaming kind of hybrid? We saw he was meeting with Ella Purnell. I'm just like, he's definitely going to be bringing her into this, no doubt about it. Like, you just know this dude's game. So I'm just wondering what's going on here, what he's building, what he's crafting. But it seems it's going to be some time before we learn more about that. Any thoughts on OD? And seems like a slight delay.
Yeah, it made me remind me about the damn strike. And I was like, damn it. Yeah. That makes sense. And how that's going to be. And I'm curious about, obviously, what they had our man from, what's it, Key and Peele? That was the main director guy.
Yes.
Kind of thing. All I care about is, like I've always said, I'm not not gonna say I'm not a Kojima fan, but I'm not as crazy as everyone else is about him, certain things. But his eccentricity in terms, and also he's very good at predicting kind of like storylines of the future, how things are gonna go. But also, he's very good with that. I got to give him that. And, and in conjunction with utilizing new tech. And Death Stranding, to me, he planted a lot of seeds for things. So in that respect, I want to see what he does with cloud. For some reason, my gut tells me he's going to figure out a very cool way to utilize cloud that it's not really been utilized before. He's been super interested in his tech since the Stadia days. You know what I mean? He had to deal with Stadia. That fell through because Stadia did whatever foolishness they were doing. And Xbox said, oh, really? You into that? Okay, here's the bag. Do what you must with Azure. That's it. Like, so I want to know what he does. But look like we just got to wait a little longer. But the cool thing with Xbox, the next 2 to 3 years, they're kind of stacked. So this will just hopefully, maybe it's a 2026, 2027 joint. We'll see.
I will say I'm very excited for OD after playing some more Death Stranding, just because it really, I really do appreciate how he thinks about games. Like, I don't love every game he makes, but I appreciate his willingness to do the unconventional. I think, again, he does get free passes with certain things like the Monster Energy. I'm like, come on, guys. Like, can we play a fair ball game here?
Yeah, bro, but, that was crazy. Yeah. The product placement was wild.
Yeah, like people are ripping Naughty Dog for like Intergalactic having like a Porsche logo on the background. And I'm like, you guys are all eating up Monster Can promotions in a fucking open world post-apocalyptic game. Come on now.
And game guys, the Game Award guys in your game.
Yeah.
What you call it in the game. What's your man from, was it Famitsu? One of the Famitsu guys was in the game. I'm like,
really?
Yeah, bro. He had a reviewer in the. So again, I love him, but I'm glad you said that. Guy's great. But he gets some passes sometimes too, right? Crazy passes. Yeah. If other game developers do it, you don't hear, oh my God, Kojima's so brilliant. He's so great. Yeah.
It's like questionable passes. But I respect, even if I don't like every game he does, I respect how he thinks about things.
Yes, absolutely.
And I really am curious about him and cloud tech and sort of what that combination looks like. Because I think if anyone, we've said it a million times, but if anyone's going to make you rethink like what that combo is like, I think it's going to be him.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, here's an interesting one, Cog. Xbox projected something really fun here, according to the showrunners for Secret Level. The creative director this is a quote, by the way, the creative director at id Software is a good friend of ours, and so are the folks at Microsoft. So we made a big plea because one of the things both Tim and I would have loved to do is do something that currently isn't available in the games, like crossovers. We wanted to make a Master Chief Doomslayer crossover episode, and I spent a whole weekend crafting this impassioned letter of my childhood, and it's exactly what Tim said. They were like, nah. Tabman2 the Rescue writes in, howdy my oo-woo dookie wookies. It looks like Microsoft might have turned down a Secret Level episode featuring Halo and Doom. I'm sure they had their reasons, but what are your guesses as to what might have gone into this decision? I jokingly like to think that they had the foresight of knowing the amount of ridicule they'd be hit with when Secret Level is a better Halo show than the Halo show. What are our thoughts on this? I feel like this was such an easy yes, but I mean, am I like foolish for thinking that?
I'm with you, bro. Look, corporate cog probably knows the reason, right? But it's just like, and the reason, let's answer the question. So, it probably is one, either A, you're asking, they gave them Outer Worlds, which is whatever, right? Mm-hmm. But you're asking for 2 IPs in one, right? As opposed to just one of them. Also, we know they created Halo Studios. So they definitely clearly think Master Chief is sacred, even though they didn't let the directors follow the source material, but it's neither here nor there. Mm-hmm. And then Doom, right? I don't know how Bethesda feels. I don't know how id feels about that. So it could be a situation like, bro, you coming to us asking for 2 properties, bro? Like, I don't know. That could be one. And then like, hey, we made, we didn't even do anything with that. But my thing is, it's like, it's that Mets energy. It's like, why everybody else is in on the fun? Everyone else allowed their joint. But here it just feels that way. It feels like it's always you, fam. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what? Like, this just is fun. The guy wrote a heartfelt letter. I get it. 20 minutes. Now, I heard some people say they didn't like the PlayStation one. They felt like it was like very ad placement-y or whatever.
Sure.
But some of these episodes are dope. I mean, Space Marines, I'm hearing is fire. I've not watched Secret Level yet, for full transparent. But people are telling me some of these episodes are really cool. Pac-Man is dark. People are telling me
that's what gave birth to that game that we saw, the Pac-Man Metroidvania style game. Yeah, that was.
Now I gotta watch it because I liked what I saw from that. I was like, oh, that's a cool spin on a classic game from my era that you wouldn't think have any type of tonality, dark tonality to it. So I'm like, all right, cool. But it just feels like, man, it's always you. And then the reason why I do push back at them because it's like, bro, like, how cool, like we've always said when they acquired Bethesda, at least I've always said, like, think about all the dream matchups now you got with all the IP. And if you decided to make a Smash game, look at all the IPs you could do, right? Everybody was talking about, Doomslayer the Chief, bro. Like, that would be crazy. And it's like, nah. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what you mean now? You need eyes on you. Like, we saw what Fallout did. I think they would like to get a boost, like the way Fallout 76 just got a boost. I think Halo Infinite would like a boost.
Yeah,
I just me guessing, randomly. They might like that if again they landed. So I'm hoping that this spurs a mentality change to get a part more of pop culture. It's just. They've made strides, but I'm just like, I'm just tired of hearing stuff like this all the time from them.
It's a weird no when you think about it, right? Like, it's the same thing as like Insomniac in a Spider-Man game being under Xbox. Like, I'm glad it didn't happen that way, but it's like same thing with Genshin. I'm like, why are you like? This is a trend that you guys are always late on the things that are exciting, and then you're like, oh, you do like that? All right, Secret Level Season 2 will be all over. Watch.
You nailed it. They always got to get slapped or someone has to yell at them or the developer has to yell at them. Then there's social media uprising. All right, guys, next season we're on it. But it's like, be on it from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? Get the force. And they have, in fairness, they have improved with a lot of this stuff. But I don't want to see this a lot at all, to be honest. I want them to be part of pop culture so that their name gets mentioned with the rest at the table. That's all.
I agree. Agreed. Well, we talked a little bit about Indiana Jones and its sales, but Jez Corden shared something interesting on the Xbox 2 podcast. Quote, a Disney insider suggested that there was going to be more Indiana Jones. And I will say on my end, I've also heard Disney picked up the phone and wants more Indiana Jones. And quote. What an exciting bit of news that is, Cog. I think the obvious thing is to kind of pick up like leading into Last Crusade or after Last Crusade. I don't know. I think there's a lot of great spots for them to sort of do a game here. So I'm very excited. I hope they do more indie. I really feel like there's a lot of I feel like they maximized all of the potential there, but I talked a bit about like AI level design. Like there's things they could have done to maybe make the gameplay more free form, like how you explore the environment, like making that a little less contextual, where I'm like, yes, give me this again, dude. Like that you could feel the love and the heart in this game. So I am all over this. I hope they do another indie game. What are our thoughts on more indie in our future?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought this up. I didn't realize they Disney picked up the phone. It's kind of how I feel. Like me and King have a big argument on this. And he's like, Machine Games needs to do what they want to do. And that's fair. If they don't want to do it, that's fine. But if Disney picks up the phone, you answer. And to me, we've seen the love and care with this game. Yeah. This game feels like a pillar franchise kind of game. Yeah. So look, man, you've got the keys. This is, it reminds me of like when, Disney, Marvel liked what Insomniac was doing, right? It's just like, bro, if you're getting the blessing, because we have to admit, I shout out to Jaffe. I was watching one of his videos about like why he loves it. He's an indie guy. He's like a hardcore. I'm not a hardcore indie guy. Like, so I can't, I'm only looking at perspective. So the indie community, the people that watch these movies that love this character, they are like, bro, this is better than outside of Raiders. This is like the number 2 movie. This game is better than some of the classic movies. They are putting it up there in like the number 2, no lower than 3 ranking. So that would be like, in your case, you're a Star Wars guy. It's like, yo, bro, this is right up there with Empire Strike. Like, bro, that's iconic stuff. So it's just like, yeah, you kind of got to, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell King. I was like, if they call and they want to do it, yeah, let's do it, man. I would love that. Like you said, from a gameplay standpoint, tighten up the AI. Maybe you want to explore some other things that you haven't explored in the first one. But we know from storytelling and immersion, and that first person was the right call. You got a unique experience. Sky's the limit. Hey, you want to do it? I'm ready. I'm ready to get back on that one.
It could be a good sign of sort of early sales figures and projections without PlayStation involved. So there's something there.
Yeah. And you're still going to get the PlayStation money on top on the back end.
Yeah. Well, Cog, we talked a bit about Marvel Rivals. We have season 1 here, which has been revealed. And by the time this episode out, it'll be getting set to get played. It's going to be split into 2 halves, with the first adding the Fantastic Four, starting with Mr. Fantastic and Invisible Woman. And there will be 3 new maps in the Sanctum Sanctorum, Midtown, and Central Park. There's going to be a new Doom match game mode that I'm going to use their words to describe, because at least when I read it over, I didn't really quite follow. It says, in this mode, 8 to 12 players will battle on a single map, each belonging to a different faction, with all factions being hostile to each other. Players earn points by knocking enemies out, and at the end of the match, the top 50% of players by default will be considered the winning side, end quote. So I don't know. I kind of think of like domination in Call of Duty a little bit. I don't know. I don't know if it's like kind of King of the Hill style, but it's interesting. Sounds different. There's a new battle pass priced at 990 lattice, and it's going to feature 10 costumes. So it's going to be much more than what you got with season 0. They're buffing Captain America, Venom, Wolverine, and Storm, and they are nerfing Hela and Hawkeye, thank God. So what are we thinking about season 1, bro?
Super impressive. 4 characters, bro. Over 4. It's going to be split in halves, and obviously on Friday, they will give us the first 2. They're not going to give us all 4 Fantastic Four at once, but bro, I saw that Mr. Fantastic, that Invisible Woman trailer. Like, she looks like an amazing strategist, healer's perspective. She could go invisible, look like a super. She can make the team go invisible for a second. She's got all type. Mr. Fantastic, like, wow, funny. Like he's pulling people's patching them.
He's literally like Luffy, bro. It's awesome.
Yeah, yo, facts. So this is amazing. And then what I like is when we get into what we play and stuff like that, I just feel, reasonable in terms of, pricing and things of that nature. To come, this is the problem that people are going to have competing against this game. You have a built-in knowledge base of beloved characters that you can plug in at any time, right? In conjunction with whatever's going on in your movie and your whatever business. And for me, this hits the, like, Fantastic Four is literally the gateway to my character, which is Silver Surfer. So I'm feeling so good that maybe in a year, like, I'm going to get my mate. Like, I'm in a good place. So this is great. And we'll talk about one thing that I really impressed with the battle pass and the pricing and stuff like that. And one thing about this game is you just play. You can earn a lot of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? If you choose to, kind of thing. So I love it, man. I think they got this stranglehold of the game. There has been no let up on the the player base. They're cooking. And shout out to them. Feedback addressing. I am seeing quick. People thought there was hustles with the frame rate on lower performance things and trying to do things there. They're getting ahead of that.
Mouse accelerations on.
Yes. All these things. So it's my Naraka Blade point. I told people, because it's just that people didn't know about it. And over there, it's big. In China. So here with this,
flannel, bro.
There you go. It's good to see my flannel rocking right now. People getting to understand what's going on. But yeah, this is an amazing. And then new modes and new maps already.
Yeah, I'm very impressed. I'm almost like shocked. I feel like they have to smell the blood in the water a bit, not to make it this combative experience, but the direct competitor is Overwatch, and everyone has been sizing these two up constantly on like everything Marvel Rivals is doing well. And it took us like years to get a new Overwatch character, and they're like, here's 4 in season 1. And we're gonna give you 2 at once a month after the game came out. I'm like, dude, that's insane. Now, what I think we're gonna see here,
what you think?
Is you're gonna see a lot more heroes, but I think if I were to identify a potential issue that surfaces with this game, it's that there's gonna be a little bit of overlap. Like, for example, I play a lot of Groot. He's my main. Groot and Reed Richards kind of got a similar, like, 1, 2, like throwing those arms out. His abilities are different. But like, I think a bit about the same with Invisible Woman's ult. Like it's that every healer has that like big radius ult that heals everyone in the circle. And granted, hers puts up like a shield, blocks enemy fire. Like that's good. That's like the little caveat, but it starts off in the same spot.
Yeah,
almost every healer's ult does. So it does change the dynamic because now it's like no one, people have to come in to get you, which I think can set up interesting moments. But I think that is the thing that's going to happen as we get more champs. It's going to be like this ult is a lot like this, like Mantis's ult and Luna Snow's ult remind me a little bit of the same, you know, in their functionality. Or I mean, you could even argue, especially now with the buff that Cloak and Dagger's getting, where she gets like 3 dashes for her ult, that she gets a 4th. That whole area just heals you if you stand in it. So I feel like, again, but her nuance is like if you stand in it, if you're the enemy, damage over time. So I think that's what's going to sneak up on some people with this game is there might be an air of familiarity. Like for me as a big group player, I'm like, oh, Reed Richards looks like my duelist because it's literally going to be group, but way more aggressive, way more damage. And I can like grab people and fucking troll them and slap them together. I'm like, this is going to be great. This is going to be great. So I call them Groot on roids. So I'm ready for that. But, you know, I that was the one thing I identified watching it where I was like, I wonder if this will become a problem. Maybe it won't. Because again,
it's a good call out. I think it's the sheer, not the country, but the sheer volume of characters and how abilities may be very similar. So the differentiate, and then let's talk about the elephant in the room, balance. Because now you got more characters, balance. How's that? Yeah. So I think it's a fair call out, and they're gonna have to get on that. Yeah, that's a fair thing. I want to see how truly distinguishable some characters are from others.
Yeah, I'm hyped though.
But I'm hyped as hell.
Yeah, this weekend's gonna be nice. Gonna be diving right into this.
I'm so mad right now. Addict is playing. He's in the. Yeah, he's doing all the new stuff right now. I'm like, yeah.
You have fun later.
Yeah, we'll talk later.
All right. Well, Cog, I'm sorry to bring your mood down here, but Splash Damage has canceled Transformers Reactivate. And I don't know if you've looked into this one because when I saw the name, I'm like, what is this? I looked it up. Have you seen there's a lot of leaked gameplay for this? It looks pretty good.
Look damn good.
So they have a studio update here, and I'll kick it to you. This is your moment. They write, today we have some very difficult news to share. The decision has been made to end development of Transformers Reactivate. This means we'll be scaling down to refocus our efforts on other projects. Unfortunately, despite every effort, a number of roles across the studio are now potentially at risk of redundancy. This decision did not come lightly, and as it is a difficult time for the studio and our people, we want to take a moment to thank the team who worked on Transformers for their dedication and passion. Hasbro was an incredible and supportive partner throughout, and we hope to work with them again. To the many fans, your excitement and support helped keep us going. While not being able to see the game through the release is painful, having to say goodbye to friends and colleagues hurts even more. We're now focused on doing everything we can to support them through this tough period, just as we are committed to caring for them, for those who stay with us as we build a stronger Splash Damage for the future. Thank you for your compassion and understanding.
Yeah, this hurt.
Yeah.
This hurt. I saw this game and first of all, it looked very high fidelity, Transformers game. It really, the potential looks so good. 1 to 4 player, action. And I like Splash Damage. I'm a Splash Damage guy. Splash Damage did Gears Tactics, and I waxed poetic about Gears Tactics. I love Gears Tactics. Look, who knows if it would have actually landed as an amazing game. We got it. That's the remains to be seen. But the potential is there, and that's what hurts. And then what just hurts is like, they ended the whole development. Mm-hmm. Like it's just not delayed. It's just, man, that sucks. So, Transformers fans right now, we were really hoping, for a new high-end kind of Transformers game. And we just got to wait a little longer. I just don't know what's coming from. But this will influence another reason why I've been doing other things and when I get to what I've been playing. But yeah, it sucks. It sucks, man. I really was pushing for this one to see it come out. And I just hope that, there are other Transformers projects coming. So yeah, that's all I can say. But this really hurt. I was really looking forward to see what the vision was, because if you looked at the trailers of this and the game, man,
it switched developers a couple of times too. I read up on that, which was interesting, and it was in development for a while, where it kind of made sense all these years later why it got canceled. I mean, they were even making toys for it. So
yes.
Yeah, I feel like they had a big plan for sort of like a cross media campaign for it,
Yep.
and then it just didn't pan out, and they kept delaying it, trying to get it to work. And I think it's just a certain point, like sunk cost fallacy.
Yep.
Well, Cog, before you and I signed out for the holiday season, this was one of our last conversations between you and I, and it was about, oops, I accidentally clicked on my OneDrive. It's about Sega considering its own subscription service. This is from Shuji Itsumi, who's the head of Sega, and he revealed in a BBC article that, quote, "We're thinking something and discussing something we cannot disclose right now." This is interesting because we have a number of places that a subscription service for Sega can land. Number one, we saw a lot of classics get pulled recently. Two, we know that Nintendo Switch Online already has that Sega partnership. That's my prediction as to where some of these games end up living moving forward. But they're also doing like Super Game. They're rebooting a lot of stuff. Could they fold into Game Pass? Could they do a Ubisoft kind of Uplay Plus subscription? That's another, I think, very tantalizing thing, because when you think about some of their franchises, like Persona's becoming annualized, or Persona style games, right? Like here's Reload, here's Metaphor, before that here's Tactica. Like they're always kind of feeding you something from that. Yakuza has no problem coming out every year. So I feel like with these additions, they might try to create the proposition of like, hey, subscribe to our service and you'll get all of these and then some. And again, I think Uplay Plus kind of is the format they can go with. But what are your thoughts on a Sega subscription service, Lord Cognito?
I don't like it. But I just didn't like the fact that they were pulling stuff. So I was like, we knew something was up. We like, why are y'all pulling all these classic games we can't get anymore? Like, what are we doing, Sega? And it's just listen, I get the revenue, I get the whole subscription service craze, I get it. I do agree with you. I think that it probably will follow more of a Ubisoft probably kind of model. And I'm very curious to see if those who have existing platforms will be able to do it'll be a plus version. Will, Xbox, I doubt it, but will they like throw that in the ultimate, like how EA Play kind of thing? I doubt it. They're going to probably want their own separate bunny in a separate bag just for that. But, my only thing is like saying, I know you hot right now. I know you on fire right now. I get it. Just be careful. That's what I'm saying. Just don't get too full of yourself. Like, we know you back. But you know what I'm saying? And now this energy is like, yeah, so we about to kill the game. We about to get them now for all the year. I'm getting that energy because they know they on fire. You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing. So that's the only thing I worry about, with them. But we'll see. Maybe I'm proven wrong. Maybe like this is the right call. Maybe they get a tremendous amount of subscriber intake, and they get some feedback data that people want these games. And if they're able to leverage, because I will say this, especially about the stuff we're going to talk about that they got cooking.
Yep.
If they're able to leverage those new IPs and say, hey, you can get in, early if you're part of the service, that could be a motivator. So it's going to be see how they handle it.
Use some early access with that. I guess that makes sense, right? They were doing early access for so many of these games, like pre-order, and you get 3 days early access. I think Sonic got that.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and there is one game I ain't going to front. They might break me. We're going down that RGG joint. What was it, Project Century?
Oh, yeah. Look cool.
Boy, that looked great. Cool. There's another game we're going to talk about now. I'm like, oh, boy.
Let's talk about that next Sega game. Maybe this is what you're talking about. We got a first look at Virtua Fighter 6. It was in-engine, just to be clear, not gameplay, but a little bit of a feel for what they're going for with their gameplay is kind of what we can discern from this one. Very counter-focused, very cinematic. Environmental destruction seemed part of it as well. So you can see the vision there. I think if this looks even half as fluid as what you got in that in-engine look, this would be really cool. I'm trying not to get ahead of myself because I was talking with a friend about it. I was like, dude, the idea of like these sorts of counters being that smooth when you're fighting each other would be next level. Like, if you want to talk about things that would call eyes to a game, it would be that. But what's strange is that if it were even close to that slick, it is such a complete opposite from like what I'd expect when you look at the Yakuza games and they're like brawlers and just like hitting shit with like complete exaggerated effects and strength and all these things that you do in a Yakuza game compared to what you saw in this kind of kung fu movie fight scene almost. Two completely different things. And honestly, as someone who played a little bit of Virtua Fighter, not really what I expected from the franchise outside of just being 3D. So for you, Cog, this one, I'm wondering what you were feeling looking at Virtua Fighter 6 for the first time in engine.
I saw that joint on My Child to Akami. He put the clip up.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, King is coming back. He trying to come back for the throne. Now people don't notice the history. Like Tekken was the son back in the day. Tekken was the laughing stock when Tekken 1 came out. Virtual Fighters ran these streets. I've had this conversation with ACG multiple times. He's a big Virtual Fighter.
Yes, he loves it. Yeah.
Oh my God. And people don't understand the impact of Virtual Fighter from a graphical stability standpoint. And then some people from a purist standpoint, like the guard button, like the control of that. Yo, bro, I know I was blocking, and tech, like, I know I was blocking. What happened? You know what I'm saying? Nah, you didn't hit guard. If you hit a guard, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's a different style. But the thing with this, again, if this conceptual is to believe and this is where they go, the thing, let me give you an insight. Before IOP, there was Channel 5. That was our group name. We used to call it Channel 5. The reason why we were called Channel 5 is because back in New York City, they used to show the old martial arts, the 70s flicks, Run, Short Karate, on Channel 5. And this is that martial arts purist, the counter, the wise master, the purest of the pure martial arts. This is what they're going for, it seems. It seems like they're going for a more realistic counter style martial arts film with this high motion capture, high counter and the destruction of environments. If they pull this off and then stick with this identity, there are some people who have now, I'm not going to say a lot, but there are some people that like look at Tekken like, oh, it's too aggressive, it's too flashy, it's too over, it's too bamboo, it's too anime now. And if they go purist, and they may have a lane, Matty. They may, and I will say this: if anybody's gonna do it, it is RGG. We know how RGG do. They on fire right now. So Namco, take notice. I again, we haven't got a full game yet, but if they are able to pull any of that off, if it's looking like that, we're gonna have a conversation. There's going to be a talk about who's back and who needs to step up. So very promising. Me and King looked at that. We were like, oh, that's that Channel 5-ish right there. Yeah. We were like, yo, I'm in. I want to see where this goes.
Yeah, I'm very excited because you and I love the 3D fighters. So I want more of those. I want to see where Dead or Alive is at. I'm missing that one. I love Tekken, of course, and Virtua Fighters got my attention. So I'm very much looking forward to it.
Very much so.
PlatinumGames had something to say, and I'm literally just throwing it in the show strictly because they never say they're planning things. They never. I mean, again, I'm totally convinced they're either going to go away forever or get gobbled up by some entity somewhere, but they said they're planning some things for Bayonetta's 15th anniversary. And a lot of people are like very down on what exactly that could be. I don't know if it means like it's a new game or anything like that, but Platinum's got to be working on something. They have to be. It's been a while for them, and they went through a pretty rocky patch these last few years, to put it lightly. So they got to be working on something. I don't know if it's related to the Bayonetta franchise. That seems to be their calling card, their home. Like they went through that phase of trying to experiment a little bit. Obviously, I'm sure the continued success of Nier, which it seems like we're getting a new Nier game announcement soon, has helped them a little bit. But they went and did Astral Chain, like they've done, which criminally underrated, as we've talked about. They've done so many great games, but it really feels like Bayonetta is the one that's had some level of mass appeal. And so they're planning maybe some things for the 15th anniversary. Cog, do you think it's a new game from them, or what are we feeling with it?
I think they need to be planning on is adding staff. Yeah. that's the planning. They need to. No, all jokes aside, I mean, I hope so. I mean, at least it gives me, a little bit of positivity that they're working on something over there. Because I'm with you. I was the energy that I'm getting forth from them feels like we're two Dukes away from seeing that GIF at a studio closure or something. You know what I mean? Like, I'm serious. Like, I feel like pending doom for them for some reason. So maybe this is a little shot like, hey, we're not done here. We're retooling. We got some things cooking. I'm pulling for them. I hope so. So we'll see.
Yeah. And I mean, just 2 days ago, they lost a new director. So, yeah.
Bro, the comedy effect is real. Like, again, I hope, I never want no studio to go away. But, they were giving me energy that, are they folding? What's happening? So we'll see. We gotta monitor them this year in 2025. What happens to PlatinumGames, and do they rebound?
Yeah, and they did confirm. They said they're going to continue to create games that surprise. So
Okay, they did say. Okay.
looks like they're trying to do something.
Yeah. Was
I'm
it
hoping for
Naba?
them.
Naba's going to have to.
They lost
Comment.
every bit of talent though that made them what they are. So I'm not fully holding my breath here. That
I agree.
it's like enjoying the skeleton of something. It's just not quite the same.
To me, mom and dad is fighting, and someone won the divorce proceedings, and now they got rights. You know what I'm saying? That's what it feels like. So the other person, spouse, is gonna have to figure it out. And I'm curious to see what that is in a Kamiya-less world.
Mm-hmm. Will Shen, the former Quest designer at Bethesda Game Studios, spoke in an interview with Kiwi Talks about massive video games. And he said the following quote that I thought was interesting. We're reaching a point where people are fatigued, or a large section or growing section of the audience is becoming fatigued at investing 30 plus, 100 plus hours in a game. They already have the games that they will continually come back to, and adding another one to that list is a tall order. It's always a tall order. And he also says in the same breath that you could pretty much play Bethesda games forever. And this is interesting because he, last I checked, left to go work with Jeff Gardner and his team on their RPG. And I'm wondering how big that game is going to be. But we're starting to see this philosophy grow a little bit, in particular with former Bethesda staff, right? Because we had Nate Perkypile who left and spoke about his surprise with like some of the design structure of Starfield from where he left it versus what he got at launch. And that was a really interesting article where he was just saying like, yeah, the amount of loading screens like in Neon in particular were really surprising. I think we talked about it on the show.
Yeah, we did. I forgot.
Yeah, like I thought sort of the way that Bethesda's former staff is speaking about it is that the developers making these type of games are getting fatigued and that they're flocking to go work on at least smaller experiences. And Bethesda Game Studios, for better or for worse, has been guilty of a bigger is better mindset oftentimes. And so it's really interesting to see someone like Will Shen, who, again, I talk about Shattered Space and how I feel like you felt his absence with that project. And so I'll always be tracking what he's up to. But to see him kind of holding this philosophy is interesting because one thing I've called for dating back to last generation is like, if you're an RPG developer, I don't know why it's taboo to go work on a BioWare style RPG in the sense of like what defined BioWare to me, at least, was you're about 30 hours long, but I can play you 3 different ways. So you're really a 90-hour game to me. But I can play you once, be done with you in that 30-hour stretch, and I can go move on, play whatever, get that feeling of like, oh man, I really miss Mass Effect 2. I'm going to fire that up, and this time I'm going to go Renegade. It's that simple. And all of a sudden, that 30-hour experience is now 60. And then maybe another playthrough later on, like, oh, I didn't do this last time, I didn't do that, or I just missed this game. I feel like it's funny because RPGs, especially like JRPGs even, it's always interesting to me how they got the kind of tagline of just being like 100 plus, like Metaphors took me 100 hours to beat. I'm like, that was not like Chrono Trigger was like a 20-hour game, maybe, and that's like one of the most influential JRPGs ever. Nice. So many early JRPGs, like you could beat some of the early Final Fantasy games in like 25 hours. I don't know where we ever got away from the idea that bigger does mean better outside of like a frivolous technical pursuit. And obviously some of that tech pursuit fueled really new creative ideas. But a lot of times it's just like making big games full of content. And there was a time I think that drove value, but I think for people, they're just looking to spend their time the best way possible. So I always like to track when key developers are putting out these nuggets. Because number one, I think it depicts what they're working on next. It sounds like whatever Will's working on is going to be smaller RPG compared to what Bethesda does. But also, I feel seen when I see something like this. I'm like, yes, smaller is better. Yes. So, Cog, what do you make of Will Shen's thoughts here?
Bro, he preaching to me. Like, I've been on it. I'll be honest, I thought it was just me on some old fogey talk. I'm like, Cog, you old, so you don't want to be spending 100 hours. That's what it is. And I think they're starting to get a consensus now. People are like, bro, like, even Metaphor was my game of the year last year. Feels weird to say last year. Bro, like, I think me and you talked about this offline. Like, you could have cut, I mean, don't get me wrong. I still enjoyed it, but it's like, you could have cut maybe a little 10, 15, 20 hours off. There was a part,
There's 4 times I felt that game could have ended.
Bro, there was a part where you hit me, and I know when you hit me, I said, I know what he's talking about. Because we were talking about, he's like, yo, this beat is rocking. And I was like, I know where you at. And you were like, yo, I'm like, nah, you're not there yet. But
yeah.
you like, yo, 20%
you hit me
more.
with that, there is one more dungeon. I was like, what?
What? Right? Because that felt like the end.
I was
right?
Atlas with Persona 5 as well. You thought you were at the end and you did what you thought was the main plot. And they had one more dungeon, one more final fight. And you were like, it didn't need it. Like, we didn't need this last 5 to 10 hours, truly.
And that's what I feel. I feel like game development now, there's so much pressure. And I don't know how we got into this thing. I don't know if it's because, development costs and people try to justify it or whatever it is. But it's just like, a lot of it I feel is marketing too, where it's just like, yo, 100 hours, 80 hours, you're going to live in it. I think maybe that's a single player way of trying to combat the live service. But at the end of the day, I'm like, bro, I'm with you. I would love a 20 hour, 30 hour. And I'm like, minimum. And I could have all that replayability and do it that way. You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing. Even like Indiana Jones on some level was the Great Circle was refreshing that it wasn't 80. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't 50. And even that, I was like, it could have ended a chapter earlier.
It was definitely bigger than you ever thought it would be, right?
It was bigger than you thought it would. And that's just where I'm at, man. I am in this mindset. Less is more. And that's why I'm gonna be real with you. I think that's why Obsidian had become my number one Xbox game studio, because it's like they understand who they are. They like, bro, we don't have to do what they're doing.
Yeah.
Let's get back to us. That's why Avowed is like literally my number one, the game I'm the most excited from Xbox game studio. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I mean, obviously Fable, of course, but Avowed, I remember when I left playing, I'm like, damn, this is what I want. Put this in my vein. Like, I want this kind of stuff, as opposed to everything. 100 worlds, pick up 7,000 book bags, 2,000 foxes could be petted. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, some people have provided, it's very rare that games, I got to truly love everything about your world. Right? Metaphor, okay, I love you. Ghost of Tsushima, okay, man, all right, I love you. You know what I'm saying? But it's rare that I love every aspect of the game that I want to stay in there that long. It's just like, ugh. We'll get into GTA and other stuff too, but yeah, that's where I'm at. I've been feeling this way, and I wonder if Colin feels that way. I know we talked about, he wants less games, but I forgot if I've asked him, me and him talked recently, in terms of game length. I don't know where he stands on that, but I'm with that, man. I'm like, these games are just way too long for us.
Yeah. It's interesting because like even something like Silent Hill 2, which was a top 5 for me last year, took me like 20 hours to beat. And the original Silent Hill 2 was like a 9-hour game tops. If you just somehow manage to, like, maybe you get stuck a little bit, get trapped on a puzzle or something like that. Like, that's when the game hits that sort of length. But otherwise, like, to double the length of it, I mean, I always go back to content building. I think once you get your Legos in order when you're making a game and you're able to just be like, okay, we know what triggers our quests, we know how to set them up. I think you just go hog wild with it. And I think for some developers, they do lose that control, because it's like you spend so long getting to that point that now you want to like maximize it. And that's how these games, I think, get bloated. It's crazy to me, because that's how it makes like balancing difficult. It makes testing difficult. It's how bugs crop up because you put too much into the game.
So much QA goes crazy.
It's just, I really do think we're in like a weirdly greedy phase of game development that we don't recognize, because it's just like there's so many people who are making like the biggest imaginable games, so people kind of want less. Less is more, even if it's not what you as the creator always want. It's so important. So it's good to hear people like Will Shen sharing some thoughts like that. So last year we got an interesting story on Annapurna Interactive. This is a amazing publisher whose staff really had their finger on the pulse of like what would be the next big indie game. Like I think they got the Outer Wilds under their boot. They got Stray, but then they all departed. And now what's very interesting is at the same time as them departing, Private Division was getting shelved by Take-Two. So this story is going to be a breath of fresh air in 2 ways, I think. According to a new report from Bloomberg, former staff of Annapurna Interactive have formed a new company that will take over the franchises of Private Division, and the new company name is currently unknown. The report states that the private equity firm Haveli Investments out of Austin, Texas, was the unnamed buyer of Private Division late last year. It continues to say that after the deal was closed, Haveli made a deal with the ex-Annapurna Interactive staff to place them in charge of the acquired franchises. Those games include Tales of the Shire, Kerbal Space Program, and the in-development game from Pokemon developer Game Freak. As part of this new deal, employees who were part of Private Division when the deal was made will be laid off, unfortunately. It's unclear how many of the approximately 20 employees will be let go. Quote, the current leadership of Private Division has told employees to explore their options due to the uncertainty surrounding their jobs, end quote, the report reads. This is from Insider Gaming. Shout out to them. But I thought this was a pretty interesting news where we now know Annapurna Interactive is moving back into the gaming space, or that staff, I should say, is moving back into that space. They've grabbed up the IP that Take-Two was going to let go because they said they're something fucking pretentious, like we're in the business of making hits or some fucking crap like that. You know, I'm like, yeah, way to disrespect a great fucking firm like Private Division. But now we have a team that gets these types of games, acquiring them and kind of building their business off the back of that, whatever else they may go after. So I thought, well, it sucks that there's going to be some layoffs. This was some enlightening news on just sort of where they're going to end up, what they're focusing on, that they are fortunately remaining in gaming. So, Cog, any thoughts on what Annapurna Interactive is up to?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought this to my attention. The overall net positive. Obviously, we don't want any layoffs of anybody. But yeah, I mean, we felt like, Private Division has some really good IPs. And I also like the fact the continuation of Annapurna, how much we really respect them. So I think this is a nice little marriage, right? Mm-hmm. And for them both to continue in the capacity. And again, I'm always a fan of IPs, especially beloved ones, not dying. And I will say Private Division, through my history with dealing with them, I've always had a great rapport. They've always been cool. I always felt like they find good IPs and games to attach themselves to. So this is cool. And I liked Annapurna for a while. So I like these two together.
Absolutely. So I know my wife will be thrilled to hear this. She loves anything Annapurna. So
shout out. Yeah, shout out to the Duchess. Yeah. I'm with her. They've always Annapurna. Yeah, they've always had games when I remember going to their booths. I'm like, let's go to the Annapurna.
Always different.
Different and cool. Yep, all the time. There's certain companies like that. You look forward to seeing what they have cooking up every convention or show and stuff.
This next one, I think, is going to put a little bit of heat on Xbox. SteamOS is available for third-party devices, beginning with the Lenovo Legion Go S. Gabriel SG has the right. Happy New Year, Dukes. Thank you, Gabriel. I hope you enjoyed your holiday break and are feeling refreshed. I was wondering, what are your thoughts on the news that Valve is starting to roll out SteamOS on other PC handhelds such as the Legion Go S and preparing to launch a desktop version of SteamOS? Alarm bells must be ringing at Xbox as Valve could be about ready to cut into a significant chunk of Windows users' base by giving them a dedicated gaming operating system for their PC. This news has piqued my interest as I would seriously consider building a gaming PC if it could deliver a console-like experience powered by SteamOS. I can't wait to play this game, but the drivers are busted kind of day. Thank you, Gabriel, for writing in. Cog, I'm curious for you and your technical know-how, what you make of the SteamOS on third-party devices, and should there be any alarm bells ringing at all for Xbox as one of their great handheld competitors, but also great partners, is stepping into the space more and more in meaningful ways. It is no longer resting on their laurels as just being a digital marketplace for PC games. Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, as I'm using my ROG Ally right now, X. I think this is a serious contender. Listen,
I would get SteamOS on that shit in a heartbeat.
Bro, here's the problem, right? Love it. But this is Windows. Gamers don't want to see this. They don't want to see this. They don't want to see a taskbar. The problem with Windows 11 handhelds is just, again, you're talking about devices that theoretically you're supposed to be operating with just this. Mm-hmm. I don't want to attach the mouse. I don't want to do all this extra stuff. So this should be in the back end. And I think that we got to be real. Like, Steam has the best operating system. It's not even close. When it comes to controlling games and maneuvering around, SteamOS is just superior. Now, obviously, we're going to get into what Xbox is doing. And
I'm actually going to bring this story up.
Oh, let's bring it right in. Okay, cool, perfect.
I figured, you know what, we're just going to keep riding here.
Yeah,
with
these are linked.
Best. But this was originally in our major news, but it just feels really relevant here. So let me just pull it out. Yes, sitting in as a roundtable panelist for the future of gaming handhelds, Jason Ronald, the Microsoft VP of Xbox gaming ecosystems, devices and ecosystem, shared some insight on what the upcoming Xbox handheld will be like. Quote, We've been really innovating for a long time in the console space. And as we partner across the industry, it's really about how do we bring those innovations that we've incubated and developed in the console space and bring them to PC and bring them to the handheld gaming space. I would say it's bringing the best of Xbox and Windows together, because we have spent the last 20 years building a world-class operating system, but it's really locked to the console. What we're doing is we're really focused on how we do bring those experiences for both players and developers to the broader Windows ecosystem. I think at the end of the day, our goal is to make Windows great for gaming on any device. The reality is the Xbox operating system is built on top of Windows. So there's a lot of infrastructure that we built in the console space that we can bring to the PC space and really deliver that premium gaming experience on any device. There's fundamental interaction models that we're going to we're working on to make sure that regardless of the operating system details, it feels very natively like a gaming-centric device and a gaming-centric experience, end quote. Now, here is the kicker to me that does signal a little level of like, go, go, go. The Verge spoke with Jason after the event, where Jason then confirmed that we should see the changes this year rather than waiting for the Xbox handheld that is said to be some time away. So, Kage, I kick it back to you. What are your thoughts now, knowing Xbox feeling like we got to get going, like we're going to start putting this stuff out now, even if the handheld isn't ready? So we're likely going to see on your ROG Ally, probably, I think, the first step of what that new Xbox OS looks like.
Right. Now, for example, this is Asus's Armor Crate, which is their kind of, just move around. You can get to your storefronts and stuff like that. And this is okay, right? But again, what Jason is saying, and thank God he is here, because this is the person, and no disrespect to the Queen, we love the Queen, Sarah Bond, I get you, but the person who's actually making the consoles and who's now, I think his new title is the head of next gen experiences or Xbox or whatever it is, his new title. To me, he's saying what I've been saying on Duke for months, like, bro, you have to mimic the console experience on these devices so that as soon as you boot them up, you can move fully with a D-pad, fully with an analog. There's no Windows, there's none of that. And the fact that he's saying it and they're saying this year is great. And the reason why it's great is because Steam is outside. I'm with Gabriel. I don't know if you paid attention to the CES joint. The Lenovo Go S, they're coming out with their new handheld with the Z2, RDNA, all this new tech in it. They're going to have two SKUs. They're going to have a Windows one, and they're going to have a SteamOS one. And the SteamOS one is only $500. Right? So this is going to be a thought experiment. Are you getting the SteamOS one? Or are you getting the Windows one? And most likely, here's the thing. We got to pay attention to Valve. They're letting a third party basically have a more powerful Steam Deck and letting them do the hardware. Watch out. Steam is not playing no games out here, because let's be real. The PC user, they would prefer to stay on Steam. So it would behoove you to have your OS console like Xbox experience out this year. It would behoove you. It's the same way me and you talking about, it would behoove you to have your handheld before PlayStation. It would behoove you to get your OS before them. Because if they get out there and they start proliferating the market, oh boy, that's what. Now, I will give Windows this. If Windows pulls this off, and it's not no whack compact mode, no little half measuring, it's functional, right? The advantage that they're going to have, if you boot it up and it's just like an Xbox, remember, on a Xbox OS, you could have multiple storefronts. See, that's the reason why I got an Ally. That's the main thing. Not the interface sucks, we get it. But I could do EA, UB, whoever got a storefront, I could do. Unfortunately, with SteamOS, you are only locked to their storefront. And remember, native Game Pass. None of that whack streaming joint over there. Steam said they was going to do the Game Pass thing, and they still didn't do it from a native standpoint. They still got some back end things. So that's my personal use, but I will say I like this that Steam's doing this because competition in the space is good, and this is finally going to pressure Microsoft to step up those efforts. And the fact they got Jason Ronald outside, I'll never see him out. When they got him outside with the tech ninjas, it's on. I'm telling you, they taking it serious now. And I like that part. So we'll see. And obviously, the proof's in the pudding. We got to push it through the paces of when it comes out. But I think it does. It seems like we're going to hear from them this year.
Yeah, I'm very, very keen to see sort of them go back and forth. It could. I don't want to put the cart before the horse. I do wonder if this is going to feed into the too little, too late story I was
Good
kind of
point
telling
too.
earlier of like,
We'll see.
here comes the competition, and like after 5, 6, 7 years of us saying, get your PC shit in order. Now, when the competition comes a knocking, the Grim Reaper is kind of knocking on the door, like, "Hi, Xbox, how's it going? We're here with SteamOS." Is like, "Oh, this year we got you. Watch out." So I'm pulling for them. I certainly want to have a better portable Xbox experience. Especially I want to have it better on PC. So I'm very curious to see what they are going to deploy this year. And I hope it's sooner rather than later, frankly. All right, Cog. This last story is all you. Destiny has lost 90% of its Steam players in the last 7 months. And you know what would be kind of fun is I want to see Destiny 2 Steam player count. I have not.
You gotta pull that up.
You sure I don't have to?
No, you can do. I'll mess with you.
Last 24 hours, 29.8K.
Wow. Oh, new season is Act 3 is today. That's the only reason.
Oh, okay.
Act 3 is dropped today, which is I'm surprised people can't. Like, I will give them 29. That's good for almost 30.
January 8th, it was 15.6.
Oh yeah, see, that was I thought you was going to say. Yeah, because that means because on Tuesday the new act of the new season just dropped to continue. So,
oh wait, I was looking at the wrong number. Okay, no, sorry. January 7th, we were below 10K.
You're below 10K.
Yeah.
So what do we do? It's still low. Where is that?
The players right now 20K.
20K.
24-hour peak is
24-hour peak. Okay. Look, it's spooky. It's spooky. They've made one of the most critical mistakes I've ever seen. Now looking back in terms of investing, going away from your moneymaker, pulling resources away from your moneymaker to go invest in something that people are uncertain of, which is the marathon thing.
Yeah.
Right. And now as a result, the reason why it's this bad, their last couple of holiday events and all that stuff, bro, the bugs are horrible. The QA is terrible. There's always something wrong. There's always something that's not working. They're doing all types of like gouging. First of all, the stories are just not as interesting. Let's just be honest with
the post-endgame phase.
Yeah.
Well, yep.
We're in MCU territory. Remember when we were like, yo, it's too many of these whack shows and we're not feeling the Disney. Remember, we're literally mimicking the MCU right now. But what's worse is that they are also putting on all these very unnecessary and aggressive grind tactics instead of just letting people have fun and letting them maximize and give them the weapons in a nice way.
Desperation.
Yeah, it's just too much. Yo, you got to do this for mad hours. The RNG is bad. Then they got exposed on the RNG. They had to do something there. But the main thing is just I've never seen Destiny this buggy. And then you're like, yo, the quest didn't even complete. Why am I even gonna do it? My new thing is I call I'm like, yo, is it fixed yet? All right, now I'll go and I'll start the mission when it's when it's resolved. And as a result of all those layoffs, you lay off that many people, you throw almost one half of your staff or whatever it was, 1/3. Wow. And you expect to have the same level of quality service, this is what you get. Yeah. But, it's sad to see my baby like this, man. That's why when we did the what is it, with Brad, I had to give them one of the final shout-outs as far as my top 2 games I was playing for last year because, I'm very worried about them. I am seriously worried. I don't know how this is going to play out.
It's not looking good, man.
I've never seen it this bad.
The pressure is on Marathon to be like
hell yeah.
Marvel Rivals level success, right? Like
that
explosive. You don't think it's gonna happen? You mean?
I'm worried, bro. It's Bungie. Whatever they make tends to be fun, but extraction shooter. I hope. I mean, you better be the best thing since Tarkov. And here's the thing: we talked about 80% of the player base and all this with game, bro. If you're not free to play out here in these streets, when Marvel Rivals do, you think? It could be the greatest thing, but my thing is that going to make people spend 40 to 60 on it? I hope. I'm worried. This is the first time I'm like, yeah.
Because they are considering the paid model, right?
You got to be so compelling with that paid model. And I know it's them. If anybody could do it, it's them. But I just don't know if that genre is it.
Yeah. it was that genre and no one wants to pay for that genre. Like you were pretty much already saying there, right? Like that's the problem they're facing is like this is the expectation is you get this sort of thing. Even I'm sorry, even looking on paper, that genre, I get that for free. Like I don't pay for that.
It's the
Anything with
thing,
PvP only, you
bro.
get for free. If you're a package like a Space Marine 2, like, oh, I get my co-op, I get my campaign and PvP, then people are going to pay for it because it's like the complete deal. I think it's why people are ready to pay for Overwatch 2 when it was first like, oh, we're going to do our PvE campaign. We're going to have the PvP that you know and love. It was like, okay, like as a package deal, Halo, I think people would have been ready to pay for the
Mhm.
multiplayer. It wasn't something you paid for, but it would have had the campaign. It would have had the Forge experience. It would have had it all in one. So I think when it's
Yeah,
a bundle deal, that's different. But when you're talking about just on your own, I
yeah,
mean, they have to learn from what happened with Concord, even if it's nothing close to Concord. They have
mhm.
to learn from the idea of like, no one wants to pay this much for like the scrutiny that you bring your product under. Like Marvel Rivals even arguably has issues, but does it matter when it's free and it's
Right.
really fun? No.
Yeah. And then the relationship they are with Sony, Sony's absorbing their talent left and
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
right? Putting that into play. Are I'm worried they may get into that BioWare bag. Are they even BioWare anymore? Are they even Bungie anymore
Yeah.
right now? Right? Your soul, when that's taken from you, how do thing? And I can't see Sony saying, yeah, we're gonna do a free to play. They didn't Concord you had to pay?
Concord was $40. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the other thing. Who they are with, I can't. I'm worried about Sony saying, "Well, maybe we need this," and that could be a death sentence. We'll see. I'm really trying to
Yeah.
pull for them, but I'm extremely concerned. I'm not going
Because
to
on
pull
one
for them.
hand, you have the Helldivers 2 as like an example of like a
True,
successful model.
true,
And then you have on the other end Concord, which is the least successful imaginable situation for a game.
right,
So
right.
they have two extremes, and it's like, will Marathon even find itself between these two?
Between those two, yeah,
I have more of an optimistic outlook on Bungie just because I don't play much of their stuff. So I'm like back in 2010, basically thinking of them.
yeah,
But I just think like they can deliver something good, but it's just it's so tough in a
yeah.
multiplayer only environment to ask for money. Like you really have to deliver. Especially, I
Eh,
mean, PlayStation set an interesting standard. Like here's Ghost of Tsushima, and then here's Legends, and like it's
right,
this multiplayer mode that like adds to the experience for free. So it's
yeah.
just I don't know, man.
And
Tough
and and
ask.
to your point, the final thing, what also scares me is this marathon itself. They changed the game director.
Mm,
So now you're scrambling and you may have changed direction. We still haven't seen gameplay of it. Like, again, maybe the changes are for the right reasons and maybe they are on course. And I know people that have signed NDAs, they can't talk about it, right? You know what I'm saying? And they still never tell me what's going on, as they shouldn't. But it's just one of those things where I'm just like, it could turn around for them and it could be a good game, but there's still a lot of warning signs here to show me that this could be a disaster. And I'm
mm.
preparing just in case. I will support Marathon because I feel like ultimately what needs to happen really is Destiny 3. That's what needs to happen.
Yeah, so
Right.
surprising it's not green lit. Do you think Destiny Rising will pull them up a little bit? I know it's NetEase, but
They'll make some bread. That's survival money. That's the nice little nest egg, keep you float for a little bit, you know what I'm saying, while you figure it out. They just gotta hope that Marathon lands. They gotta hope that Marathon lands, at least has a solid, it's not a conquest situation. You get a nice boost. The gameplay is fun, and they get positive reviews. That's
mm,
what they gotta hope for, and then build upon that. And what I'm hoping is if least that keeps them afloat, the next step is D3. I've always told Destiny fans, they got me, oh no, we could stay with this. I was like, bro, you need to blow it up now. We've done it all. We did the saga. It's time for a new
renew the hype.
engine. Yeah, it's time. You guys like you ain't playing jumping in Destiny 2 at this point. You need a fresh start. So everyone is coming together back at the same time and a new damn engine. That
Yeah.
engine is dated with spaghetti code, whatever that Tiger engine is. Like,
Yeah, I just
come on,
think
man.
multiplayer is so driven by hype, and when you lose that, I mean, we see Overwatch was like one of the most hype multiplayer games, and look where it is now. It's not like disastrous, but I mean, again, Marvel Rivals really twisted that knife of like the dissatisfied Overwatch fan base jumping ship and the hype really driving it to a whole new level. I mean, the countless examples of game hype playing a factor, but it's in particular like when it's the new, I think of the finals, in 2023. Like it's like that was the new to end the year. It was like this free to play destruction focused shooter, and it was great, and it popped off, and it found its player base and it coasted from there. So again, that's the benefit of going free to play, is when you got something quality and you can just easily bring people in. But if Bungie's going to go for $40, they better really show up, because confidence in them is, as you depicted, at a pretty big low. Yeah. Cog, it's time to get into what games we are playing. We have much to dive into as we were busy these last couple of weeks. So I'll let you begin, sir. Yeah. What game have you been playing?
So been playing, let's start off, I've been playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, but I can't talk about it until embargo. So unfortunately, nothing can be said here about that just yet. But what I could talk about in the meantime is, like I said, during the break, I went through this whole conundrum. Okay, what I want to play. Remember I told you I really got in my TV bag. I told you I did the Squid Game, but then I got into, Matty, I got down this dark path where I was going through 8-year-old Cog. I was 8-year-old Cog, and I started seeing a ton of G1 Transformer stuff, and was crazy. I'm like, this is why I fell in love with it. And for me, I remember what it was. I remember the moment. And in the episode is called Heavy Metal War, classic. Megatron did something crazy, doing some deceiving thing to Optimus Prime. He steals all the powers of the Decepticons. I challenge you to a battle, right? Under the Autobot Decepticon law, the leaders of each party must fight one-on-one. So it's a Rome episode. So they going, and Megatron cheated. He had all the powers. He wrecked Optimus Prime. He said, the loser will be banished from Earth into deep space forever. So during this episode, I'll never forget, they debuted the Constructicons, which is these construction vehicles. The Decepticon had a new team. It was 6 of them. I was like, oh, they look cool. Little construction vehicles, little 8-year-old car. I was like, oh, this is cool. Now, prior to that, when the Dinobots came outside, it was on. Me, Grimlock, Slag, they would wreck the Decepticons. So I remember while this little tournament was going on, Megatron sent the Constructicons to go blow up Teletran 1 so they won't detect that he cheated. So the Constructicons in there. Dinobots get alerted. The epic fight. New team for the Decepticon versus the Bruisers. The Dinobots wrecked the hell out of the Constructicons, ran them out of here. So I'm like, okay. So I'm mesmerizing. A little 8-year-old car, like all this stuff going on, stabilized. So the classic line, I'll never forget this. The Dinobot shot the Constructicon leader, and he was like, one of them said, it's no use, Scrapper. They've brought out the heavy artillery. And he said, now it's time we do the same, only heavier. And this is when my mind was blown. Constructicons, transform, phase 1. Like, what are they doing? Phase 2, and this construction vehicles become this massive robot. And I'm like, hey, yo, nothing could withstand the might of Devastate. They destroyed the Dinobots. I was like, what? That's the first time I've ever seen a thing called a combiner in child history. Bro, I've been watching nothing but combiner episodes. I've been watching all, and then now I'm going down to, it's bad, Matty. It's bad. Hasbro, the problem with combiners as a toy was that they really couldn't articulate. They were very cheap looking, whatever. Bro, now Hasbro has, with engineering and all that, with the modern level of toy, they've reissued and making all the combiners again. So I may have bought a bunch of figures.
Merry Christmas to you, all right?
Treated myself to some things, which
hey, look, bro. I'll make you feel better. Hang on.
To show you. Oh, what you did? You didn't say there? Ooh, you got the man, bro.
I don't want to interrupt your story. I'll tell you how I got that. It's hilarious.
So yeah, bro. So like, as you can see, these are the Stunticons, which are now available. Yeah. I got my Stunticons on, bro. I'm bro. That's Motor Master. Yeah. So all these dudes are in Transformers Devastation. Devastator's in there. And I said, yo, I gotta go back, man. The Stunticons are in there, bro. I gotta take it back. I think I was, not that I said the game was whack, but I was like, the High Moon games is nothing comparing to the High Moon game. Yo, Platinum was in their bag. Let me tell you why. They went for a different approach. They went high frenetic energy, combos, dodge system. then the depth and the upgrading of the weapons, and not a skill tree per se, but a synergizing system. Then they got the G1. It looks like a cartoon. It looooks like my beloved G1 car. They got Frank Walker, who's my greatest vocalist for the Transformers as Megatron. Peter Cullen is Optimus Prime. It is literally a Saturday morning cartoon. Little 8-year-old Cog is back right now. Like I'm buying toys. I'm watching the episodes. So, bro, I've been in heaven replaying Transformers Devastation. I am so G1'd out right now. King was like, I called Cass and King. I see how this statue thing got you. I'm in a dark place and I can't get out. He said, no, you good, man. Those things didn't cost that much as our statues cost. He was like, you gonna be all right. And now they just announced, and the reason why they started is because they just now are going to reissue Devastator. 86 Devastator. It classic, bro. I already put my pre-order. So Transformers Devastation hit me at the right time. And I'm having a ball, and they got all of them in there. So yeah, shout out to Transformers Devastation. It is, bro, it's really good. I really am having a ball with it. So shout out to that. And then obviously we got the shared game. What you looking at? You look like you looking at.
No, I was trying to, because you talking about pre-ordering something. I
got to pre-order something.
I got to show you what I pre-ordered when I find it. It was a Darth Revan figure that I pre-ordered December 2023. I was like, I can't say no to this, because anytime like KOTOR or anything comes around, it's like so rare, especially for it to be good. I mean, this is I'll grab it for you. Continue. I'll grab it for you.
So I'm in that bag, and then when I go to the gym, bro, Transformers the 85 cartoon just put out. I've always wanted this for the long. They had some of the greatest themes, right? They just put out the soundtrack for all the themes from the show, and Transformers Devastation has their soundtrack up. Bro, I am in Transformers heaven right now. It is a renaissance. They are taking it back to the essence for me, and I'm just in a good place. So it's been a lot of Transformers, and then the second, obviously what we talked about earlier, is Marvel Rivals. Bro, I am in deep now. Cog has found his characters.
Who is your character?
All right, so let's go. So we start first. The one that took the longest was Duelist, because I tried with Panther, bro. I'm sorry, he ain't it. He needs a buff in the worst way. The spear, I like the AOE aspect of it and the marking aspect, but the hit detection with the claw lunge is whack to me, and especially the kick. He has to do too much work, and he's still kind of spongy. So I'm just like, nah, this ain't it. I gave him a go. I gave a couple other people a go, but surprisingly, who it was. You got the little sideshow. I don't know. Who surprisingly who it was for me, bro. I'll be going off with Namor. Namor?
I suck with Namor.
Bro, what it is, again, similar in that he's got the trident.
Sure.
But then you got the trident. Then you throw out the squid. Those are your little turtles. Those are your goons. So they do a little small DPS. But the thing is, if you start landing the trident or you get a kill with it, their attack speed goes up. So you can really start setting up and you can put them in little advantageous places so the enemy don't realize they're getting whittled down while you just raining them. Then he's got the it's hilarious. They're gonna get me for that one. Then they definitely gonna get raining on me.
There we go.
They got me. So, then they got the defensive move where he kind of envelops himself with this tidal wave of invincibility to get out of a situation. He floats away. Yeah. My only wish is the wings are whack, because it's like, he got the wings on his feet. Yeah. I wish like you could kind of glide with him. You could only do it off a certain little circumstance, which is kind of whack. But the other thing is the trident with the thing. He's got crazy synergy because everybody takes that goddamn shark. What is it? Jeff
the land shark. Yeah,
who swallows dudes. Pause. He doing his own throat coat.
Yeah, he's got his own throat coat.
He's got his own situation going on.
And he's suicidal. Any Jeff the land shark I run into, like, he'll just get me. And I'm like, all right, you're going to spit me out, right? I'm Groot. Like, I have no mobility. He's like, no, I'm killing myself with you. I'm like, bro, I'll always chat them. I'll be like, you could have done that without killing yourself, right? Like, you know that. Come on.
Bro, it's hilarious. So, yeah, Namor for sure. That's my duelist. So I was messing around. Okay, who is going to be my stretch? So I do like Warlock, but Warlock, he's good, but I ain't going to front, Matty. Once I pick Mantis, because Mantis, people don't realize in the comic history, People don't realize Surfer had a little fling with Mantis. At one point. Yeah, this early Surfer. My early Surfer heads know. Volume 3, early joint. They met up. She helped him out, and yeah, they had a little thing. So I said, let me try, man. This is Surfer adjacent. Let's see. I like her a lot.
Yeah, Mantis is awesome.
And first of all, she's got the balance between offense, defense. You can use the 4 leaf things. You can power your own self up to do more DPS with her attacks.
Yeah.
Also, just healing could also help heal yourself. Then you could also give extra people DPS with that. She's got the healing bubble thing that you're talking about. But the thing for me is when the tanks try to run down on me, and they're like, yeah, we got you. You squishy. Go to sleep.
Yep.
Go to sleep. Shut up. Shut up and go to sleep. Get him, guys. Get him. Get him. Yep. He's here.
That ability is so underrated and how effective it is.
So I got some Mantis Boom, DPS for now, Namor. We got to see how these Fantastic Four come out when it's going to be on. I got to reevaluate. But and again, what I realized with this game is who you play with best. You got to stick with. You give people tryouts, but for me, and then who was the tank for me? I tried Strange. Strange is good. The problem with Strange is I can't do enough DP. I feel like when you build up that meter and then, you shoot the wand stuff. Yeah, I feel like it should do more damage. Like I built this up and it's
if you pull it right when it hits 100 and you don't let it tick down afterwards, if you pull it at 100,
maybe that's what it is.
You can, I don't think you're going to be laying on thick, crazy damage, but I gave him a try for a night and I found he is ridiculous if you do that. It's okay. I think he might be the best support because the ability to teleport. We won 3 games in a row because I had like the last minute teleport that got us to a point that we would have lost otherwise.
That's where he is the ultimate. You're going to win the game mode. You put up the barrier, you push through, right? I'm just what it is. I get jealous. You see the DPS guys getting all the kills. I want to be the MVP one game. You know what I'm saying?
So dude, tanks are good. I feel like I could. But you can
DPS
MVP
with Strange. Have you seen Strange's winning MVP? That's my only thing.
I have, yeah. But I play as Groot and I do MVP a decent amount with him. Like
okay, finish.
I was gonna say I feel like tanks. That's like kind of been my calling card in this game. Like I just kind of thrive in that role. But in particular, Groot, bro, I'll like leave games at like 20k damage, and I'm like, because I love the walls. Like I'll put them up. Like, oh, you think you're gonna get out? And I'm just like, bah! Like just hitting away.
Whoa, Groot. Yeah, I ain't gonna front. Groot be giving me problem. Whenever I face some Groots, y'all put the damn walls. Then I got that thing where y'all entangle somebody or something too.
Yeah, the old.
Oh my god, that's annoying. Yeah, like Groots I'll be running for some of them Groots. I ain't gonna hold you. Like at that wall jet. But I feel like as a tank, Strange, my only thing. He's a great tank. He's a great player. The portal is great. The barrier is great. The Agamotto joint is great. And even the super, when you stun people with the Eye of Agamotto, great. I just felt I just need a little DPS. That's why I just pulled off of him. But he's a good character. Bro, it's Hulk. He just gets my natural beastie. Like, I got to get you. I got to put hands and feet on you. Yeah. And like, you can't get away. Then when I get the Loki slam on you, don't let me do that to you. Don't let me put that hit. I had to call Kate, bro. I've been getting crazy and don't let me have a healer on my team. Then I could use the gamma force field thing to help my guys. And then he got the clap, but also the stun. First I stun you. I do throw the thing at you, stun. And then I go get you. And then the funny thing, the flying dudes think they safe. You hold the left trigger, do the leap, and you leap onto the... Come here. Where you going? Yeah. Let's talk. Let's cuddle for a minute. Let's talk. So that's my thing. Hulk gets all my frustrations out. And I like, this is great.
You just fucking pummel people as well.
Oh, absolutely. Now, you can't be too beastie, because sometimes I was getting too cocky. And like, if you try to push and they're they will wreck. You know who be wrecking though? Punisher, that damn turret, Punisher. Don't worry, he here, pull the turret out, and he be in a spot I can't get to.
Like the people who just park it in the turret are like the clearest admission of just being bad. Like I can't stand them because they're never effective enough in my opinion. Like I always, I'll flank you. You're literally gonna just stand there and the thing though is they're so headstrong because I'll literally just like go behind them. I'll hit them a bunch of times, taking away their HP, and they don't turn around or anything. They're like, all right, I'm gonna die in this thing. And I'm like, are you that bad that you just accepted that like this is what you're gonna do? That's your game plan. I'm gonna ride this turret till I die. When Punisher has such a great kid, it bothers the hell out of me.
I agree.
I hate
agree.
Punisher,
But bro, so those been my 3. Obviously, we know about the new characters coming. I want to definitely see Invisible Girl. See Mr. Fantastic. Yeah. Obviously, the new maps, the new mode. But bro, I'm completely addicted. I'm finally at the point now where I feel I'm good. I'm helping the team. Sure. I'm not a liability anymore. And this joint is just so much fun. I spent way too much money on skins.
I haven't bought any yet because like they've been giving Groot some skins, and it's, you know what the problem the game is having for me is that I love the base game skins. Like I think everyone in the game for the most part looks really cool. I will say that new Wolverine, I think it's funny enough a Battle Pass costume, the one where he's got like the kind of like Revenant cap on, he's got like the glowing red claws. That one
sick
is awesome. Yes. But I don't even think I have to technically pay for that. So I'm just going to get it over time through the Battle Pass, if I remember correctly. So like that's what I would have paid for, but I don't even play Wolverine that much. I love Wolverine, but
he's good.
You know, the game is so much fun. I have like 60 hours in it already. I'm just like so addicted to it. Like it is just the only reason I stopped playing for a little bit is because I'm like, season 1's about to come out. Like, you know, I kind of used it as I'll talk about some of the games I'm playing, kind of how I flowed into other games when I saw the season was winding down, maxed out the Battle Pass and everything. I was good to go. But, oh man, this game, for me, it was Groot for the tank.
Okay.
I'm not really a great duelist. I don't I don't think I'm effective. Like, I'm not awful, but we lose more when I play duelist. And I'm like, well, I'm not good enough to get that DPS out. Like I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I'm like, is there anyone I'm good at? I'm like, I guess the melee characters I enjoy more, like
Iron Fist or
Iron Fist is good. Like Magic is really good.
Yeah,
portals and stuff. Like she's so tough to hit, I feel. I did get the hang of Spider-Man a little bit. I was pretty proud of myself. I did get the hang of
work. That's work.
Well, what I didn't realize is that I think anyone can get good with him, because I thought that you had to. You know how he has the ability where he shoots his web and pulls himself into you, right?
Yes.
And he uppercuts you. I was at first just aiming that and trying to hit it every time. And I was like, God damn, like I'm missing this so much. So when you E and you miss, you're just like, I'm on web swing for another like 10 seconds. And I exit the game with 3K damage. The homies flame me. I'm like, yeah, it's definitely through there. I didn't realize when you hit them with the web ball, then when you go to web zip into them, it's like an auto targeting thing. So when you all the aiming you have to do is really with the web ball. You hit that, then you pull yourself in, uppercut them, hit them in the air a few times, and then get out. And when I got that down, I had like a 10K damage Spider-Man game for like a single round. I was like, oh, because his ult is fucking amazing. I was like,
I haven't played him yet. What is his ult?
His ult is I'm surprised, it's the one where he's like, don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man. And he just like webs the fuck out of everyone and just kills everyone. It's
a kill joint.
Yeah. It's so funny because like you'll see Spider-Man. I get so annoyed in Cop when I'm playing because you'll see a Spider-Man like whipping around, like you're just taking his ass out. He's a non-factor. Then he shows up with his ult, wipes your whole team. Because like that's I always call them Q warriors because I play on PC. I'm like, these are the dudes who only know how to press the Q button. And when they do that, they're like, now I'm an impact. Like, say shit about Spider-Man now. I'm like, still bad.
But I was going to say that back to your point about those alts.
Yeah.
I think that's what saved me with it. Namor's alt. It doesn't have that, but it has group potential.
Great.
Yeah, like you could get people up out of there with that.
So bad with his ult. I tried Namor for a couple of nights and I just miss every time on his ult. I'm literally that dude's like, oh, worry, boys, I got him. You hear like the little like, and I just miss completely.
Yeah, you got to aim it. It's like a second or two delay.
Yeah, that's my problem. Is I put it in the right area and they just see it coming. They're like,
come in, they move.
Yeah, we get out of the way.
Yep. I feel you.
Yeah, it's that Moon Knight's ult I'm terrible with. Like anyone who like I have to predict where they're going. So bad.
No doubt. But yeah, that's pretty good. Rivals, I'm in there. We made the clan. We made the faction.
Yeah.
Some dudes in there running with Iron Lords. We had to make the real IOP or so like that.
Oh.
Some dudes is running in there talking about they Iron Lords podcast. I was like, wow. And they stole the abbreviation too. I was like,
really? Oh, and they took the podcast as well?
Well, when you try to make your faction name, they'll tell you, oh, this has been taken.
Yeah.
This has been taken. So I did a search. I'm like, who are these? So I thought, well, maybe it's one of the people I know. And they reserved the name and they waiting for us to get in. I'm like, so a bunch of no-name dudes I never. I'm like, these ain't nobody I know. I asked Attic and King, and they were like, nah. But yeah, it's been so fun, bro. We being the homies for playing this. Like King is in, Attic is in. Like we've been playing the hell out of Rivals, bro. It's been a ton of fun.
Such a good time. That's what led me to that Spider-Man mask. That was. It's actually funny. So every year when we do Laylee's like Christmas Eve party, they have like a tradition of white elephant. And so the rule, that the suggestion I should say is like buy something you think is cool. So I find the Lego store and I'm just kind of going around, and I almost bought an R2D2 because it came with an exclusive Darth Malik figure, which is the most random thing I've ever seen. Like that's the main villain of KOTOR. Why is this in R2D2? But like the minifig there almost got me to bend. But I was like, no, like I don't know if the Star Wars hype is big enough. This doesn't feel broad enough. I see the Spider-Man mask. I get it. I throw it into the white elephant pile, and Laylee's brother unwrapped it, and then I went and claimed it because I was like, I want this shit, bro. So I ended up winning it, and so I literally bought the gift for myself.
For yourself? I love it.
So I'm actually very excited about that. He ended up with, someone brought an awful gift. He ended up with thyroid medication.
Hey, yo.
Yeah, whoever did that, I was just like,
that's wild.
Most of the, I definitely did him dirty because most of the gifts there were pretty awesome, and then he got like the worst one after I traded off with him. He's like, because like once you lose the gift, he gets to unwrap a new one from the pile, and he unwraps it, and it's a thyroid medication. I'm like, man, I feel kind of bad.
What was the thought process on this? Why? Who needed this?
No, I don't know. That's the thing. No, everyone was like, "What the fuck is this?" Like, it didn't even get like a big crowd reaction, if you will. Where everyone was like, "Whoa!" They were like, "What the hell? Like, why?" And there's the funny part is there's a gag gift part too that we do. So
that's what I thought that was. I was like, "Oh, this is some gag part of the game."
Yeah, but the gag gift came after the white elephant. So and she was dead serious. I was like, I don't know, bro. I don't know. Thyroid medication.
Somebody got these signals.
That's super fucking crazy.
Well, that's been pretty much what you've been into, man.
All right. Yeah, I got a lot to talk about, big and small. Metaphor is done. A lot of our audience is writing in because we didn't get to go on to the spoiler cast that maybe at the end of an episode, we'll kind of dive into Metaphor with spoilers and stuff like in our wrap up. So maybe we'll do that one week.
Yeah.
But you and I were talking the whole way through my ending. I managed to wrap it up a little bit after my break started. And dude, just I was thinking about it today in the shower, like favorite game developers of all time. I was like, I feel like Atlas has to be my favorite now. The amount of just impact they've had on my personal life in my adulthood, especially, but also like, have I played a game from them? I just went, never. Like never. Anything, any series they've touched, anything I see. Atlas is the one logo I see on a box, and it still draws my eye. Like when I was a kid, I saw like a logo like EA, and I was like, oh, this has to be good. Like I'm talking old EA, by the way. But yeah, like that was the feeling though. Like I still see Atlas, and I go, this has to be good. This has to be different. They have like a staple of quality. And Metaphor was no different in that regard. But man, by the end of it, you described it perfectly. It feels like a truly earned ending. What an incredible message to really round the game off with as well. I was really taken aback by how direct it was, like from creator to audience, that line. And I found that very intelligently done with the overall message of the game. I mean, I was surprised by the end of it all, how many things it had to say. Like it had things to say on how fiction impacts us. It had things to say about anxiety, like in a very heavy-handed way, might I add. Like it had things to say about modern day politics, types of leadership. There was just so much packed into it. Like what an inspired project, really. He obviously was my game of the year. I talked about it on Summon Time before I even finished it. Like, yeah, it's half of Metaphor is better than any game that came out last year. And so wrapping it up, I did all of the trials. I did every side fight.
Oh, talk to me.
So I did. I'll get into this a little bit, but I had the same problem you did with Stroll in that I left damage on the table by the end of my playthrough because a friend's been sending me videos of him going through it with a certain synthesis skill. And I'm just like, oh, I'm so annoyed at myself looking at it. I'm like, dude, I'll explain my experience with these fights, but I was like, dude, I was even by the end game not hitting for like 12k damage with one attack. I was like, dude, I'm so annoyed at myself. So I left a lot on the table there that I think would have made my life easier. But I will say the trials. The first one I did was I think it was the blue dragon, we'll say. And that's why I texted you. I said, first try. I was feeling good. I'm not going to lie. I wasn't trying to make you feel bad. But
I like that. I was like, I know where he at.
I was like, oh man, like, cause I felt prepared for it. Like I went toe to toe and I had to work. Like I had to, pay attention, heal up. It was a good, like each of these were duels where I really had to like half an hour, 40 minutes of like back and forth we go. Really lived up to the challenge, but like getting it first try felt good. Like,
that felt good.
Because the deeper you got and the longer it took, I was like, man, if I had to retry this, I totally get where Cog's at. I will lose my damn mind. Second one, the miasma, we'll call it. This dude was the toughest in my opinion, because just the status effects, the amount of barriers they had.
I know that was the one. Yup, that one right there. He was the hardest one.
First try, but barely. Well, I say barely. Barely. Wow. There was only one dragon that got me, and that was the red one, because I didn't realize they were telegraphing the one-hit attack.
Yes.
So the one-hit attack came in, wiped me. I was like, oh, I'll pay attention for the sign next time. They did something, I didn't catch it. Wiped me again. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, I think I texted you. I was like, bro. I was like, what is wrong with this thing? And I realized that he does a certain move that is not like, normally when in this game, it kind of broke one of its rules. Normally in Atlas game, when they're gearing up to one-shot you, it's like, this dragon stares intensely at you. You're like, okay, defend up. Yeah. Like, you get ready. That didn't happen. He just does an attack that then afterwards he'll follow up with the one hit. So Hulkenberg has a great synthesis skill. Give everyone the ultimate guard.
Yes.
And then swing away, my friend. And once I figured that out, this was not tough, which is why I give the crown of the trials to the miasma one, because that one was like genuinely really tough. Like put me down to like items, MP was running low. I didn't have some answers for status ailments. I felt like I was ill-equipped in some areas with like spells I had and how I had to set up weaknesses. I was like, damn, I really got to think this through. So the trials lived up to the challenge for sure. Like they were tough. The end game was tough, but I would say the hardest boss in the game.
What was the hardest one for you?
I think it was the final boss, like the final boss.
Final boss.
Yes.
Yes.
I thought that was the toughest because when I looked, like technically again, that one trial killed me a couple of times, but like I don't count the one hits as like challenge.
Gotcha.
I think miasma had it, but then the final boss, the way there were times I was cruising and then it put me on my heels. It really was the SMT experience. Like SMT does that. They lull you. You're like, okay, we're in a rhythm now. Like I know what you're gonna do. I'm boxing you right now, and then all of a sudden, they just bitch slap you. It's like status ailment, knock you down. I get 4 more turns. Hit you again and again and again and again. Yes. Okay, you go. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to heal. Oh, someone's dead. I lost a turn. Let me res, I guess. Like, I'm like, I had trouble with that boss. I didn't die, thank goodness, because again, I would have lost my mind because I put so much into it. But that was tough. That was tough. But kudos to you, because I think I had the benefit of being a little bit prepared. That was the main thing. I was a little bit prepared. Oh, and the other thing, while I was getting one hit, I didn't realize I auto-equipped one of the shoes. The sneakers. Yeah. So I didn't realize because I remembered, again, that was a little bit unfair maybe, but I remembered what you said about like, don't put it on until after. I was like, okay, I'm going to wait. And it was one of my mage characters. I optimized her build.
Oh, you did the optimize button and
I
put it on
and put on the shoes. And I was like, so when he wiped me twice, I thought of you. I was like, could it be? I was like, I didn't go into this menu though. And I looked, I was like, oh my God. I was like, oh no, I did it. So I did get a little bit of guidance there. But yeah, man, just in top of the line, turn-based combat, incredible music. Especially,
what's your favorite track?
The one where they hand the dude the mic and just let him go, right? That dungeon theme.
Bro, he goes off.
Yeah. I don't even know what the hell he's doing, but it's great.
Yeah, Face of the Palace is what Gauntlet Runner's second theme as you get later in the game.
That might be it. That's a good one too. Final boss theme though, the way they have like the motifs, I won't say what, but just really good. But there is also one fight it's right before the final fight, and it is very memorable to me, and sort of how they break some walls down. I'm like, oh my God, bro, like game really is the gift that keeps on giving. And so I just love what they do with the main character. And by the end, you look at that cast and you're like, I love this cast. All of them are great in their own ways. I don't feel like there's a real weak link. And the best thing you could say about Metaphor is like, yes, this took me 100 hours to beat, but it is a literal straight line upward.
Yeah.
The problem a lot of long JRPGs have is it's a bit of a roller coaster. Metaphor does, like I talked to my whole playthrough through this show, right? It starts a little bit slow, builds up, but that's the thing is it keeps building. Yeah. And as you get deeper and deeper, you realize like the stakes keep raising and it keeps usurping your expectations. And by the end of it, you're like, it never drops. And that is so impressive. It's why I will say I felt the length in this game more than Persona 5. That was the one drawback is like Persona 5, I always say is a game that I put 132 hours into and I blinked and I was like, wow. Metaphor had I don't know if it was like the it factor. I don't know if it's because Persona 5 was like that new art style. Like that's where Atlas to me really splashed on the map. And it was like really new, really different where like Metaphor is built with a lot of Persona 5 in mind. Gotcha. I think that's the one thing that holds it back. Like Metaphor isn't my favorite Atlas game, but it might be their best made game ever. But Persona 5 Royal to me still
the chair for you.
Still got the crown.
They got the crown.
That I want you to play that game so bad because knowing how much you love Metaphor and knowing how these ideas are kind of similar at times, I do think Persona 5 Royal would shoot up your charts as like a GOAT. It's really good. Now, remember, I laid things out. I stayed true to the plan. Rap Metaphor, Mega Man Legends, beat that. I'll talk about that on Retro Rebound because I like to save the kind of classic stuff for here. And also my list of games would be 5 games long. So we'll talk about it over there. But I love that game. Love it. So I was staying true to the plan. Then it came to game 3, right? Where game 3 was supposed to be Disco Elysium or Death Stranding. But I'm scrolling through my Steam library and I do make eye contact with a particular game that was halfway done when I stopped it in August to focus on other content. And that was Trails. It got me again this December.
I knew it was going back. You got to get your heart out the way. I knew it.
But I wouldn't even say it was hard. It was more like the game comes out next month. I already have the modded version. Like pretty much there's like a China version. There was a mod for it that translates the game. And so I paid for it and everything, but it's good to go. And I get through half the game. I stopped playing because again, there was reviews coming up and I was like, I want to give this game the time it has. And then I realized when going through my library, I was like, I do want to play Disco Elysium a lot more, but this is the right time to play this now because I have my save file there. I don't want to start over. I have the story in mind. Let's just pick this up because I stopped at the end of Act 2. So I was right in like the middle of the game. Let's pick up and go. So I've been going through that. I just finished what I would call the intermission chapter. I won't talk specifics at all because I know there's a lot of Trails fans in our audience, but I'll just say, man, at first I'm like, I was streaming it to my friend. I said to him straight, I was like, man, what the fuck are they doing? Like, this is such a waste of time. But if you are like long-term invested in a particular character, a very long-standing and highly loved character, by the end of this, you'll be like, that might have been one of the best chapters Trails has done. Like, it was just the impact, the way they built out this character and the demons they faced was really well handled. Just awesome stuff. So back on that Trails groove. And also the other reason it pushed me to finishing this is I want to finish this as soon as possible, only because the Sky remake is later this year. And that to me is like the Trails game this year. I cannot wait for that. So if I can create as big of a gap between these two as I can, that's good because Trails is an investment. So I did want to get away after Metaphor from long JRPGs. But for those who don't know, Trails Through Daybreak 2, compared especially to a Metaphor, is very short. Like we're talking 50-ish hours, maybe.
50 sounds small these days.
50 is short compared to Metaphor is what I'm saying. For me, who was halfway through, it was like 25, 30 hours, which is like, that's what made me go in. I was like, this is palatable. Like I can do this. But before I did that, I was like, well, I thought of you. I thought of the audience. I was like, I need to kind of get a little something else going, a little something else out of the way. I made a video called Games You Missed in 2024. And it was really a video designed to kind of spotlight like, hey, I talk about all these big games constantly. Here are some small ones you may have missed. And I shouted a bunch. One of them was mouthwashing. I know Gene loves mouthwashing. He's the one who put it on my radar.
Yeah,
I bought
Gene
it when
goes hard for it. I haven't played. Yeah.
So I bought it when he told me about it because it was like, I think 10, $13 in that range. I was like, all right. He's like, it's really short. You can beat it in a night. So before I started Daybreak 2, I was like, I need to bring a little surprise to the table for the Duke audience. And I was like, here we go. One-nighter. Perfect, right? So I fired it up. I played through all the way. And I realized I hadn't played a game like this probably since What Remains of Edith Finch, when Laylee lived in her old condo, which was like 2-3 years ago. Played it on Game Pass. Like, I don't play these just narrative walking sim style games. What really drew me to it was not really just the zeitgeist surrounding it, but it was the psychological horror element of it that people found so deeply compelling. They were like, it's apparently very disturbing. I was like, oh, I'm all about that. Like, I'll give me disturbing games all day. So I hop into it, and I'll keep it brief and as abbreviated as I can, just because I finished the game and my Steam library said 2.4 hours. I finished it so quickly that I feel like any level of expectation creation for this game can sour it a bit for you. And I don't want people to have that experience that maybe I had a little bit, which is like, I had pretty high expectations going in, and I walked out being like, that was good. I didn't love it. I just thought it was solid. You know, I think for me, what worked for me was the art style was really an old school PS1 kind of vibe. The atmosphere is really great. The themes it gets into, you don't really expect. Like, you think the story is going to be one thing, like you're all kind of trapped on a spaceship, we'll say, and it ends in an area where it's like a much more personable adventure. It's very dark. I would define it kind of Silent Hill 2 coded, in that there isn't this sort of moment of happiness or brevity. It is just like really dark, really a sad story. And as you put these pieces together, the game really trusts your intelligence, that there's even like, I'll just say little details in how like characters are placed throughout this ship, and like in certain narrative beats where you find them in spots where you're like, I think I know what you were looking for here when you were in that room where, again, I don't want to specify objects or anything, but that particular thing I was looking for is supposed to be in this room, and you were there at that moment. If I connect the dots to the story, you were here probably looking for the same thing because you might have wanted to take someone out. Interesting how that worked. So the way the situation gradually breaks down, and even the cinematography, like some of the shots in this game, I'll just say this particular one, for people who played it, will know what I'm talking about. One person sitting in a chair, one person standing, and there's just something happening in the background. I was like, damn, like, that is really cool. It's very different. It's got a lot of great stuff going for it. It's definitely like a game I recommend, especially for $10, people play. I'm an easy target. There's no like jump scares or anything in this game. It's uneasing. That's the term.
It makes you uncomfortable.
Yeah, but it's never going to, boom, gotcha. There's no sound spiking, none of that, which I'm always very sensitive to because I hate when games do that. I think it's so cheap. But there's none of that. This is just like a straight up psychological horror experience, just designed to gradually break you down. I say gradually, but I mean, it's a quick game, so it's pretty effective in that manner. But the story is really good. I just feel if I were to describe what was kind of left on the table, I kind of wish it was just a touch longer. I feel like there was a little bit more room to explore these characters because they have so much more going for them. And by the end, some of them do feel like impactful, but others don't. It's a very purposeful game, though. It clearly has something it wants to say. It sold over 300,000 copies, which is awesome for this game. But yeah, very different, very, very different style game. And definitely recommend it for people who are looking for that kind of psychological horror experience.
Nice.
All right. Well, that's what we're playing, Cog. Anything else you want to add in?
I love the list.
All right. Well, next up here, we got to write in. We'll get into the news after. This comes from Scott Holdsworth. It says, welcome back, my beautiful boys. I trust you had a wonderful break. Thank you for keeping my ear holes filled over what is a stressful time for me personally. I wanted to comment on Matty's 74 hours on Xbox in 2024 and just say the exact same thing happened to me. I got a ROG Ally in 2023 and used it as a desktop PC, and by 2024, I bought a beast of a rig and now game exclusively on that. My Game Pass sub lapses in January, and I don't plan to renew. For me, I found myself continuously getting more and more jaded with the Xbox brand, which I have loved since day one. I was wondering if Matty could expound on what led him astray from Xbox. I know he mentioned he is not buying physical games on Xbox, but is there anything else? Thanks, lads. Scott. Thank you, Scott, for writing in. So,
Scott.
Yeah, as part of my beginning of catching up, I don't know if you saw it. There's some people upset about the 74 hours. How could you host if you played 74 hours? I get it. Like as much as I don't like, there's a lot of deception in how people have framed it. I get how if you hear it at first, it probably sounds like, oh, he only played 74 hours of games this year. Yikes. Which I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind? Like, how can I host this show playing that little games? I don't know, but I get it. It fits the narrative beautifully of, man, he really does hate Xbox. Like it fits the narrative beautifully of like, he doesn't play Xbox. He just talks about it. Perfect. But I expected a lot of this, man, because I've just come to anticipate that people talk more about the things I don't say than the things I do say. So I'm not going to get on my heels about it, but let's break it down a little bit of what led me away from the Xbox console in 2024. But also, you'll be sad to learn, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't touch my Xbox console during my holiday break either. I know. So one thing that unfortunately led to my lower hours on the console, again, on PC is where most, like I had like 500 something hours like on my PC alone. Like that's where I was at this year, which I didn't realize until the year ended. And I think I was just in denial because I swore to myself, I'd never become this. But I think it starts with third party a little bit. It doesn't start with exclusives because Xbox's games and their IP library has always been very captivating for me. It really does start with third party. And Scott, I know you brought it up as sort of like, well, it has to be other things. And there are other things I'll get into. But with that physical library, that's something I value a lot and really Switch is the top of the totem pole for me. Like if I can buy your game physically on Switch, like I talked about with Pentiment. Yeah, I bought Pentiment, even though it's an Xbox game, I bought it on Switch when they did the limited run. I didn't buy it on Xbox, even though that's where I played it first. Because Switch with its cartridge and its offline capabilities is the most compelling place for a person like me who values that style of product to buy my games physically. Like it's still a big part of Nintendo's game plan. I hope with the new Switch, it continues to be a part of their game plan. It's very valuable to me as a consumer. PlayStation second, right? They had the same CMOS battery issue that Xbox had. PlayStation went and fixed that pretty immediately, though. They have games like Spider-Man 2, which Insomniac comes out and says, hey, all the data's on the disc. Like this is a fully boxed product. I feel like that's becoming more and more scarce. So PlayStation does get a lot of my physical purchases, not out of favoritism, but I speak with my wallet. I want to support physical games. And so that's where I do my best to do that. The other problem is that a lot of Xbox physical goodies that I would purchase, like Indiana Jones would have been an easy addition to my library, is a coaster. Starfield, I can grab it off my shelf, doesn't even have a disc. There it is, the cred stick, you know? It's very cool, but that's what's pushed me away from buying a lot of third party on Xbox is because the thing I value most as a gamer is not there, the physical. And I know there's a point where I'll eventually be the old man shouting at a cloud when PlayStation's doing the same thing, but that time has not come. When that time comes, I know I'll melt to the times as I've put most of my gaming hours on PC. So that's where I'm kind of at. It's like, am I not, even though I'm the host of an Xbox show and I'm very still much invested in the Xbox ecosystem because I play through PC, which according to the same people who were hating on me, like that's been the thing for like since the Xbox One gen. So I don't know why it disappears now, but am I not entitled as a consumer to vote with my wallet and speak my mind on these things in a way that I think is healthy? And it's just like, yeah, look, I want to buy physical games on Xbox, but I slowed that down dramatically when I realized they're not adjusting. It's kind of a lost cause. And again, with the totem pole of the CMOS battery, we'll call it, Xbox falls to the bottom of that. Even if it's little particulars, unrealistic particulars of like, yeah, who's going to actually connect an Xbox Series X offline in 2025? Totally fair point. But it matters to someone like me who values the preservation of the product and that it's not just software that goes away like that, or it's a product key I'm buying. So that was step one for me. It's like, I don't play a lot of third party on Xbox, not because I don't want to, but because the practices I believe in are not supported as frequently as they once were here. And so because of that, a lot of my gaming hours dwindled on Xbox. It also doesn't help when games like Hellblade are shorter, or a case like Indiana Jones, review copies are a big way of how I first access a game.
Oh yeah, PC's priority for review copies.
Yeah, and it's most times what's ready first. So for those who want a little behind the scenes look,
that's a fact.
They'll reach out to you with an email and they'll be like, what's your preference? And I always tell them what's available first. And every time, yes, PC is available first.
That's a fact.
So as someone who reviews a lot of games, PCs become that platform for me, which I think is also useful to the audience because sometimes PC ports aren't really great and you get to test them on multiple platforms. But the last time I was offered like an Xbox code that was like ready for a review immediately, that wasn't an Xbox exclusive, by the way, was the Dead Space remake. They were like, I think I told them, you know, whatever's ready first. And they were like, Xbox is ready first. Is that okay? And I was like, yeah, absolutely. So that's just unfortunately the way it kind of went down sometimes for review codes. I also am not happy with Xbox's achievement system, as I've documented numerous times on the show. So when I see a game that gets that little trophy bell going off in my head or the achievement bell going off in my head, if I think I might want to platinum the game, Persona 3 Reload, I bought that. You can see the collector's edition back on the spinning shelf over there, kind of. I bought that on PS5 because I wanted to, you know, I might go for the platinum one day. That means a lot to me. I like that PlayStation has added the platinum trophy to their classics, something I begged Xbox to do and still will continue to beg Xbox to do. Like,
they're still working on it.
Yeah, get that back compat library, some achievement support. I will be fucking all over it, dude. All over it. So my point being is a lot of people were stunned by it. And I was a little surprised as well. The reason I brought it up is because I was, to Cog's point, we were talking about this as an Xbox and how I wrestled with the campaign, but it wasn't until I saw my gaming hours across all three platforms. And while I was still very invested in playing Xbox games and Game Pass and the ecosystem itself, I didn't touch my console really in a whole year. And I was like, damn, man. And most of that time was spent on a game I didn't really enjoy in Shattered Space, right? Which sucked. So I mean, I get why some people were surprised when they heard it, but when I started to break it down, like, okay, obviously I want to talk about this a little bit more. I was like, this makes complete sense with the practices I value and kind of what's there for me as a consumer. And so that's why I'm a very passionate vocal speaker on Xbox, because like my biggest part of my collection next to my PS2 is my 360. The original Xbox is my favorite system to collect for. There's so many weird ass games. I miss that form of Xbox, but I love a lot of what they're doing now. And I play all the games that they do now. It's just not on the platform I think people want me to play it on.
No, that's fine. I'm sorry.
You know, that was really it, because I know some people were looking for clarity on it. And so it's like,
it's 74 hours talking.
Yeah, I know. I saw a lot of people running with it in disingenuous ways, which I expected. I was like, you know how the internet go. Yeah, like I was like, yeah, of course. And I feel bad for people who really do believe the things that like aren't even said. Like I did see someone run around
wrong with it.
I did see someone run around saying like, I'm waiting for Indiana Jones on PS5. I'm like, I reviewed it. I talked about it on the show. We had a show framed around it, and we talked about it on Summons On. I'm like, how much more out there do I have to be about something I play before you just don't malign the truth? And it does bring the question of sometimes like, why do you provide caveats and clarifications in podcast formats if the information still gets warped by disingenuous people? But I guess that's just what it is, unfortunately. That's just the nature of the beast.
Yeah, well, people want to peg you and throw you in a box. And,
sure,
you know, I used to get it all the time with, like, if I like something that, you know, a lot of people didn't like or something like that. They're like, oh, you see? You know, say that kind of thing. You're always going to get that regardless. And then they never bring up the times where I go in on Xbox. They never bring in the times when I trash, you know, practices and things like that. They think that I'm always lockstep with everything Xbox is doing. And I'm like, no, I have multiple examples of when I give them the business. I thought Shattered Space was one of those moments where I went in and the people, you know, again, it never gets like, so what it is to me, it just exposes that people don't listen and they want to keep you in this box. But to your point, no, it makes perfect sense. I mean, as a person who values physical as much as I know you do, that makes sense. You're going to get it on the platforms where where they provide that. And Xbox, that's not their vision. That's not what they're doing, right? They're pretty much almost 100% digital. And then they literally have 50% of their audience on the S that is literally all digital, right? So it makes perfect sense. And then, you know, for the PC thing, I get it as a reviewer and all the stuff you get. And then, you know, just as far as your preferred platform to consume it, you know, that's where it's at. And honestly, I think they don't mind that you're over there, to be honest with you. Yeah. You know, that kind of thing.
I think any Xbox exec listening to this and going like, oh, you're playing all your stuff on PC? Even though our shit sucks on PC? Hell yeah. Like, they're probably like fist pumping here and that. But, you know
it's very interesting you say it. While you're talking, I'm sitting there, I'm like, yo, I'm in the same boat, but on the opposite side. And I'm like, why am I not playing my PS5? My PS5 are and I had to break it down. It's not that the PS5 is a bad system. It's not that they don't have good games. I just realized my habits. The majority of the games that PS5 has that are either exclusive or whatever, a lot of them fall in that Souls category. And that's not my genre. So that won't get me to say, yo, I'm going to go get Demon Souls, or yo, I'm going to get Bloodborne. Like, I don't really care for those games. And then the aspect of, obviously I definitely created the hashtag just one. It's more of an appreciation for that style of game. But I think that I also have burnout, right?
Sure.
Where every single type of title that they're tending to come out with seems to fall in that. Now, of course, Intergalactic looks dope. That would probably be the next thing. But like, I got into where for me it was like, all right, okay, here's Horizon again, and here's this thing again. I'm also remaked out. Like that really disgusts me. I'm gonna just be honest. Like,
sure.
It just like, all right, I get it. There's gonna be a new audience that's never seen Last of Us, but it's like the way they were moving, I realized was just not the Sony that I fell in love with. And it just made me realize like my hours are less and less and less. And then when I realized I like weird in the pocket games sometimes, those cog type games. Everything doesn't have to be just one for me to kind of jump in. So what I realized, my gaming habits did change, and it did kind of push me in this other direction where I guess the Game Pass and the diversity of the lineup and these different type of game genres really excite me more, kind of thing. So, and I just think from a platform standpoint, we all got our preferences. I think achievements, trophies for sure, they've lapped Xbox in that.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know
it's
what
really
happened.
The classic support that bugs me, bro. Because I'm like, that is something that I think Xbox was so lined up to do. And the fact that PlayStation's coming in with that is crazy to me. I'm like, this was previously said to be impossible, but here comes PSP games getting trophies, PS2 games getting trophies. And as someone who's trying to find a rhythm between the big games and the little things, like I have fired up my PS5 a lot just to be like, I got the platinum trophy in Secret Agent Clank. I was like, fuck it, why not?
That's awesome.
Like, it's fun. They add new, and these are new trophy lists for even games that they already had trophy lists for. Like, I talked about it with Sly Cooper. Like, the whole Sly trilogy has trophy support now on PlayStation 5 because the emulation has its own list compared to the collection on PS3. I'm like, that's fucking awesome. So like, I can actually go back and play these games for another round and have so much fun with them. And I feel like Xbox, especially with their back compat focus.
Oh, like, bro, that's like money on the table. I'm like, bro, like I'm looking at, I'm hoping I'm going to my Transformers kick, right? I'm hoping when the Cybertron get like, bro, this is a slam dunk. And again, to your point, where putting the focus back on Xbox where it should have been in the beginning, it's just that you open up my synapses on why I haven't been playing certain platforms. But to your point, like, bro, if you bring all the Activision games, trophy support, and then like, bro, that's gonna reinvigorate people to do stuff, kind of thing. I love that stuff, so I'm with you there, and I totally understand where you're at. So it makes sense based on your game habits. It's not like you're not playing the game.
Yeah, so I was gonna say it would warrant a strong reaction, like I saw if I actually didn't play games. Yeah, like, I think everyone knows. I'm very vocal about, like, I hate people who work in the games industry and don't play games. I'm like, what are you doing here? I'm sorry, like, what are you doing here? Why do you think you have anything worthwhile to say? Why do you think you should be in any dev's ear when you don't play shit? So that was the one thing I did take over. I was like, man, really? Y'all think I'm not playing games?
Oh yeah, but again, people go spin the narrative.
Of course. But it was just, I thought it was worth addressing, especially because Scott, you put it so nicely. I appreciate you asking about just asking me to expand my thoughts. I was like, great.
I appreciate.
I'll happily chat with you all on it anytime you ask. All right. Let's get into the news, which is a lot of rumors. Woo. A lot of rumors to open up the year. The one rumor we're leaving out of the show, because Jez Corden did shut it down before anyone asked.
Yeah.
Xbox Prime 2026. He said it's not real, so we're going to lean into that. But what we are hearing, specifically from Jez as well, is a Xbox Developer Direct is coming soon. And I wouldn't be surprised by the time this show's out. Makes the rounds.
You know it's going to happen.
Yeah, I know. I was like, come on, Xbox. They drop the news before the show starts. Let's hit the year running. But maybe we'll get it next week before we start recording our next show. But Developer Direct is said to be soon. Mr. Scott, if you're nasty, writes in, merry day to a bunch of merry dukes. Jez just teased an Xbox Developer Direct would be announced soon. Anything you're interested in or anything you're anticipating to be shown? Personally, I'm hoping we get a Fable or Doom look. I blindly believe everything a Chinese developer says because it fits my narrative kind of day. All right, well, we know what side Mr. Scott's on when it comes to
what side it fits you.
Yep. All right, Cog. Ooh. What are we thinking about Xbox's Developer Direct? We got a hell of a lineup potentially this year. So what's our feelings on this rumor? It's going to be the third developer direct in a row. What games are we feeling are going to be there? And I feel like we might have another combo story because my prediction, I don't know if I put the jinx out there, but I said, I think I know what game 5 would be. And then the rumors started to prop up.
Oh, remember? Okay. I didn't even know you put this out there in the universe like that.
Remember we were talking about what's that game? And I said Oblivion Remake. And,
right. Correct.
Yeah,
look, man, it's time. January, this is time when they usually get the ball running, just like the last 2 years, get the direct going, get the interest going for what the lineup for the year is. So, we know the two obvious. It's going to be Avowed and South of Midnight. Those two have to be there. Yeah. South of Midnight socials have been popping off. I don't know if you've been seeing the stuff they've been putting out there.
Clips and stuff, yeah.
Ton of it. And then I ain't going front. Got me hyped. My man, I forgot they got my man on sound. Olivier, I've always pronounced his last name. It's with a D, Devier or something like that. Mm-hmm. But he's done he did the Streets of Rage 4 soundtrack. He's done, I believe, Dial. He's got so many big games on his credit. He put out a tweet that said, look, if y'all like it, what y'all seeing, he said, oh, this is great. He said, we're doing something with sound in this game from a sound design. Oh, he has a YouTube channel, by the way, on music design. I will send you. This guy's stuff is phenomenal. Olivier, I'm going to get you Olivier information right now. This man, hold on, is something else. I actually, when I got one of my gym lifts in, I was playing the Streets of Rage soundtrack, and I tagged him. And he had liked it back. That's when I started realizing his thing. All right, hold on. Let me get you right now. This is important. Podcasting on the go.
Yeah, hit me with this because I'm very interested in kind of getting into that side of things.
Yeah, bro, because the way he describes it on his YouTube channel, he said most directors and game developers, they don't look at sound correctly. And he kind of had to explain to them how much. Oh, there he is. Olivier Derevier. All right, so I'm going to send you the Twitter joint right now. Check him out. And then go to, let me see if I can find his YouTube channel. Bro, he has some amazing videos on work he's done and how he's incorporated it into the game. But it's so creative. It's not just like, yo, we're just going to throw music and that's it. Bro, it's amazing stuff. So, yeah. So he's part of South of Midnight. He's the sound and music director for the game. That's where I was going with it. So he basically is popular. I'm going to see if I can even find the tweet where he was actually popping off about how proud he is of South of Midnight. Here we go. There it is. He said those clips, I'm going to send you it right now. Boom. Professional podcast. Here we love this. Boom. All right, check that out. All right, so he goes, those clips that Compulsion Games are teasing you are just with the great visuals and sound of design. But let me tease you in even more. In the actual game, there is music in a way that you've never felt before. Can't wait. Now, he's one of the visionaries, and this is a guy who also is a student of one of my favorite music directors in gaming, Yuzo Koshiro, right? And he's a guy, for people that don't know, reason why people love Streets of Rage so much is they feel Streets of Rage has some of the best music. And this guy's one of those kind of understudies, but he's kind of taking, he's like the Josh Solomon. He's taking music to the next level, man. So, and I know for a fact because I spoke to Travis. I can talk about this now because Travis put this out on Travis put this out on IGN when he went to preview South of Midnight. He said, Cog, they are using music in a way where, like, when you was fighting the boss, it's like one of these kind of like, you ever play like a horror film and 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. They had a boss where there's the legend of this something Tom, evil Tom, and they got like chants going and it gets progressively like he's got a build up, he's got a whole things going on. Trust me, the more I'm hearing, I don't want to jinx South of Midnight because they still got a lot to prove. But the more I'm hearing about this game, I'm like, yo, it may be something. It really may be. We'll see if they pull it off. But I'm liking what I'm hearing. So again, Avowed's got to be there. South of Midnight's got to be there. The cops are going to be there. They back for 2025.
Hell yeah.
It's got to be tradition. If Cog's talking, the cops got to come. So you got that. Question now. Oh, Doom, because I saw Bethesda kind of put out a tweet the early year. I believe Cammy was like, "Yeah, can't wait to talk." So she was popping off about Doom. So I'm assuming Doom's going to be there, which leaves the last two, which is Outer Worlds 2 or Fable. Now, there's a part of me that Fable feels Xbox Showcase energy. If it comes out this year, it feels like it's Xbox Showcase energy. But we'll see. If they show it, I won't be bad. You know what I'm saying? If they show it direct. The question I have is Outer Worlds 2. We know it's announced. It's got to be later in the year because we got to space it from Avowed. I'm curious how much they show there or not. And then the last thing is I feel there probably will be some type of third-party game in some form because it seems to be like, I remember when they did the Secret of Mana thing or whatever, Legend of Mana thing that might be there. So I think they're going to have a lot. I really do. I think they're going to have a lot. I can't wait to see how they handle it. And we'll get a better idea, I feel, who might be the showcase game, the way they handle Fable. I'm only curiosity with Fable is, are you coming out this year? We feel like it should, but then again, there's a lot of content they have, and then we don't know when GTA is. That GTA is the elephant in the room. So this is the thing. I'm gonna put this out there. Xbox fans, don't get too mad if you don't see a hard release date on anything outside of Avowed and South of Midnight, because the GTA boogeyman factor is in the room.
Yeah.
No one can say what's going on, in my opinion, until you know when that dude dropped. But that's my prediction. So what you got?
Yeah, it's shaping up to be an exciting one. There's a lot of games that I think we can take a close look at, like a Doom, Fable, that are going to drive a lot of excitement that I personally cannot wait for. There's ones like South of Midnight that I think are going to be. I'm getting the vibe it's closer than we realize. Like I'm getting that feeling that game's like around the corner. I could be wrong though. I feel like that's a weird thing with developer directs. We always make these release cadence predictions, and they end up kind of being completely off. So I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but I am getting the vibe that South of Midnight, if they're showing more, they're getting ready to go, then this might be that game's time in the first quarter of the year. I feel like with how much they have lined up, this could be a kind of repeat of 2023, like Q1, 2, 3, 4, all have something, and especially because Outer Worlds 2 can show up here. Do you kind of bookend the year with that? I mean, you have, you got to think about it too. Like there's the Oblivion remake rumors.
Yeah.
There is Fable. I'm like, do you have two fantasy RPGs here?
Yes.
The rumor was also suggesting that, I would lose my fucking mind if this is true, that the Oblivion remake is closer than we realize. And I'm like, wow. I was like, don't sell me on a good time quite yet. Like, holy smokes, man, I'd lose my shit. So yeah, dude, I'm really keen to see how they handle this direct, because it feels like each direct they kind of mold to their particular needs at that time, right? So the first time was like, here's the format. The second time was, okay, we're going to scratch Square Enix's back as part of this brand new deal between them. So what is the mold that they're shifting to this year? And I could see them breaking out and like, we always think it's going to be 4 games. So why not 5 and then a secret one? I mean, they have so much to show off. Do you hold Fable back until the summer direct? I see that as a possibility too, frankly.
Yeah,
like I feel like there is that. They have such a strong potential lineup here that there could be a level of thought in the building of like, they're not even going to be thinking too much about Fable, because we're going to confirm that in like 3 months time and let people know that that is the lead game for the developer direct. Cause that, I feel like that has to be the lead game.
Feels like it, man. Yeah, I'm with you.
There's just a building curiosity. I think it has the most market potential, and it's like a big return for a franchise that's been gone for far too long. It's the number one Xbox game studio really working on it in a new way. Like, I think if you're talking about a game that can start, I said this, a year and a half ago, if you want to talk about a game that will bring more eyes to the Xbox platform for the first time since probably Starfield, it's got to be Fable.
Yeah.
It's got to be Fable. So I feel that might get left off the table here, because don't give it a snapshot view. Like, give it the strongest possible feeling and kind of fall out for that bitch. Like, here it is, 30 minutes, and we'll see you in November, and let the Outer Worlds 2 get its moment. I feel like you could also get a double feature with Obsidian. Like,
yes,
can you get a little Avowed in there? Because like Avowed hasn't shipped by that point. If this is like last year and the year beforehand, like we're gonna get Developer Direct in January, so I could see a world where they're like, yeah, let's go ahead and do these both and like get a little promo for Avowed, like reminder this exists, and here's what's next. So
exactly.
I just think they have so much in the pipeline that this is not including anything Activision might be up to.
I forgot about that. We always forget that they are part of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that Xbox is responsible for revealing their games.
Yes.
So I don't know, man. There's just so many options, so many combinations with rumors swirling about that is very exciting. Very exciting.
I'm with you. I think that, you know, they do the flyby with the studios. I think Obsidian gives you the double feature, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? We also, we forgot about Towerborn. That's still supposed to come out this year. Then they still got a bunch of, again, I don't know if they want to include it, but they still got a bunch of Game Pass, you know, big gets. Now, I don't know if they maybe show that at this particular showcase, but they've got a bunch of third-party Game Pass big gets. And I'm very curious if they pull what they pulled last year and try to have the marketing rights. For example, like the game that I'm most excited for that they've got, in my opinion, the biggest get is Expedition 33. And, you know, bro, you want to associate your platform with that might be the time to do that and say, yo, with us, you get that Game Pass day one kind of situation. Because to me, that game could have asked for $1 zillion. You know what I'm saying? And I'm surprised they was able to get them a bag that they liked to get that into service. So, yeah, I mean, it's so much right now. It's so, and then, you know, Call of Duty, but it's too early to probably talk about that right now. Yeah. But yeah, they got Activision. Like, is this now the time? Because we've been waiting, right? When are we getting some of that back compat of Activision, just more Activision Blizzard games in general? So there's a lot of ways to go, but we know what the core is, and that's a lot already as it is. But I'm with you, Fable, in my opinion, if it's ready, it deserves Game Pass showcase adjacent energy. And I'm not mad if they say, hey guys, we'll talk about Fable later. We didn't forget, you know what I'm saying, kind of energy, and let the rest of them cook and get most of the developer direct.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, though. I feel this could be famous last Xbox words, best yet.
So you, bro.
Yeah, I just, I do feel like the lineup is, at least in the terms of IP, like let's remove South of Midnight, because that is the new one. But if you have Fable, Outer Worlds 2, Doom, I'm like, that's pretty damn good.
And let's just be real. We know, I think it's fair, outside of any Flight Simulator 2024 energy.
Yes.
I think it's safe to assume it's going to bring it, right? It's safe to assume their track record, for the most part. I'll speak for myself. So I'll take the L if it fails. Right? Okay. You know, I feel confident about that. I feel good about Fable from what we've heard. I'm pointing you know how I get with the Black Rock. So I'm ready to fight everyone in these streets.
Yeah.
When I was questioning the Black Rock, they shut me up 2 separate times, right? Then I'll be honest with you, with Avowed, coming into Avowed, I was like, man, and remember, I was pro Avowed first showing, second showing, everybody turned on Avowed, and they're like, oh, it don't look as dark as whatever, and I was still there. But when the third showing, and they showed the combat, and remember the initial combat?
Yeah.
With the first carry protect, I was like, ooh, y'all don't look impactful. Ooh, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But then when I got a chance to play, and the first or the second time, I'm like, oh, no. I'm in. So me personally, I am not worried about Avowed on any, and for the most part, the early previews of the people who played it, right? Controversy aside, with all the nonsense, with the frames, but the people who played it was like, yo, I'm kind of excited for Avowed. I had no, things coming into it. So I'm the one that it was kind of funny is, which I think me and you are the opposite on. You seem to be more excited for Outer Worlds 2.
Oh, absolutely.
Right. Which is weird for me as the Outer Worlds 2 guy that normally would. It's flipped for me. Now I'm like, Outer Worlds, you got to show me. I'm not
interesting. I just feel like Outer Worlds is so much more of a sure bet to my taste. Like,
yes.
What I'll say is this: Avowed could be like a game of the year for me. Really, it truly could be. Here's the thing: it comes down to dialogue and characters. And I didn't see enough in my preview to say that.
To make you...
The combat and the exploration was like an improvement of the general Obsidian flow. Very pretty, but like, I didn't love any of the... I talked about the character design in that game. I was like,
you're not there yet.
Yeah, I'm not there yet. Like, I'm not like crazy about how characters in Pillars Eternity look and in turn
I feel you.
But I know
I know the characters. The Outer Worlds characters. See, the thing Outer Worlds got the natural advantage. Plus, they funny as hell.
Yeah,
like they just got a natural. I give you that.
The idea that we're getting that this year is so fucking exciting to me, bro.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. So you got a fair point. I'm just for right now. It's what I know. Outer Worlds probably going. All they got to do is show me like, yo, Pavani and Vicar Max are back. Okay, damn, I'm back. Like that might put me back over it.
Yeah,
but for right now, I'm just like, yo, this Pillars of the Universe. I'm crazy.
In your defense, they're keeping the story of the Outer Worlds 2 really secret. Like I was diving into it, trying to find anything I could. I was making a video and I was like, oh, damn, there's nothing. Like they're like, yeah, we're in like a new sort of galaxy set of planets, and that's really I'm like, no mention of Parvati, like no mention of Vicar Max, no Nayoka, nothing like that. Like,
and the homie that freed you from the beginning, what was his name? I forgot his name.
Oh,
Fate is some weird, some weird name.
I'm blanking on his name.
It's been a minute, but yeah, like listen, I already know that's going to be lit. Like I'm not worried about it. I just want to see more, and I want to see how much of an improvement you've truly made to your combat. Right, that was the only thing we're going to say, and then from there. But yeah, that's the game.
You played Murder on Iridanos, the DLC.
Hell yeah! Oh my god, I had.
Does it kind of improve the combat AI there? Yes. Like it was a little more difficult. Like you were a little more mobile. So I felt like you saw a little progression there, where I feel I wasn't confident, but I'm like, I think they know. And the Outer Worlds 2 should be better. You see some of the science weapons in that trailer, bro?
Just like, sick.
The amount of crazy shit in that game. Yeah, I can't wait.
Oh, yeah, it's sick. I already know. I can't wait. That's what I had them on. That was our first Obsidian interview. We had them on LP for Murder Iridanos. And I remember, hit me up. He's like, bro, y'all killed that. Carrick. Yeah, hit me up. He's like, bro, y'all killed that. Because he's a huge fan of that specific DLC.
Yes. Yeah.
And I asked them all the questions. And that's when I got the inkling. I'm like, oh, they ready for 2. They were spewing like, yeah, we working on things that we can't talk. I'm like, already? Like they was ready.
Started it before that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's.
I didn't expect to be right about how early to be ready because it never works out that way, right? It's always like, yeah, we start focusing on Avowed. Avowed hit some bumps in the road, so in turn, like we had to delay the hours too. That like Obsidian's just like I think I define them as like a steamroller. Bro. Like it doesn't fucking matter that happened to Avowed. Like the Outer Worlds 2 just stayed on track, I guess. They were just like, boom, they're both released in the same year.
This is why they're still number one for me. Where would Xbox be without Obsidian this generation?
Yeah, they
think about it.
Pretty fucking vacant calendar for 2.
They wouldn't even have a 2022. Like literally, it would be Game Pass the system.
Yeah.
Minus any first part. Like, bro, they've been and everything they drop. Fire, like regardless of you may say, okay, Pentiment wasn't critically. It actually was critically acclaimed. It actually Pentiment got like 90s. Colin is waxing poetic now. Thank you, Colin, for joining. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? Like he's like, bro, let's do this project. I said, oh yeah, let's go. Let's talk about that. You know what I'm saying? Like you got that grounded, the sensation that they did. Outer Worlds we're talking about right now, and then Avowed, like I said, really got the profile up. Like they're a level of consistency. Variability with the different genres, and then Insomniac work rate on top of that, where you could drop 2 AAA bangers in a year. Like it's not like, bro, that is to be celebrated. Now, I won't say they're the graphical title, but you can see they're leveling up. I will say the other studios, obviously, I got to say Machine Games now, they done raised the bar even more now, and now Playground hit like Coalition has been. So there's dudes out there that do this, but as far as overall diverse studio, give it to you how you want to get it. Like, sorry, the Black Rock is still them dudes. And writing, woo, choice and consequence with effect. Let's go. And they know who they are. They are, we ain't trying to do. You could do that open world 100 hours all you want. This is what we do. We're going to give you this very concise, tight experience with replayability and a ton of value and weight. And I love what they do.
Dude, what, four games in 3 years? Like we need more of how Obsidian is structured, in my opinion. Even if you hate their art director or you hate their team, whatever it may be, I'm sorry. The way they are structured, their output is admirable and should be studied, because
Yes.
every other developer under the sun's telling you how it's impossible, and they are doing it. And they're not just a special scenario, because there are other developers who can pull it off, but it is about what you focus on. And when they got that Microsoft capital, they had two choices, right? They said it themselves. They were like, we either go AAA route, just go all in on one thing, or we make a lot of the things we already made, just more of it.
Yeah.
And I think they are the best example of someone taking the Microsoft money and running with it, like in a good way. You know, the amount of the frequency at which we see them, like this is, I think one thing developers have kind of lost touch with, and I know it's just a business reality, so I don't blame them fully for it, but a lot of people, like I talk about Gears of War frequently, right? Imagine what would the attachment to Gears of War really be if, like, nowadays a series is split across generations, right? Like you'll get Final Fantasy VII Remake on PS4, and then you'll get Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on PS5. And that's a shitty example, to be fair, because like we're talking about Final Fantasy VII. But my point being is a lot of stories are broken up over generations, but Gears, Uncharted, stories in a generation. You see these developers multiple times through a generation. That's where the infatuation, the love is built, the journey you go on in that generation, right? And I feel like you can still feel that with Obsidian, like watching them go through all these games. You can feel that journey. And so the attachment, the love for them is still so high. But developers forget, when you go away for a while, even if your shit is fire, like, you know, sometimes the good memories remain, but there is a level of like, why did I love you so much, by the way?
Yes.
And when you come back half a decade later, where most people's lives have dramatically shifted, you're like, hey guys, like it's like the uncle coming back after just being gone for a while. What's up, y'all? Like bro, where the fuck were you? You know?
Yeah.
And it's like the love's not the same anymore. So I think Obsidian recognizes that. And I'm very excited for them. There are companies I like that can go away for a while. Like I'm very excited about In Exile.
Oh,
like
hell
them going away because they're leveling up right now. So
I can't wait.
Clockwork Revolution.
Man. It's them. The dark horse has always been to me them and Double Fine.
Yeah,
it's like
Double Fine. I'm very curious.
Yeah, I'm very curious. But yeah, like you said, what I'm saying, the model of efficiency and what you said is best. The sense of self, knowing who you are. The trailer for Outer Worlds 2 spoke volumes on just knowing who you are, being fun, and just going with it. And that's why I love it so much. Hilarious.
Absolutely, bro. I can't wait. Now, I want to build off of my prediction from the last show we did before we rounded out the year. Again, to our next little subject here. It still is talking about the developer direct. It is the Oblivion remake rumor. So, Timor222, nice dude. He actually spotted on Virtuos's, who is this individual? I'm trying to find the exact position they worked in. But they're working on an Unreal Engine 5. Oh, art director. There we go. It is an Unreal Engine 5 remake that the company has been working on for the last few years now. And Virtuos has been the connected team to the Oblivion remake for years now. It leaked originally on Reddit Gaming Leaks and Rumors. They verified the individual's identity, said the information was true. We also saw the leak for an Oblivion remaster, it was called, on the FTC documents that came out from Xbox. And I think those dated back to 2020. And now what we have here is a LinkedIn profile documenting, again, a unannounced Unreal Engine 5, PS5, Xbox Series X, PC remake. And just as the rumors are starting to build up, man, I mean, I could see it now. Like, here are the 4 games on the developer direct, and then all of a sudden you see Virtuos Game Studios appear. Interestingly, Virtuos does have a history with remakes recently. They are the support team for the MGS3 remake.
Oh, how convenient.
Yeah, so the stars are really aligning here. We have a write-in from Phil Walker. It says, Happy New Year, Dukes. Matty, rumors are swirling again regarding the Oblivion remake. It looks like it's definitely happening, but I'm still personally very skeptical about its possible execution. In my opinion, there's 3 choices. 1, a bog standard remaster using all existing assets with a higher res, frame rates, textures, widescreen, etc. Then there's a half-ass remake where they overlay some modern graphics on the existing game code and animations, think Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary, or a full-blown remake of models, environments, voice acting, AI, etc. Think Silent Hill 2. The reason I am skeptical about the execution is because option 1 would be deemed lazy, which was the one he described as a bog standard remake. Option 2 would look atrocious, which is the half-assed remake, he says, is a modern graphics, existing game code, and would piss off OG fans. And option 3 would also be prohibitively expensive and resource intensive. I can't help but feel we will end up getting some middle ground where no one is particularly happy with the results. Cheers, Phil. I gotta be real with Phil, man.
Hey, where you at? Talk to me.
I'm kind of in a similar boat of that reality right now.
Okay.
That an Oblivion remake is really exciting to me. I love Oblivion. That was like the breakthrough BGS game for me. Like many, like others. It just opened my eyes and I went, oh, I want more of this style of game. Fallout 3, rest is history, right? So no one wants this more than me. And no one has clamored for Bethesda remakes and remasters more than me, especially with like Fallout 3 in New Vegas. Are you kidding me? So I know people are like, what? You're on the road, Matty. What's going on here? It's exactly as Phil depicted, though. He laid it out perfectly there. It is either if it's a full blown, like, let's use Sky Oblivion in the mod. Like, if it is like that, like, hey, from the ground up, we've rebuilt everything, quests, characters, story, everything. I mean, it took them, they're a group of modders, so of course their timeline's different, but it took them like 8 years. But that is to me what the ideal Oblivion remake is. Like, really reinventing. I mean, it's using the Skyrim gameplay, so it's reinventing how Oblivion plays. It's rethinking the dungeons and their design. They're not as visually repetitious. There's so much there, and I'm like, this is what I want. So there is a level of that where I'm like, my needs are already being addressed in real time. So my hope is that if Bethesda Game Studios and Virtuos are stepping in together going, hey, we know this very viral project. This is not me assuming, like, they know Sky Oblivion exists. Despite that, we're going to remake Oblivion as well. When fans have remade our games before, they've made mods for our games before, we've sworn off remakes and remasters and said we're not going to do that. We see something here that we're going to do. They cannot show up with anything less than something that's absolutely fucking phenomenal in my eyes. Because otherwise, you have set up a blatant disaster for yourself where your own fans have outdueled you before they've even released anything. So that is my worry, because I'm like, will Bethesda do that? I think that number 2, the option Phil laid out here, which he defines as a half-assed remake where they overlay some modern graphics on the existing game code and animations, is where my expectations lie a little bit. I do feel like this is going to be a Halo Combat Evolved anniversary remaster remake where Todd's very big on like, hey, you missed this game, you can turn it back and go back to the thing you remember. Yep, but if you want, here's the like turn it into a feature, and kind of excuse the half-baked nature of the game. And you can press a button and switch over to Unreal Engine 5, which people can disagree with me all day. I am not a believer that a Bethesda Game Studios game would be great in Unreal Engine. No. There's just a particular look and feel, their art style. Just, I know, I will give people that, like, yes, Bethesda has a lot of issues with scoping and what their engines can handle. Like, that's totally fair. But Unreal Engine games do have a particular look to them with like materials and lighting where you can kind of at times, a lot of developers disagree. I personally don't agree with the philosophy, but many developers will tell you like, no, you can't tell. But, and I think there's exceptions to that. Like if I looked at Octopath Traveler, I can't tell that's an Unreal Engine game because of its very particular art style.
Right.
But I think if I were to throw Bethesda Game Studios like creation engine assets into Unreal Engine, bake the lighting, I feel like there is a look, a shine to them that is very much easy for consumers to now distinguish, whether devs want to admit that or not. I worry a little bit that the visual identity that Bethesda has, which I know many people will say isn't good, but it's unique, I think it gets lost a little bit. So I don't know about, when I heard Unreal Engine 5, I'm like, I don't know. Like this is a gamble. This is a bigger gamble that I think people realize. Like for Bethesda, they're probably looking at it going, fucking slam dunk. I'm like, I don't know, bro. I really don't know if it is the slam. I don't know if it's a slam dunk because you really have a group of fans who are doing it so well. And in fact, a group of fans that checked in with Bethesda while making it. And Bethesda said, you can't take our assets for the remake. You have to make all this from the ground up. And I remember the Sky Oblivion team having a moment of like saying they paused. They were unsure if they should continue to go because they literally had to take like every chair, every armor, every building, and build it themselves, which is a gargantuan task that you could spend a lot of time doing a bunch of other things for. So Bethesda disrupted their project a little bit. They continued onward. So they you know, they're aware of it, where I'm just like worried. I hope they know what they're getting into. No one's remaking Fallout 3 right now, but someone's remaking Oblivion, and it looks fantastic. And so this also sets the standard to me. The reason I'm nervous, Cog, Oblivion Remake comes out. If I'm like, no, this just isn't what I wanted. This is probably what you're going to get with Fallout 3 as well, which is my favorite game ever. So they need to nail this, because the one I really wanted, Fallout 3, depends on this.
Yeah, I feel you. You fun, like, I feel you, because you get how I get when you really love something. I love when you really love something.
I'm percolating right now. I'm nervous.
I know, nervous Matty comes out. And I love it, because I watched this show repeated. So I remember us defining Duke, and I remember the announcement. It was Dead Space. Like, oh, these dudes, man, I don't know. Bro, you went off for months. I was like, I feel you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you wrong not to feel that way, but it's just like, we gotta see, right? And
this is a real friend working, by the way.
Yeah, this is a real friend
calling me out on my behavior. This is great. No, this is great. I need to hear this. Keep going.
I'm watching you go through it, and bro, it came out, killed it. Like, yo. And I said, remember how you was talking for me? It's because we love it so much, and we don't want our beloved baby to be scarred in any way. Yeah. Now, you do have a valid point, and I will say, I'm not saying what's my man? Phil is not out of pocket here. But this is my bias. Granted, it's a little different in terms of number 2, where he says, I don't consider Halo CE Anniversary like a half-ass remake in the form of, okay, if you want to throw... Because here's the thing.
To be clear, I don't agree with that assessment either. I do love the Combat Evolved remake. Not enough games do that back and forth that I thought was so cool at the time.
I love that, because my thing is this. We know what exists currently. If you go right now, we can play Oblivion right now on back compat, right?
That's true.
So we have to admit, you cannot come back and say, hey, guys, choice 1. You know what I'm saying? That's not going to resonate. Now, if they do that, oh boy, you know what I'm saying? I will be fearful for Fallout Remake just along with you. So if they did 2, I'm skeptical of 3, which is a full-blown, because that's a lot, bro. You talk about a whole full, you doing a Silent Hill 2, Resident Evil kind of remake. I don't know if we get all that. Now, we get that. I mean, they took it to the next level. God bless them. I bend the knee. I would be shocked if we get that. I'm leaning towards 2. You have the modern graphics with over the existing code and animation in Unreal 5. And this is where I'm at. Starfield got me to the point where, as you know how hard I go for Starfield. But Starfield does have me to the point where I'm like, get the competition, the facial model. And I'm like, damn, I'm still out here with the rough hair. I'm still out here with the dead eyeballs on certain things. And I'm like, damn, man, did you see Machine Games? Did you see Vibe? Did you see? Like, I mean, there's another game I can't talk about that I'm like, oh. And let's talk about what I can talk. Baldur's Gate. Oh, boy, people are out here laughing. So me personally, Unreal Engine 5 this to death. Please give me the glow up. I want people glistening. I want things moving. I want reaction.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Bro, because that creation engine, even though we love you, it allows you to do what you do.
Performance capture and stuff, yeah.
Looking a little dusty in the light sometimes. So I'm with that. Give me that. And bro, Oblivion, that's probably going to sound sacrilegious to say, because Skyrim is their best game, in my opinion, outside of the Fallout guy. But Oblivion is my baby. Oblivion made me believe in who Bethesda was. I said, I get it now.
Same.
Morrowind, y'all were too hardcore for my little simple mind to get how deep the dope you were, right? It was too much. I remember my Xbox guy, yo, you got to play. I'm like, you're scaring me. I don't know what's going on. It's too much. But I like the concept. Oblivion put it in perspective. I'm like, okay, let's go with these Daedric princes. And okay, Monologue Ball. Okay, I'm with this. So I think option 2 would be the best of both worlds. And we'll see. Now, obviously, we got to see how this studio and their track record. But you said they did the what you call it before, the what is it, the Metal Gear thing. So they got some experience there. It's really something you can't truly mess up, provided you don't put low effort. But I also with you that Sky Oblivion is out there, and obviously they've set the standard for what that is. But it's going to be curious. But I'm gonna give a little faith in the sense of
I have
this
faith.
is hard to
I'm
mess
just a
up.
little nervous. The other thing is we do kind of have, we're looking at MGS3 Remake as sort of a touchstone for a virtuous remake. MGS3 Remake is like a very faithful remake. Like the previous came out, they're like, yeah, it's the MGS3 you remember. It plays very similarly. It's just, very much prettier.
Yeah, it's pretty the same. Yeah.
I feel like Oblivion's needs are deeper than that. Like I think you can get away with MGS3 and it's, it's a Kojima game. It's kind of got that weird way of playing it with aiming and shooting where it's like you'd have to like hold, I think, L1 and then press square to shoot. Like,
oh God, don't take me back to those days.
Like it's different, right?
That, yeah.
I feel like there's a cheeky nature to that game where I'm like, maybe they could get away with it. But like with Oblivion, I mean, Bethesda combat's historically floaty.
Bro,
so I'm like, even the level of like your sword cleaving someone, there's a level of, and maybe they go that length. Like, I hope it really, because dude, the thing is that if this is that kind of remake where I'm like, damn, they checked all the boxes.
Wow, that would be crazy.
That would be crazy. But the game is the game is so big. There's hundreds of dungeons.
You're right.
And the reason there's so many is because I've said this, I know, so I'm sorry. You've heard it before. Everyone's heard it before, but I'm going to say it anyway. Is one person made all these dungeons. So they had all these different tile sets, like here are the Iliad ruins, here's the caves, here's all the pieces that connect them. And so every single dungeon like wraps the same way, it's routing the same way, it's got the same looks, like there's no real difference between them all. It's fine in the era of 2006. You're like, this game is so big, it's so fun, like just so much there. But they didn't really course correct that until Shivering Isles. So I don't know, man. I hope that there are even changes on that level. Like if they redo some of the interiors, that would personally, that's the main thing. I'm like, this game needs love on the interior design, like big time. I think but I wonder if this is Todd Howard's compromise. Like you can remake it, but it better be what I made.
Yeah, that part. And I could see that.
Yeah.
I could
like,
see that.
Is that the knee bend? Like, okay, fine, Phil. We'll remake our games like you want to cash in on Fallout and Elder Scrolls, but it's going to be the same damn thing.
It could be. It could. And we also got to think about, again, the difference with a remake from a game from them is they're so damn expansive. So their games are so huge. This is not Resident Evil where you're doing some 20-hour game or 15-hour game. You're talking hundreds of hours, right? Or what's Oblivion playtime these days? I don't know how long it is.
Bro. I mean, you could put hundreds of hours in it.
Yeah, so
easily.
If we rein this in from a resource standpoint, redoing all of that, that's a lot.
Yeah,
and I can't realistically. If they did that, it's the greatest remake ever. Like,
that's what I'm saying. It's super ambitious.
Super ambitious. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm leaning part 2. I'm leaning with Phil Walker, where he's overlay modern graphics over existing game code animated. But I will say this. Like you said, one of the shout out to my man Eric Jackson who listens to Defy Do. He's the homie, and him and my man B Money. They used to be anti that's the guys. I hate the combat. It's like a butter knife. so I would love to answer those dudes. If they do a little visceral. They took the obsidian energy. They took the avowed feedback energy and was like, just make it a little more impactful with the combat, or so do little subtle things with the core gameplay that people had issues with, and maybe that's their compromise as opposed to we could be able to redo every single dungeon and every single thing, which I know you would want. Man. I know if they did that, remake of the year.
That's what I'm saying. Like the needs for an Oblivion remake go so deep. Of like because there's so many things that you could leave, but if you address one thing, you kind of got to address the other. Like if you address the visuals, then the attacking animations can't be just this over and over.
Yeah, I agree.
It can't be. Like you have to redo the animations so they're a little smoother. Like I just, it is tough. I really wonder how they're going to handle this, like how deep they're going to go. So
it's a good point. In fairness to you of your nervousness, why I have to give you some credit now on this is that this is unlike the scope of this game is unlike any other game that's being remade. It's not Dead Space. It's not Resident Evil. These are not these linear experiences and then we know with Bethesda all the different things that could happen in the world. So you got all these systems that's CPU bound in conjunction with that. So it's a lot. I do get that. I get what you're going.
So I'm pulling for them, man. I mean, this is my prediction for the surprise game. Like, I think it's going to be like the 4 that we're expecting to line up, and I think this is game 5. So I will have one way or another a very strong reaction because like that'll immediately be on my must play list, whether it looks great or not. Like I'm still. That's the thing is I lay this all out, but I'm still fucking playing the hell
out of it. Yeah.
Absolutely, but it will determine if like I just replayed Oblivion recently. Like it will determine if I stick with it for a full playthrough. So, that's the difference maker. All right, coming soon to Xbox Game Pass as we round out the year. Not yet, Matt. As we round out the episode, we got January 8th, so out now. Lightyear Frontier, My Time at Sandrock, Robin Hood, Sherwood Builders. All enter Game Pass standard alongside Rolling Hills, Make Sushi, Make Friends. Coming to PC Game Pass is Diablo on January 14th, as is EA Sports UFC 5 via EA Play on Series X and S and Cloud. So I got some thoughts on this, Cog.
Yeah, talk to me. What you got?
Suspiciously light opening to the year. Suspiciously light. I'm not saying like shadow drop incoming, but very light drop. Normally they hit the ground running. I think Road, is it Road 96 or whatever the hell that game is called? That game also just dropped on Game Pass, but a lot of just moving things to Game Pass standard. If you're talking about new additions, like we're looking at Diablo and EA Sports UFC 5. Not much here, which is again very interesting. I wonder if they have plans for Q1 potentially.
Ooh. I see. To me, this screams get ready for Developer Direct. He's giving you a little something right now. This ain't like the old days where they ain't had no directs and they would front load January with some bangers, you know what I'm saying? Early, right? We got like a Mass Effect trilogy one year. Yep. We would get some bangers and stuff like that. So yeah, I agree with you. I would say the only thing for me, I've never played Diablo 1.
I mean,
is it worth it? Is it not a go?
Oh man, I don't think so. But
the hardcore?
Very hardcore. I played it on my PS1 and just very very difficult and very old. Try it for like an hour, see how you like it.
For an hour, see.
It's quick. It's gonna be a quick download. Give it a try.
I've heard something about Lightyear Frontier. I just want to see. I remember seeing that game and I thought people were talking positively about it. So I want to check that out.
I think I've heard about that game for years. So.
And just because it's $3.99, I haven't played a UFC game in a long time. I used to play them all the time, so I want to see how far they fell off. I want to see how far they lost their minds.
Yeah.
I've played. I used to buy every UFC game back in the day. That's what I told you a story where I met Dana White with one of these games.
My friend bodied me off those games. Like I came over his house to like try it out. He was so good. It was like the wrestle ground and pound on me. Yeah. I was like, nope.
I used to hate when they get you on the ground and you can't figure a way to get back up. And oh my God, it's so frustrating.
I was like, nah, I'm good, bro. I like to stand on my feet.
I feel you.
All right, Cog. Let's get into the Game Pass pick of the week as we round out this episode. What is your selection, sir?
All right. Now, this is the game I really wanted to put in my games playing section, but I had to save it. Because even though it is a demo, this is, Cog, I have somebody hit me up on Twitter, said something really, really kind. They were like, Cog, yo, I love your little in the corner pick sometimes. He's like, whatever you say, I'm listening to. You got me out here playing Midnight Suns. You out here got me playing Path of the Goddess. Bro, the game I actually played the most second to Marvel Rivals during my break was completing the full Altars demo. And I'm telling you right now, Matty, I think they got something. Bro, get on this demo. Get on this. Let me tell you, this 11-bit studio, I think they made Frostpunk and War of Mine. Those are the games they made. So Unreal Engine 5, they're punching a little bit above their weight, but still AA energy. I would consider I would say that's the negative from when they do the talking cinematic. I was like, okay, you got a little AA energy right there. You're not fully up there. But I will say this. Okay, so the story is kind of like, you're this not older guy, but middle-aged guy. You sign up for some space program. You're landing on this planet. Everyone's supposed to land in their pods. You get to the planet. and you look at everyone else's pod and everyone else is deceased as you're finding and you're scoping this world. First of all, this world these planets feel like, it reminded me of when I played Mass Effect for the first time and landed on a planet. I don't know what they're doing, but their rain effects, their mist effects, the way the terrains and the different textures of the terrains and the dark, this planet is beautiful. It is. I am very impressed with the environments in the game. So you got you're in like a spacesuit. You got a little bit of Starfield energy, but your man run mad faster than Starfield when you hold right trigger. He's moving. The frame rate is smooth. It's crisp because I played the demo initially on PC and it looked good, but I'm like, damn, I got to see how the Xbox works. But now the demo for the Series X is out, so I did that. Basic, nothing you can really do. It's not combat intensive. You run around the world. You can climb on structures, but it's more immersive storytelling. Hey, what's happened here? I've landed. My systems say, my crewmates should have survived this. Why am I the only one alive? And what's going on? And I can't be out here on this planet too long. The radiation levels, all type of things going on, right? So you're discovering the mystery as you go on. You find out what they consider, I guess it's called the Arca. It's this circular ship. It looks like a unicycle, right? And that was like the main base they were looking to set up. So you're trying to find out what happened, what's going on, and it starts the mystery, right? So you get into it. Now, when you get into the arc or the base, that's when it transforms into XCOM in terms of like think Fallout Shelter and XCOM in terms of the structure of where, okay, this is the communication room. This is the break room. This is the replicator machine. Like there's all these different things and you can build and move things around, provided you have the resources as you can. But what you do in the beginning is you're talking to the home base. Like, hey guys, I'm laying on this planet. I'm not even the captain of the ship. I'm a regular builder. Like, how do I get out? And you're talking to an entity who the communication is kind of shaky and it's very mysterious. You don't see a face and you get half and half. So you basically, the game is now holding your hand to start to teach you the mechanics. So a lot of the mechanics is day-night cycle. He could get hungry. He could get tired. You have to choose, okay, if you work too much in one day, you could pass out from exhaustion. You also have to eat and do all that stuff, but it's done in a cool way. The UI, the interface, beautiful stuff. Absolutely. Everything about this game screams science, tech. They have some of the best interfaces and UIs I've ever seen. I love the way this game looks. So you got that. So now you go out in the world. Okay, I got to find resources. That you do that with a day. You bring that back. They start teaching the mechanics of building out. Okay, I got to build out a place to make food, right? You first you're dining on slop just to get through, kind of thing. So as you learn, the mystery goes on, then you find water. Not only nitpick, I do not like the they have this thing where you find a water resource. So you got to set up these beacons, and setting up the beacons is not the issue. But they got this weird mechanic where you got to create like a box or a triangle around the area you're trying to scan. And then you got to stand in it. It's kind of clunky. It's a little clunky. I was like, they could have done this a little bit better. But what is cool is once you find a resource, then you set up like these towers, think like telephone poles, and you got to lead them. They tell you like, you got to walk with it. And they'd be like, you got 50 meters. You put it down. Then you could connect that one to the next one, because this is how you get resources all the way to your base where your base is located. And then you can fast travel once you set up a connection. So it's like you're routing power. And it looks cool. It looks dope. The graphics are dope. So, all right. So now we get to the fun. Forget all that. That's the game, the basic stuff. So the fun start where they go, okay, you locate something on this planet. It's this wild material called Rapidium. When you find it, the whole game morphs and it gets crazy. Remember when we saw Starfield, Shattered Space, and it was just looking all wild and crazy? Yeah. It's a crazy effect in that. The effect of this material when it's find it looks dope. So you're like, yo, guys, I found Rapidium. They're like, great. Go to the replicator machine and start replicating. You're like, what? You don't know what you're talking about. So you start making things. First, you make like a sheep. So you can make life forms with this thing. So as you go on, then it'd be like, all right, you passed the test. Now here, this shady company that you're working for has all of Mr. Matty's personal life. They'd be like, yo, when you met Laylee, when you did this, you're like, yo, what you doing with all this personal stuff on my information? Like, this is beyond a privacy breach, right? Okay. And they're like, look, if you don't use the Rapidium and do what we tell you, You've got 5 days before the planet on you that you are on becomes unlivable, and you have to get this arc moving to get off this planet. So you better listen to us. You can argue with it. We got your information. You want to live or not? It's that type of energy. So you're like, all right, these bastards, let me go. So he's talking, the character name is John. He's talking through it. He's like you. He's like, I don't even know what I'm doing here. So you're doing it. You're trying to figure it out. So then you go into the machine, bro. It has your life story from birth to where you are now. Like, damn, dad was beating up on my mom. My mom died. I left home because I couldn't take dad. Then I got a job. Then I had a shady ball. All these different life points. Then you got here. You became an alcoholic. You met your love of your life. Then the love of your life, you did propose. Like all types of critical points in your life. So then you put the Rapidium, right? And it says, pick a time in your life where you could change it. So the part where I picked was like, it was like when your mom I get beaten on your dad, or he was a drunk. And then your because of this, you either have to work for his company or you choose to go away and do your own life. And if your main course life, you kind of went away, did that, and then you missed your mom's funeral and she died, you know, because of, but this one I picked, no, I'm gonna stay home. I'm gonna deal with this bad dad. And then your life branches into this other. So when you pick that life, you become this master technician, right? So that was the altar I made of myself, of my life. You create it. So then the dude wakes up. It's you. It's you with that life in that multiverse. So he's like, yeah, what's up, Cog? And I'm like, yeah, what's up? So he was like, yo, who are you? I was like, look, don't freak out. You're not me. I'm me. But you. So he's like, whoa. You only brought me back because you didn't have the technical skill to get this arc running. And he's like, bro, this is what, like, he's very argumentative. And in every conversation, choice and consequence, you see his emotions: confused, distrusting, angry at Matty. Bro, this game is fire. Like, I'm telling Matty.
I love the sound of it.
They got something. So I'm sitting, this dude don't want to work with me. He like, yo, all right, tell me what you want to do. Oh, you idiot. All you had to do, you was trying to flip this switch. All you had to do is do this softly, 1, 2 with me. And then after he does it, it gets to shit work. He's so annoyed with you. And he was like, you was a sucker. You let dad beat on mom and you didn't do them. I'm the version that did the right, bro. I was like, this game is crazy. So then I had to spend like a whole 2 days trying to convince him to work with me. So I went to the communication guys, the evil company. I'm like, what do I do? They said, well, try to bond on something that you guys actually can relate to. So one of the things in the past is mom used to cook this thing called pierogies. Okay. She's like, all right, I'm going to go to the kitchen. I'm trying to make pierogies and spark an old, life experience that we both share. And then he started, I gave some pierogi. I said, hey man, you want to eat? He's like, yo, I want to talk to you. He's like, but hey, you want to eat? So he eats with you. Oh, this is good. This is mom pierogi. And then you kind of have a cinematic and a little bonding moment. He gains a little bit more trust. So basically, this is just the first part of the demo. They show you as you end the demo all the possible. Yo, there are mad altars, and you all got to get them to work with you and feed them, clothe them, do all type of stuff. So it's like Sims, XCOM, Mass Effect. It's, bro, this game got potential. I hope they could pull it off, because this thing had me so addictive. I'm like, oh, this might be my Konitagami type game. I can Alters that's now raised the bar for the most excited game I am in 2025. Like, it's up there now. Go play this demo immediately, Matty. They have got something. I put it on my Twitter, and people were like, yo, I'm hooked, Cog. I played it. I'm hooked.
How long is the demo?
Probably about not long. You're probably banging out about an hour and a half, 2 hours. Okay. It ain't that long. You know what I'm saying? But it teaches you, it ramps you up in a very cool way. And I really think the game design is really special. So the Alters demo, I know it's a demo and the full game should be, but I think it's coming out soon. Because remember, they delayed it from last year. And I spoke to a couple of people who played. They're like, yeah, this is it. So 11-bit Studios, go check this out, man. I think they got something very special.
It sounds awesome. It sounds very different. So I'm really excited about it. I think 11-bit also did Frostpunk. So
yes.
They have these games that just have really unique styles of choices.
Yes.
Very exciting.
And the versions of yourself that you encounter is wild crazy.
I love it. Well, great Game Pass pick of the week, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the Altars demo, available now. All right, Cog, it's about time we wrap things up here. Good first episode of the year. It seems like things are not going to slow down for us as we roll through January, Switch 2 rumors, Developer Direct, lots of games coming out for Xbox soon, all that fun stuff. So it's a busy start to the new year. Any thoughts as we wrap things up on what our hashtag might be?
Oh, man, we had a lot to talk about. Beefy episode. Let me see. Yeah, it's a tons to talk about. Where do we start? And then we got obviously them with the, I think our main joint was kind of like them with the what direction they're going with the handheld stuff, the OS stuff. I don't know. I'm thinking, I don't want to know. We kind of did mobile, but I don't know. It's so many things to talk about. I can't land on one just yet. Not one is resonating with me just yet.
We should do, because you mentioned, let's do DDoS.
DDoS. Okay. Yes.
Wait,
yeah. What do you get?
DDoS.
OS. Yeah,
that's like DDoS. Let's do DDoS. OSDD.
Yes.
Even this was supposed to be Defining Duke operating system. We won't put DDoS next to our. We don't want that.
Yes.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, you got this deep into the episode. First off, we hope you enjoyed. Thank you for listening. We'll be back next week as we always are. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. You can find us over there. But otherwise, if you want to write in, let us know your thoughts in the comments down below. Hashtag OSDD. Let us know. Otherwise, we're on Twitter. I'm at G7Status. Cog is at Lord Cognito. You can find us there. Cog, excellent episode. Happy to be back in the recording chairs with you. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll catch you next week for episode 211 of Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast. Peace out.
Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is recorded from the United States of America. The show is conceived by Matthew Mr. Matty Plays Schroeder and me, Colin Moriarty, and is written and produced by Matthew Schroeder. Matty's co-host is Barry Lord Cognito Eversley. Defining Duke's executive producer is Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's shows, including Defining Duke, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer support level on Patreon, and we're thankful for your kindness and generosity.